The Mafia King's Baby by Bella King. Published and produced by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025, Novel Nectar.
Perfect. I smooth the final wrinkle from the crisp white duvet and step back to admire my handiwork. The guest bedroom looks nothing like it did a month ago when I started this project. Gone are the faded floral wallpaper and musty smell of disuse that greeted me every time I opened this door. Fresh paint and a soothing sage green covers the walls now. It's so perfect that I'm certain the person who did it had nothing but time on their hands. That's me. I'm that person. I'm the one who has nothing but time since I got laid off. But I'm not letting that get me down. I'm putting it to good use with this renovation. After all, it might be what ends up saving my ass. New blackout curtains frame the window that overlooks the quiet street. Their fabric thick enough to block out the morning sun for guests who want to sleep in. The antique dresser I found at a thrift store gleams with fresh polish, its brass hardware catching the afternoon light bleeding through the window. I run my hand along the smooth surface of the nightstand, checking one last time that everything's in place. The ceramic lamp is ready, though currently off since the curtains are open, and I've stocked the single drawer with a leather-bound notebook and a quality pen for guests who might want to jot down thoughts, recommendations, or simply decompress from their travels. A small wicker basket on the dresser holds travel-sized toiletries, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and lotion, ordered from Amazon and all in neutral scents that won't clash with anyone's preferences. Beside it sits a handwritten welcome note on cream cardstock, explaining the Wi-Fi password and offering local recommendations. This isn't just a renovation, it's my lifeline, a shot at independence, maybe even salvation. The layoff notice still sits in my kitchen drawer, folded and refolded until the creases have worn soft as fabric. I've memorized every word. Due to budget constraints and departmental restructuring, your position as marketing manager has been eliminated. Effective immediately, we appreciate your 5 years of dedicated service and wish you success in your future endeavors. 33 words, half a decade at Henderson & Associates, gone, reduced to a generic farewell and severance that wouldn't even cover a month's mortgage. I shake off the ugly feeling and focus on the present. The room is ready. The space feels warm and welcoming. Exactly what I hoped to achieve when I started this project, as a way to channel my grief and rage into something productive. Now I need to be ready too. My laptop waits on the bed. The Quick Rent homepage already loaded in my browser. I've spent weeks researching the platform, reading success stories from other hosts, and analyzing what makes some listings more appealing than others. Lake Tahoe draws tourists year-round. There are skiers and snowboarders in winter, and hikers and boaters in summer. Even leaf peepers come in autumn, who come to witness the aspens turning gold against the mountain backdrop. My neighborhood sits perfectly positioned between the lake and the main ski resorts, close enough to be convenient for adventure seekers, but far enough from the crowds to offer the peace and quiet some travelers crave. I settle cross-legged on the bed, the laptop warm against my thighs, and open a new listing. The cursor blinks expectantly in the title field, waiting for me to distill everything I've created here into a few compelling words. Cozy guest room in quiet Lake Tahoe neighborhood, I type, then delete it immediately. Too generic and forgettable. It sounds like every other listing on the platform. Peaceful retreat minutes from Lake Tahoe adventures. Better, but still missing something essential. It describes the location, but not the feeling I want guests to experience. Charming guest room, your home away from home. I read it again. Warm, welcoming, but not desperate. Comfort, authenticity. Yes, that's it. I keep it. The description flows easier now that I've found my tone. I highlight the room's amenities. The comfortable queen bed with high-quality linens, the dedicated workspace with good lighting, and the private entrance that offers guests independence while still feeling connected to a real home. I emphasize the peaceful neighborhood where they can actually hear birds singing instead of traffic noise, the easy access to hiking trails and lake activities, and the thoughtful touches that show I care about their experience. I upload the photos I took this morning when the light hit the room just right, making the green walls glow with warmth and the white linens look impossibly crisp and inviting. I spent an hour getting the angles perfect, adjusting the flowers and making sure every shot showcased the space at its absolute best. The images tell the story I want to tell, that this isn't just a place to sleep, but a carefully curated experience. When I reach the pricing section, I hesitate. This decision could make or break my entire venture. If I set the rate too high, and potential guests will scroll past without a second glance. Price it too low, and I'll struggle to cover my mortgage, utilities, and the credit card debt I've been accumulating since the layoff. Worse, low prices might signal low quality to discriminating travelers. I spend 20 minutes researching similar listings in the area, cross-referencing amenities, locations, and guest reviews. The data helps me understand the market, but ultimately, I have to trust my instincts. I settle on a rate that feels fair enough to make a meaningful dent in my monthly expenses, but competitive enough to attract bookings from guests who have dozens of options from which to choose. The amenities list grows as I think through what travelers actually need, including reliable Wi-Fi for remote workers, a coffee maker and mini fridge stocked with basics, extra blankets for chilly mountain nights, and a selection of books and local guidebooks for rainy days or quiet evenings. Each detail represents hours of research and preparation, which is my attempt to anticipate needs before guests even realize they have them. In the house rules section, I keep things simple and reasonable. No smoking anywhere on the property. Well-behaved pets are welcome. No parties or events. And quiet hours after 10 p.m. out of respect for the neighbors. I want to attract guests who will respect the space and the neighborhood's peaceful atmosphere, who understand this is someone's home, not just another hotel room where they can behave however they want. While putting the finishing touches on my quick rent listing, scrolling through the final details one more time before I commit to publishing it, my mind inevitably drifts to thoughts I've been trying to avoid. The empty space beside me on the couch, the second coffee mug that's been gathering dust in my cabinet, and the plans I'd made that now feel foolish and naive. Trip Reyes. Even thinking his name sends a familiar ache through my chest, though it's duller now than it was 4 months ago. The sharp edge of heartbreak has worn down to a persistent throb, like a bruise that's healing but still tender to the touch. Our 3-year relationship ended just 2 weeks before the layoff, as if the universe decided to strip away every stable thing in my life at once, testing just how much disappointment I could absorb before breaking completely. The timing wasn't coincidental. Stress reveals people, doesn't it? And the pressure of my job loss certainly showed me Tripp wasn't the partner I thought he was. "You're too intense, Celia," he'd said during our final fight. The words delivered with the casual cruelty of someone who'd been thinking them for months. "Everything has to be planned and organized and perfect with you. Can't you just relax and see where things go for once?" The irony wasn't lost on me then, and it stings even more now. He'd spent 3 years stringing me along with vague promises about someday, and when things settled down, then had the audacity to blame me for wanting clarity about our future. When I finally asked directly if he saw us getting married, building a life together, and starting a family, he'd looked at me like I'd suggested we rob a bank together. "Marriage? Kids? We're having fun, Celia. Why do you always have to complicate things?" Fun. 3 years of my life. 3 years of believing we were building something meaningful together, reduced to casual entertainment. 3 years of introducing him as my boyfriend, of planning vacations and holidays around his schedule, and of turning down opportunities because I thought we had a future worth protecting, all dismissed as temporary amusement. The relationship had been passionate in the beginning and intense in the way that made me feel alive and desired and special. Tripp was charming, spontaneous, and magnetic in social situations. He made me laugh, pushed me out of my comfort zone, and introduced me to experiences I never would have sought on my own. For a while, his unpredictability felt exciting rather than exhausting. All that passion but no commitment, It was just chaos. The spontaneity I loved. It just became unreliability. The charm he turned on strangers never quite extended to the everyday moments of our relationship. He was emotionally unavailable when I needed support, dismissive when I tried to discuss our future, and increasingly critical of the very qualities that made me successful in other areas of my life. My friends had tried to warn me, in the gentle way that good friends do when they see you making choices that worry them. "He's fun, but is he serious about you?" my friend Gemma had asked more than once. "You deserve someone who's as invested in this relationship as you are." She and I have been friends for 2 years, so she knows me well enough to ask the hard questions. I defended him, made excuses for his behavior, and convinced myself that his reluctance to commit was just a difference in timing rather than a fundamental incompatibility. I told myself that men mature slower, so he needed more time to be ready for the next step, and pressuring him would only push him away. The truth was simpler and more painful. He was never going to be ready because he didn't want the same things I wanted. While I was building a future in my mind, he was enjoying the present with no thought for tomorrow. While I was falling deeper in love, he was maintaining just enough distance to keep his options open. The breakup came during one of our increasingly frequent arguments about where our relationship was heading. I'd made the mistake of showing him a house listing I'd found, a cute craftsman bungalow in a neighborhood we both liked, and suggesting we could think about moving in together. I'd offered to sell my small house to provide the down payment. His reaction was immediate and harsh. "Jesus, Celia, we've talked about this. I'm not ready to play house. Can't we just enjoy what we have without you constantly pushing for more?" "It's been 3 years, Trip," I'd said, trying to keep my voice calm even as frustration boiled inside me. "I'm not pushing for more. I'm asking for clarity about what we're building together. Do you see a future with me or not?" "I see right now," he'd said, and that's when I knew it was over. Right now is good. Why isn't that enough for you? Because right now without tomorrow is just elaborate procrastination. Because love without commitment is just convenience dressed up in prettier words. Because I was 27 years old and tired of dating like I was still in college. And tired of relationships that went nowhere because one person refused to choose a direction. The fight that followed was ugly, full of accusations and hurt feelings that we'd both been storing up for months. He called me controlling and demanding. I called him selfish and immature. We said things designed to wound, words we couldn't take back even if we'd wanted to. Not that I wanted to then or now. He'd packed his things that night and moved back to the apartment he'd technically still been keeping, even though he'd been staying at my place most nights for the past year. Even that felt symbolic, as I'd realized he'd never fully committed to moving in, always keeping one foot out the door, just in case something better came along. The silence that followed was deafening. No calls, no texts, and no attempts to work things out, or even to apologize for the cruel things we'd said. It was as if 3 years had been erased overnight, as if I'd meant so little to him that walking away required no effort at all. Honestly, I hadn't been inclined to reach out either, though. At least at first. 2 weeks later, when I got the layoff notice, my first instinct was to call him. Not because I wanted to get back together, but because he'd been my person for 3 years, the one I turned to when life knocked me down. For a split second, I forgot that he wasn't mine to call anymore. That realization hurt almost as much as the original breakup, but it came with the knowledge I'd allowed myself to believe he was my person, when he never really was. Instead, I'd called Gemma. Despite our friendship not being the longest one in my life, she was easier to turn to and provided good advice. All these changes seemed to happen in my life one after the other, like dominoes falling in a carefully orchestrated sequence designed to destroy everything I'd built. Job gone, relationship over, future plans scrapped, and financial security evaporating. Some days, I felt like I was drowning in the wreckage of my former life, struggling to find solid ground in the chaos. Other days, like today, I can see the possibility hidden in the destruction. Maybe losing everything I thought I wanted is actually freedom in disguise. Maybe starting over isn't a failure, but an opportunity to build something better that's entirely mine. This quick rent listing represents more than just a business venture. It's proof that I can create something from nothing and don't need a corporate job or a relationship to define my worth. I'm choosing my own path forward, regardless of how unconventional it might seem to others. My mother will undoubtedly have opinions about my decision to become a host. She'll worry about safety, question the financial viability, and probably suggest I move back home instead of playing innkeeper, in what she'll see as a desperate attempt to avoid admitting defeat. Fortunately, her approval has never been the goal. My independence is. Tripp would probably laugh if he knew what I'm doing. He'd see it as another example of my need to control every aspect of my environment, to create perfect experiences for others because I can't accept the messy unpredictability of real life. But he'd be wrong, just like he was wrong about so many things. This isn't about control. It's about creating something beautiful and welcoming for people who need a soft place to land during their travels. It's about turning my attention to detail and my desire to nurture into something valuable and meaningful. And it's about my survival. Knowing I have nothing left to lose, I decide to set my room listing live for potential renters. My finger hovers over the publish button, and my heart rate increases. This is the moment when possibility becomes reality, when all my planning and preparation and hope gets tested against the harsh judgment of the marketplace. I think about the room upstairs, waiting quietly for its first guest with the notebook and pen in the nightstand drawer, ready to capture someone's thoughts about their stay in Lake Tahoe. I think about the fresh flowers I'll replace weekly, the coffee I'll stock monthly, and the care I'll put into every detail because that's who I am, someone who believes that small gestures can make big differences. I think about Tripp, who never understood that my so-called intensity was actually love made visible, my former colleagues at Henderson and Associates, who are probably relieved they survived the latest round of layoffs, and my mother, who'll worry no matter what I do, but who raised me to be resourceful and determined. Most of all, I think about myself, the woman I'm becoming in the aftermath of loss, and the strength I'm discovering in the space where my old life used to be. I take a deep breath, whisper a small prayer to whatever forces might be listening, and click publish. The listing goes live instantly, filling me with both pride and panic. My spare bedroom, my haven project that kept me sane through the worst month of my life, is now available to strangers from around the world. There's no going back now. I'm officially in the hospitality business, ready or not.
The burner phone buzzes against my thigh as I sit in the back corner of a 24-hour diner in Reno, my third cup of coffee growing cold, while I watch the parking lot through rain-streaked windows. The text is brief and coded, but the message is clear enough. Lang's people have been asking questions in Sacramento, showing my photo to hotel clerks and rental car agents. Time to move. I leave a 20 on the table and walk to my rental car, a forgettable gray sedan that blends into traffic like water into water. It's the kind of vehicle that surveillance teams overlook because it's too ordinary to warrant attention. I've been driving cars like this for 6 years now, ever since my world shifted from legitimate business fronts to the shadow economy that keeps me alive. Marcus Lang has been hunting me for 8 months, and the bastard is getting closer. When I refused to cut him into my business, he took it very personally. Lang isn't just a federal agent doing his job. He's a predator who's decided I'm going to pay for not taking his deal, and he's got the resources and corruption network to make that happen. The rain pounds against my windshield as I drive north toward Lake Tahoe, following back roads that most people don't know exist. I learned these routes during my early years in California, when establishing territory meant knowing every escape route and safe house within a 100-mile radius. These are old ways that might save my life tonight. My phone vibrates again. This time it's Leonid, my most trusted lieutenant, and the closest thing I have to family, since my brother Dmitri was killed 6 years ago by a rival Italian group that paid dearly for it. Where are you? His accent is thicker when he's worried, Russian consonants creeping into his English like shadows at dusk. Moving north, Lang's people hit Sacramento 2 hours ago. I take a sharp turn onto Highway 89, relive the tires grip the wet asphalt. I need somewhere clean for the night and off their radar. I can arrange a safe house in... No, I cut him off before he can suggest one of our usual locations. Lang's too close to our network. He's got someone who knows our patterns, feeding him information. The betrayal still stings, even though I've suspected it for weeks. Someone in my organization has been selling intelligence to the FBI, and until I know who, I can't trust any of our established safe houses. I've narrowed down the men I trust to less than a dozen now, and Leonid is at the top of that list. Then where? I pull into a gas station and park under the harsh fluorescent lights, checking my mirrors for vehicles that might have followed me from the diner. The lot is empty except for a trucker filling his tank, and a woman in scrubs who looks like she's coming off a long shift at the hospital. Neither pays me any attention. I'll figure out something. Stay off the radio frequencies tonight. If they're monitoring our communications... Understood. His voice carries the gravity of 6 years fighting beside me and of learning to trust each other's instincts when everything else was uncertain. Call when you're secure. I end the call and consider my options. Hotels are out. Too many cameras, too many records, and too easy for Lang to track through credit card transactions or facial recognition software. The safe houses Leonid mentioned are compromised by association, and staying with any of my known associates would put them at risk while solving nothing. I need somewhere completely disconnected from my world, where Lang would never think to look, because it has no connection to organized crime or the Russian community in California. Somewhere civilian and innocent and utterly forgettable. That's when I remember the app, QuickRent. Leonid mentioned it a few months ago when he was researching ways to launder money through legitimate-looking transactions, giving me a short report on the viability of short-term rentals, private homes, and cash payments that look like vacation bookings. We never pursued it because our existing methods were working fine, but the research stuck in my memory. I download the app and create a profile using one of my cleanest identities, Alex Sokolov, traveling businessman, with a verified phone number that traces back to a legitimate telecommunications company I own through shell corporations. The background is solid enough to pass casual scrutiny. The Lake Tahoe area shows dozens of available properties, from luxury lakefront cabins to modest guest rooms in residential neighborhoods. I scroll through them quickly, eliminating anything too expensive, too isolated, or too obviously catering to wealthy clientele. Lang knows my preferences, that I usually choose upscale accommodations when I have the option. Tonight I need to think like someone else entirely. A listing catches my attention, posted just hours ago according to the timestamp. Charming guest room, your home away from home. The photos show a simple but clean room with green walls and white linens. Nothing fancy, and nothing that screams money or attracts attention. It's the kind of place a traveling salesman might book, or a divorced father visiting his kids for the weekend. Perfect. The host's profile is equally unremarkable. Celia Bourne. No reviews yet, because the listing is brand new, but the verification badges are all green. Her photo shows a woman in her 20s, with brown hair and a genuine smile. The kind of person who probably bakes cookies for her neighbors and volunteers at the local animal shelter. She looks sweet, cute even, and there's something about that smile that hints at a real personality, not just the facade most people put on. I run a quick background check using resources that most people don't have access to. Celia Marie Bourne, 27 years old, recently laid off from a marketing position at Henderson and Associates. No criminal record, no known associations with law enforcement or organized crime, and no red flags in her financial history beyond the normal struggles of someone who's recently unemployed. She's exactly what I need. A civilian with no connection to my world, and someone Lang would never think to investigate because there's no reason she'd be connected to me. Her guest room is located in a quiet residential neighborhood, not the kind of place that attracts attention from federal surveillance teams. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent 6 years surrounding myself with criminals and killers, people who understand the brutal mathematics of survival in my world. Tonight, my safety depends on trusting someone who's probably never broken a law more serious than jaywalking. I book the room for one night, paying through the app with a credit card that's tied to the Sokolov identity. The transaction goes through immediately, and I receive an automated confirmation along with check-in instructions. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. As I drive toward Lake Tahoe, I allow myself to feel cautiously optimistic for the first time in weeks. Lang's investigation has been closing in like a noose, tightening day by day until I could barely move without looking over my shoulder. But tonight, I'll be invisible, hidden in plain sight in a suburban guest room where no one would think to look for a Russian crime boss. The rain eases as I climb into the mountains, though the roads remain slick and treacherous. I drive carefully, avoiding the temptation to speed, despite my eagerness to reach safety. Getting pulled over by a state trooper would be catastrophically stupid when I'm this close to sanctuary. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. "Welcome to your stay. Looking forward to hosting you." Check-in instructions are in the app, but feel free to call if you have any questions. Celia. The message is cheerful and professional, exactly what I'd expect from someone new to hosting, who's trying to make a good impression. There's an innocence to it that feels foreign after months of communicating only in code with people who assume every conversation might be monitored. I wonder what she'd think if she knew what kind of guest she's about to welcome into her carefully prepared room. Would she still send friendly text messages if she knew about the gun in my shoulder holster, or the encrypted notebook in my jacket pocket that contains enough evidence to destroy dozens of careers and lives? Probably not. The thought bothers me more than it should. I've been living in the shadow economy for so long that I'd almost forgotten what normal interactions feel like, or what it's like to deal with people who aren't constantly calculating angles and looking for weaknesses to exploit. Celia Bourne is the embodiment of everything I gave up: a legitimate life, normal conversations, trusting someone because they had no reason to lie to me. I shake off the melancholy. Nostalgia is a luxury I can't afford, especially when my survival depends on staying focused and alert. I'm not doing this to reclaim some lost innocence. I'm finding a safe place to sleep and plan my next move against Lang. Yet, as I turn into Celia's neighborhood, I can't quite suppress the curiosity about what kind of person opens her home to strangers, and what kind of life she's built in this quiet corner of the world that's about to intersect briefly with mine. The houses here are modest but well-maintained, with small front yards and mature trees that suggest established families rather than transient renters. Porch lights are on in most homes, and I see the blue glow of television screens through several windows. It's the kind of neighborhood where people know their neighbors' names and notice unfamiliar cars parked on the street. I'll have to be careful not to attract attention here. Celia's house sits on a corner lot. It's a small craftsman-style home with a neatly trimmed hedge and a front porch that looks like it gets regular use. The porch light is on, and there are lights in the front windows, which means she's home and probably waiting for me to arrive. I park in the driveway as instructed and sit for a moment, studying the house and the surrounding area. There are no suspicious vehicles, no obvious surveillance, and no indication that Lang's people have somehow anticipated my destination. The neighborhood feels genuinely peaceful, and the kind of place where the biggest crime is probably teenagers drinking beer in the park after curfew. My phone shows it's almost midnight. I'm arriving later than I'd hoped, but the time I'd entered on the app should have prepared her for a late arrival. I grab my overnight bag, carefully packed to look like normal travel luggage rather than a go bag designed for emergency escapes, and walk to the front door. The doorbell echoes softly inside the house, followed by the sound of footsteps on hardwood floors. I hear the deadbolt turn, and then the door opens to reveal Celia Bourne in person. She's smaller than I expected from her photo, maybe 5'7" in the slippers she's wearing. Her brown hair is pulled back in a casual ponytail, and she's dressed in jeans and a sweater that suggests she was relaxing at home rather than putting on a show for her guest. Her smile is genuine, but slightly nervous, which makes sense given that it's nearly midnight and she's about to let a stranger into her house. "You must be Alex," she says, her voice warm despite the late hour. "I'm Celia. Welcome to Lake Tahoe." "Thank you for accommodating the late arrival," I say, keeping my voice neutral and polite. The Sokolov identity comes with a slight accent, not Russian, which would be too obvious, but something vaguely Eastern European that explains any unusual cadence in my speech without raising specific questions. "No problem at all. I know travel plans can be unpredictable." She steps aside to let me enter, and I catch a glimpse of the main living area. Comfortable furniture is arranged neatly, with a couple of full bookshelves and family photos on the mantel. It's the kind of home that screams stability and routine, qualities that feel refreshingly unfamiliar after the chaos of recent months. "The guest room is just upstairs," she says, leading the way. "I've put fresh towels in the bathroom, and there's a coffee maker in the room if you need caffeine in the morning. The Wi-Fi password is on the welcome note." I follow her up a narrow staircase, noting the escape routes automatically. There's the front door, a back door visible through the kitchen, and windows on both floors. The guest room is exactly as advertised. Clean, comfortable, and unremarkable. It's the kind of space that won't stick in anyone's memory, which makes it perfect for my purposes. Celia has clearly put thought into the details, from the quality of the linens to the small basket of toiletries on the dresser. "This is perfect," I say, and I mean it. Not because of the decor or amenities, but because it represents a place where I can sleep without keeping one eye open for threats, which is something I haven't had in months. "I'll let you get settled then," she says, lingering in the doorway for a moment. "If you need anything during your stay, don't hesitate to ask." After she leaves, I lock the door and do a thorough sweep of the room, checking for cameras or listening devices out of professional paranoia, rather than any real suspicion. The search turns up nothing more sinister than dust bunnies under the bed and a small spider in the corner of the window. I unpack my bag carefully, hanging my jacket in the closet and placing the encrypted notebook in the bedside table drawer. The weapon stays within easy reach, but hidden from casual observation. Even in this peaceful suburban setting, I'm not naive enough to assume I'm completely safe. Still, for the first time in weeks, I allow myself to relax slightly. The room is quiet. The neighborhood is settled for the night, and there's no indication that Lang's investigation has followed me here. I have until morning to rest and plan my next move. I sit on the edge of the bed and pull out my laptop, connecting to Celia's Wi-Fi to check encrypted communications channels and news feeds. I find nothing urgent and no indication that my absence has been noticed by anyone who matters. Leonid will be wondering about my status, but he knows better than to push for information when operational security is at stake. As I work, I think about my host, almost unconsciously. Celia Bourne, recently unemployed marketing manager, is opening her home to strangers as a way to make ends meet. There's something brave about that decision that contrasts sharply with the cynicism that pervades my world. I wonder what circumstances convinced her that renting rooms to strangers was her best option. The background check revealed the job loss, but not the personal details, nor the dreams and disappointments that shape a person's choices. In another life, another version of myself might have been the kind of guest she was expecting. A legitimate traveler with normal problems and ordinary stories. I could have been someone who could make conversation over coffee in the morning, without constantly editing his words for security concerns. That version of myself died along with my brother Dmitri, killed by men who saw opportunity in our organization's moment of vulnerability. The person who climbed these stairs tonight carries too much blood on his hands to pretend innocence, even temporarily. Still, there's something seductive about the illusion of normal this place represents. For one night, I can sleep in a room decorated with care by someone who believes in the fundamental goodness of strangers. I can pretend my biggest concerns are morning traffic and coffee quality, rather than federal investigations and assassination attempts. The laptop screen reflects my face, and I see the toll that months of running have taken. There are dark circles under my eyes and lines of tension around my mouth from the constant alertness that never quite fades, even in moments of relative safety. I look like what I am, a man who's been pushed to his limits and is still standing through sheer stubborn will. Tomorrow I'll have to become the crime boss who makes hard decisions and accepts brutal consequences again. But tonight, in this quiet room, in this peaceful house, I can be Alex Sokolov for a few hours longer. I close the laptop and prepare for bed. I position my weapon for quick access, memorize the escape routes, and mentally review emergency plans. As I settle into bed, I think about Celia's genuine smile when she welcomed me at the door, the care she put into preparing this room, and the kind of life that allows someone to trust strangers enough to invite them into their home. It's been so long since I encountered that kind of openness that I'd almost forgotten it existed. In my world, every interaction is a negotiation. Every relationship is transactional. And trust is a luxury that gets people killed. Here, tonight, surrounded by sage green walls and the scent of whatever flowers Celia placed on the dresser, I remember what it felt like to exist in a world where kindness wasn't weakness and trust wasn't stupidity. The memory is bittersweet, a reminder of everything I've lost in exchange for power and survival, but it's also oddly comforting and proof that somewhere beyond the world I inhabit, normal life continues. People still believe in hospitality and human connection, still create beauty for its own sake, and still open their doors to strangers because they choose hope over fear. I fall asleep thinking about that choice, about the courage it takes to remain optimistic in a world that provides plenty of reasons for cynicism. For the first time in months, I sleep without dreaming of Marcus Lang or the men who want me dead. Instead, I dream of sage green walls and safety found in the most unlikely places. I also dream of Celia's warm smile and the unexpected kindness, having no idea what she's offering to the monster who knocked on her door in the middle of the night.
I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, wide awake despite the exhaustion that should have knocked me out hours ago. The digital clock on my nightstand glows 12:43 a.m. in accusatory red numbers, but sleep refuses to come. Every small sound in the house seems amplified in the darkness. The refrigerator cycling on downstairs, the old floorboards settling, and the wind rattling my bedroom window take on a sinister note. They are normal house noises that I've lived with for 3 years, but tonight they feel different because I'm not alone anymore. There's a stranger sleeping in my guest room, a stranger named Alex Sokolov. Even his name sounds mysterious, rolling around in my mind like a marble in a jar. I keep replaying our brief interaction from an hour ago, analyzing every detail because something about him doesn't quite fit the mental image I'd constructed of my first guest. When I picture the kind of person who might book my room, I imagine middle-aged business travelers with rumpled shirts and tired eyes, or maybe young couples on budget vacations who couldn't afford lakefront resorts. I definitely didn't expect someone who looked like he'd stepped out of a magazine spread about successful European entrepreneurs. Alex appeared younger than I'd anticipated, probably early 30s, with dark hair that was perfectly styled, despite his late arrival and apparent travel delays. His clothes were expensive but understated, the kind of quality that whispers rather than shouts about wealth. Even at nearly midnight, he looked put together in a way that suggested either natural confidence or careful attention to appearance. That accent threw me too. Subtle, but definitely there. Eastern European? I couldn't quite place it. Intriguing. Combined with that careful politeness. What was his background? And why would he come to Lake Tahoe so late? I roll onto my side and pull the covers to my chin, trying to get comfortable while my mind continues racing. His booking request had been so last minute and so urgent. Need accommodation for one night. Arriving late due to travel delays. What kind of business requires someone to travel at night to a small mountain town? What kind of delays keep someone on the road until almost midnight on a Tuesday? The questions multiply in my brain like bacteria, feeding off my natural tendency to overthink everything. This is exactly the kind of spiral that Tripp used to call my investigation mode, when I'd fixate on inconsistencies and try to solve puzzles that probably didn't exist. Not everyone has ulterior motives, Celia, he'd say, whenever I questioned the behavior of acquaintances or co-workers. Sometimes people are exactly who they appear to be. Coming from someone who turned out to have his own hidden agenda about our relationship, that advice feels particularly hollow now, though maybe there's still some truth to it. Maybe Alex really is just a businessman with travel delays who happened to find my listing at the right moment. I force myself to take a deep breath and practice the relaxation techniques I learned from a meditation app during the worst days after the breakup. Focus on the present moment. Accept what you can observe without adding imaginary complications. Alex booked a room, arrived when he said he would, and behaved politely during our brief interaction. Everything else is speculation. He did radiate a certain energy, though, something I can't quite define but definitely felt during those few minutes at the front door. Not threatening exactly, but intense in a way that made me hyper-aware of his presence. He carried himself with the kind of confidence that comes from being accustomed to control, to having people defer to his wishes without question. The way he surveyed my living room as he entered, and his careful assessment of the space, reminded me of how my father used to examine hotel rooms when we traveled during my childhood. Dad was a security consultant for corporate clients, and he'd developed habits of noting exits and sight lines that became second nature over the years. Professional paranoia, he called it. Alex had that same quality of alert observation, though he tried to hide it behind polite small talk about travel delays and appreciation for my accommodating his late arrival. I wonder what he does for a living. His clothes and overall presentation suggested significant wealth, but he'd chosen my modest guest room over the luxury resorts that dot the Lake Tahoe area. Maybe he values privacy over amenities, or maybe there's something about high-end hotels that doesn't suit his needs. The thought sends a little shiver through me. What if he's running from something? What if he chose my listing specifically because it's new and unlikely to show up in whatever search his pursuers might conduct? I shake my head against the pillow, annoyed with myself for letting imagination run wild. I've clearly read one too many Lee Child books during my stint of unemployment. This is how conspiracy theories start, with perfectly innocent situations that get filtered through too much late-night speculation and not enough actual evidence. Alex is probably just a businessman who had meetings run late and needed somewhere to sleep before continuing his travels, though his relaxed attitude about timing suggests he might not be in as much of a hurry as his initial booking message implied. The intensity I sensed might simply be jet lag, combined with the stress of unexpected schedule changes. The expensive clothes could indicate success in any number of legitimate fields that require professional appearance and international travel. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and I grab it hoping for a distraction from my spinning thoughts. Instead, I find a text from my mother, Loretta, sent 20 minutes ago. Saw your listing online. Very proud of your initiative, honey. Make sure you keep your bedroom door locked. Love you. The message makes me smile despite my restless anxiety. Mom's ability to be simultaneously supportive and worry-inducing is a talent she's perfected over 27 years of motherhood. I'm touched that she took the time to look up my quick rent listing, though I'm not surprised that her first concern involves my personal safety. I glance at my bedroom door, where the new deadbolt I installed 2 weeks ago gleams in the dim light from my alarm clock. The hardware store clerk had recommended the most secure option available for interior doors, a solid steel mechanism that would take considerable force to break. I'd practiced with it multiple times during installation, making sure I could lock and unlock it quickly even in the dark. The precaution had seemed reasonable when I was planning this venture in abstract terms, but now that there's actually a stranger in my house, the deadbolt feels both reassuring and inadequate. What if Alex has intentions beyond a simple overnight stay? What if my background research missed something important about his identity or history? I text Mom back. Door is locked. Everything's fine. He seems nice. The words feel both true and insufficient, but I don't want to worry her with my middle-of-the-night doubts. Her response comes immediately. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, call 911. Your safety is more important than any booking fee. That's Mom in a nutshell. Protective and practical in equal measure. She and Dad raised me to be independent and self-sufficient, but she also made sure I understood independence doesn't mean ignoring warning signs or taking unnecessary risks. Dad, with his security background, was also a stickler for trusting his gut and taught me to do the same. The problem is that I can't decide if my instincts are telling me something legitimate or if I'm just nervous about this whole hosting experiment. Alex hasn't done anything inappropriate or threatening. He was polite during our interaction, respectful of my space, and seemed genuinely appreciative of my willingness to accommodate his late arrival. Was that intensity even real? Or just me, nervous about a stranger in the house, coloring how I saw him? I try to remember exactly what felt off about our interaction, but the details get fuzzy when I examine them closely. He thanked me for accommodating the late arrival and followed me upstairs without crowding or making me feel uncomfortable. He complimented the room and assured me it was perfect for his needs. Those are all perfectly normal guest behavior that gives me no real reason for concern. The accent was unusual but not inherently suspicious. Lake Tahoe attracts international visitors, especially during ski season. His expensive clothes might simply indicate success in whatever field brought him to the area. The late arrival could be explained by any number of legitimate travel complications. I'm probably overthinking this because it's my first booking, and I'm naturally anxious about whether I can handle the responsibility of hosting strangers. Tripp always said I tended to create problems where none existed, to analyze situations until I found reasons to worry. You look for complications because you're more comfortable solving problems than accepting that some things are just simple, he had said during one of our arguments about my supposedly excessive caution. Not everything needs to be dissected and understood before you can relax. At the time, I'd been hurt by his criticism, but maybe there was some truth to it. Maybe I am letting my analytical nature transform a straightforward business transaction into an elaborate mystery that exists only in my imagination. Alex booked a room for one night. He'll sleep, probably grab coffee in the morning, and leave to continue whatever brought him to the area. In 12 hours, this will all be over, and I'll have my first successful hosting experience behind me, along with the payment that will help cover this month's mortgage. It should be boring and uneventful, exactly the kind of unremarkable interaction that will build my confidence for future bookings. I'll probably never see him again after he checks out tomorrow morning, and within a week, I'll have trouble remembering his face clearly. This is what I signed up for when I decided to become a host, after all. My life will become a series of brief intersections with strangers. I need to get comfortable with the inherent uncertainty that comes with opening my home to people I don't know. The alternative is to cancel his booking and refund his payment, which would mean admitting I'm not cut out for this business before I've even given it a real chance. That feels like the kind of premature surrender that would haunt me for months, especially if I end up having to move back in with my widowed mother because I couldn't find any other way to generate income. It would be stupid, and I'm not that silly. I roll onto my back again and focus on the sound of rain pattering against my bedroom window. The weather matches my mood, unsettled and unpredictable, but there's something soothing about the rhythm of water on glass. It's the kind of night that makes indoor spaces feel especially cozy and secure. Somewhere upstairs, Alex is probably settling into the bed I made with fresh linens this morning. Maybe reading the welcome note I wrote with local restaurant recommendations and hiking trail suggestions. He might be appreciating the small touches I added to make the room feel welcoming, or he might simply be grateful for a clean, quiet place to sleep after what was obviously a long day of travel. I hope he's having better luck falling asleep than I am. He's just a handsome traveler who needed accommodation, and I'm just a host providing a service. Whatever mysterious energy I thought I sensed was probably nothing more than the natural awkwardness of strangers interacting in an intimate setting. Tomorrow I'll wake up to make breakfast for my first guest, and hopefully everything will go smoothly. Maybe he'll even leave a positive review, though with a brand new listing, I shouldn't expect too much. Even if he does extend his stay, which is always a possibility, it would just mean more income and more experience as a host. This is just the beginning of what could be a successful venture and a way to maintain my independence while I figure out my next career move. In a way, being let go was actually a blessing, because I had started to hate marketing as a career, and my old company specifically. To be successful at this new venture, I don't need to solve the mystery of every guest who books my room. I just need to provide good service and maintain appropriate boundaries. The rain continues its steady rhythm against the window, and I let the sound wash over me like a lullaby. My first guest is settling in for the night, and everything feels manageable now that I've talked myself through my initial anxiety. The storm outside sounds like it might intensify during the night, but we're well prepared for mountain weather in this house. I have flashlights and candles ready in case the power goes out, which happens occasionally during heavy storms in this area. At least Alex chose a good night to stay indoors, rather than trying to drive through mountain roads in this weather. At least that's what I tell myself as I finally drift towards sleep. The deadbolt on my bedroom door, a small but reassuring barrier between my private space and the stranger who's sharing my home tonight. I dream of sage green walls and unfamiliar accents, of expensive clothes and intense dark eyes that seem to see more than they should. In my dreams, Alex moves through my house like he belongs there, examining family photos and opening drawers that aren't meant for guests. Underwear drawers specifically, and he's pulling out little lace panties that were once reserved for Tripp.
I wake to the sound of rain still pattering against the window, though lighter now than the steady downpour that lulled me to sleep. And for a moment, I forget where I am. Then reality settles back into place, along with the familiar weight of responsibility and danger that follows me everywhere. It's 7:23 a.m., according to my phone. It's the first uninterrupted night's sleep I've had in weeks, which says something about either my exhaustion or the surprising sense of safety I found in this quiet suburban house. I shower in the small bathroom across the hall, grateful for the hot water and clean towels that smell like lavender fabric softener. Back in the guest room, I dress carefully in yesterday's clothes, which Celia probably noticed are expensive despite my attempts to appear unremarkable. I should have packed differently for this identity and chosen pieces that would blend better with the middle-class suburban environment in which I'm hiding. I'll have to get some new clothes. Once I'm ready, I retrieve the notebook from the bedside drawer where I secured it last night. The pages inside contain encrypted transaction records documenting 6 years of Russian Mafia activities in California, along with detailed payment schedules to corrupt FBI agents, federal judges, and political figures whose cooperation kept our operations running smoothly. I flip through the pages, double-checking that everything remains intact. The codes and numbers look innocuous enough to casual observation, but they represent millions in laundered money, bribes, and protection payments. Marcus Lang has been hunting this notebook since my brother's death, knowing it contains evidence that would not only bring down my organization, but expose the network of corruption that allowed us to operate with impunity for so long. If Lang gets this notebook from me, I have no idea what kind of chaos will transpire in the fallout. He could use it to clean house within the FBI, eliminating the agents who've been taking our money while positioning himself as the hero who exposed the corruption. Or he could leverage the information for his own purposes, blackmailing the same officials we've been paying to ensure they serve his interests instead of ours. Judging from the way he's been conducting himself, I think he'll pursue the latter option. He's anything but by the book. Either scenario ends badly for me and everyone connected to my organization. I close the notebook and slip it back into my jacket pocket, then head downstairs to find Celia. The smell of coffee and something baking guides me to the kitchen, where I find her standing at the counter with her back to me, hair pulled into a messy bun that reveals the graceful curve of her neck. She's wearing jeans and a soft gray sweater that makes her look younger than she did last night, and more relaxed in her own space. Good morning. I keep my voice neutral and professional, though something about the domestic scene makes me want to linger here longer than safety would recommend. She turns with a smile that transforms her entire face, making me wonder what I missed last night in the dim hallway lighting. Morning. I hope you slept well. Coffee's ready, and I just pulled some blueberry muffins from the oven. The muffins sit cooling on a wire rack, golden and fragrant, and clearly homemade rather than store-bought. When was the last time someone baked for me? The gesture feels personal in a way that catches me unprepared. You didn't need to go to such trouble. No trouble at all. I love baking, and it's been a while since I had an excuse to make more than single portions. Microwave muffins just aren't as good. She pours coffee into a ceramic mug and hands it to me, brushing her fingers against mine briefly in the exchange. How do you take it? Black is perfect. The coffee is excellent, rich and smooth, without the bitter edge I've grown accustomed to at truck stops and diners. This is very good. Thanks. I'm a bit of a coffee snob, I'm afraid. It's one of my few remaining indulgences. The casual reference to financial constraints reminds me she's recently unemployed, turning her spare bedroom into income out of necessity rather than choice. The thought bothers me more than it should. She seems like the kind of person who deserves stability and security, not the uncertainty that comes with depending on strangers for rent money. We settle at her small kitchen table with coffee and warm muffins. Steam rises from both our cups in the cool morning air, and she breaks her muffin into small pieces, eating each bite carefully. Her movements have a deliberate quality that suggests someone who's learned to savor simple pleasures. "So, what brings you to Lake Tahoe?" She glances up from her plate, brown eyes curious but not intrusive. My business meetings in Reno ran later than expected. I needed somewhere quiet to regroup before continuing to San Francisco. "What kind of business?" She takes a sip of coffee, waiting patiently for my answer. "International goods, mostly trade between Eastern Europe and the West Coast." The half-truth flows easily enough. Her face lights up with interest. "That sounds fascinating. I've always wanted to travel internationally, but I've never had the opportunity." She pauses, then adds with a self-deprecating laugh, "The farthest I've been is Vancouver, and that was for a college spring break trip where we mostly stayed in hostels and ate ramen." The image of her backpacking through Canada with college friends strikes me as both endearing and completely at odds with the sophisticated international travel my work requires. I want to tell her about Prague's cobblestone streets at dawn, the way canal light reflects off ancient buildings in St. Petersburg, and hidden restaurants in Moscow, where babushkas serve soup that could heal souls. Instead, I reach for my coffee. "Vancouver's beautiful. Did you enjoy it?" "We got caught in the rain every single day and somehow still had the best time." Her smile transforms her entire face. "There's something about traveling with friends when you're 20 and think you can survive on enthusiasm and instant noodles." We eat quietly for a few minutes, rain continuing to drum against the kitchen windows. She refills both our coffee cups without asking, the gesture automatic and welcoming. "I was wondering," I say unexpectedly, surprising myself as I set down my mug, "would it be possible to extend my stay another night? The weather looks problematic for mountain driving, and my schedule has some flexibility." She looks up quickly, and I catch something that might be relief crossing her face before she smiles. "Of course, I'll update your booking in the app. Are you sure one more night will be enough?" I have to pause for a moment. Being around her creates an unfamiliar sense of calm, like stepping into a quiet library after hours of city noise. Every instinct tells me to maintain distance, to remember that she knows nothing about who I really am or why I'm here, and to move on quickly. One more night should be sufficient. I keep my voice neutral despite the way she tilts her head slightly when listening. "Perfect." She stands to clear our plates, moving with the easy efficiency of someone comfortable in her own space. "I was actually planning to take my neighbor's dog for a hike this morning, if the rain lets up. You're welcome to join us if you don't have firm plans." The invitation startles me. I should decline and cite business calls or emails that need attention. Instead, I watch her rinse dishes at the sink, note the careful way she handles what could be her grandmother's china cups, and hear myself saying, "That sounds pleasant. I'd enjoy the company." When she turns back to face me, her smile could power the entire street. An hour later, the rain has diminished to a light drizzle. I'm walking beside Celia on a trail that winds through pine forests above her neighborhood. The dog she's borrowed bounces ahead of us like a wind-up toy, her stubby legs working overtime to match our pace. "This is Soraya," Celia says, laughing as the dog stops to investigate an interesting smell. "My neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, is recovering from hip surgery, so I've been helping with walks." Soraya looks like someone combined a Yorkshire Terrier, a Dachshund, and possibly several other breeds in an experiment that prioritized personality over aesthetics. Her tail never stops wagging, and she approaches every stick, rock, and leaf like it might be the most important discovery in canine history. She's very... I search for a diplomatic word. Ridiculous? Adorable? Completely lacking in dignity? Celia grins. Mrs. Patterson says she has the heart of a Great Dane trapped in a body that barely reaches your ankle. She took one look at the dorky little dog and adopted her immediately at a local adoption event when we attended last year. "You weren't interested in a dog?" I ask. She looks sad for a moment. "I was, but my boyfriend is allergic to dogs. Ex-boyfriend," she adds with fierce but quiet emphasis. Then she smiles. "I should have gotten the dog and dumped him at the shelter." The idea of her with another man makes me want to puke my guts out. I have no claim to her and no reason to feel so sickened by her being with someone else. But I do. Somehow, I manage to nod and reply, "The dog would probably have been the better choice." She laughs a little. "Once I'm back to work or more financially stable, I plan to adopt one." We follow a well-maintained trail that offers glimpses of Lake Tahoe through the trees. The air smells clean and sharp, pine-scented in a way that makes me realize how long it's been since I breathed air that wasn't tainted by exhaust fumes or urban pollution. "How long have you lived here?" I ask as we pause at a scenic overlook. 3 years. She adjusts Soraya's leash as the dog tries to investigate something beyond the trail boundary. "I moved up from Sacramento after college, thinking I'd stay maybe 2 years, and then find something more exciting in San Francisco or Los Angeles." "But you stayed?" The mountains got under my skin. She gestures toward the lake visible through the trees. "There's something about waking up to this view every day that makes other places seem too loud and too crowded, with too many people in too much of a hurry to get somewhere that's probably not worth the rush." I understand exactly what she means. Standing here with clean air filling my lungs and nothing but wind and bird song for soundtrack, my usual world feels like something from a fever dream. Soraya discovers what she apparently considers the world's most perfect stick and presents it to Celia with the pride of someone offering crown jewels. "Oh, this is a good one," Celia says solemnly, examining the stick with appropriate reverence before throwing it down the trail. "Excellent choice, Soraya." The dog bounds after it with enthusiasm that suggests she's never played this game before in her life, despite the fact that we've repeated this exact sequence 6 times in the past 15 minutes. "She's an eternal optimist," Celia says. "I think she believes that someday she'll find the stick so amazing that I'll be speechless with admiration and declare her the winner of all stick-finding contests forever." We continue hiking, and I start oversharing in a way I never have before. When she asks about my family, I tell her about growing up with a younger brother who thought every rule was a suggestion and every dare was a challenge. I don't mention that Dmitri died 6 years ago, or how or why his death changed everything about my life. "He sounds fun," she says. "I was always the responsible one growing up. My mom says I came out of the womb with a day planner and a 5-year plan." "And now?" She laughs, but there's something remorseful in it. "Now I'm unemployed and renting out my spare bedroom to strangers. So much for 5-year plans." What did you do before? Marketing for a consulting firm. 5 years of creating campaigns to convince people they needed services they'd never heard of. She picks up a fallen pine cone and turns it over in her hands. I was good at it, but I never loved it. Maybe getting laid off was the universe telling me to find something that actually matters. Like hosting? Like connecting with people. Like this. She gestures at the trail, the trees, and the ridiculous dog now trying to carry 3 sticks at once. When's the last time you took a morning to walk in the woods without checking your phone every 5 minutes? I pull my phone from my pocket, realize I haven't looked at it once since we started walking, and slide it back without checking messages. Point taken. See? The mountains are already working their magic on you. We walk for nearly 2 hours, conversation flowing as easily as if we've known each other for years rather than 12 hours. She tells me about her complicated relationship with her mother, who calls twice a week to offer career advice that usually boils down to move back home and find a nice accountant to marry. I share carefully edited stories about traveling for work and cities and cultures that fascinate her. Prague sounds incredible, she says when I describe the astronomical clock in Old Town Square. I've always wanted to see Europe, but it seemed so expensive and complicated to plan. It's not as difficult as people think. The key is knowing which tourist traps to avoid and which hidden places are worth finding. She gives a wistful smile. Maybe someday I'll be brave enough to book a solo trip. You should. Travel changes how you see everything, including yourself. She stops walking and looks at me directly. You talk like someone who's seen a lot of the world. I meet her gaze, struck again by how openly she looks at people, without the calculating assessment I'm used to. Business requires travel. That's not what I meant. She tilts her head, studying my face. You talk like someone who pays attention to places, not just passes through them. The observation is more perceptive than I expected, and I respond with more honesty than Alex Sokolov should possess. I learned early that if you're going to be somewhere, you might as well understand it. Every place has its own logic and its own style. You have to learn the pattern before you can truly enjoy it. That's a very philosophical approach to business travel. Before I can respond, Soraya returns with her collection of sticks and drops them at my feet like an offering to forest gods. I think she's decided you're part of her pack now, Celia says, laughing as Soraya looks expectantly between us. She only shares her best sticks with family. I pick up one of the damp, chewed sticks from the trail and crouch to toss it down the path. Soraya explodes after it like a missile with ears, tail wagging so hard it makes her whole body sway. I catch Celia watching me, something soft flickering behind her smile. We don't say anything else for a moment and just listen to the wind moving through the trees, along with the distant rustle of leaves stirred by our relentless little companion. We linger a while longer before heading back down the trail, the kind of quiet settling between us that doesn't need filling. Celia hums to herself, and Soraya trots between us like she's herding 2 strays who finally figured out how to walk side by side. By the time we return to the house, the sky has darkened with a promise of more rain, and I'm strangely reluctant to step away from the simple rhythm of their world. That evening, I lie in bed with my laptop, checking encrypted messages from Leonid and monitoring news feeds for any sign of Lang's current activities. The storm has intensified again, drumming rain against the windows like bullets and wind howling through the trees outside with enough force to make the house creak and settle. I'm reading an encrypted update about federal surveillance activities in Northern California when the lights flicker twice, then die completely. The laptop screen provides the only illumination in the suddenly dark room. Every electrical device in the house goes silent at once. It's eerie with no hum of appliances, no digital clock displays, and nothing but the storm's assault on the building. My hand moves instinctively toward the weapon I keep within easy reach. In my world, power failures usually signal trouble, the kind of tactical preparation that precedes raids or executions. But this isn't Moscow or Sacramento. This is Celia's suburban neighborhood, where storms knock out power lines and people wait patiently for utility crews to restore electricity. I close the laptop to preserve battery and sit in complete darkness, listening to the storm rage outside. The house feels different without electric lighting, more isolated but somehow more intimate, like being inside a cave while the world rages beyond the entrance. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. "Alex?" Celia's voice carries clearly, despite the storm noise. "Are you okay in there?" I open the door to find her standing in the hallway, flashlight beam pointed downward to avoid blinding me. She's changed into what look like flannel pajama pants and an oversized sweater, her hair loose around her shoulders. In her free hand, she balances a tray holding 2 wine glasses and a plate of cheese and crackers. "I thought you might be going stir-crazy without internet or television." Her smile looks slightly embarrassed in the flashlight glow. "Would you like some wine and snacks while we wait for the storm to pass?" "I have candles downstairs, and the fireplace works without electricity." The invitation is purely innocent, motivated by simple hospitality rather than any agenda I need to analyze or guard against. She's offering companionship during an inconvenient situation, and it's nothing more complex than that. I should decline. Distance would be safer and more appropriate, given who I really am and why I'm here. But looking at her face in the soft light, seeing genuine concern mixed with tentative hope in her expression, I nod. "That sounds very nice." The smile she gives me in response makes every risk feel worthwhile. We make our way downstairs by flashlight, and she leads me to the living room, where she's already lit several candles and started a fire in the stone fireplace. The flickering light transforms the familiar space into something magical. Shadows dancing on the walls, and warm orange light playing across her features as she moves around the room. She pours wine from a bottle she left on the coffee table, handing me a glass of what tastes like an excellent Pinot Noir. We settle on opposite ends of her couch, the plate of cheese and crackers between us, and I allow myself to pretend for a moment that this is my life, that I'm someone who comes home to candlelight and wine and conversation with someone who finds me interesting for reasons that have nothing to do with fear or greed or calculation. "This is nice," I say, raising my glass in a small toast. "Here's to unexpected storms and forced relaxation." She touches her glass to mine, and the crystal rings softly in the quiet room. Outside, the storm continues its assault on the mountains. But inside this circle of candlelight and warmth, I feel safer than I have in months. Not because the house provides physical security, but because the woman sitting across from me offers something I'd almost forgotten existed: the possibility of connection without consequence, conversation without hidden agendas, and the simple pleasure of being enjoyed for who I appear to be rather than feared for who I really am. It's dangerous and foolish and completely contrary to every survival instinct I've developed over the years of living in the shadow economy. But as I watch Celia's face in the firelight, listening to her laugh at something I've said, I can't bring myself to care about the risks. For tonight, the storm has trapped us together in this small island of warmth and light, and I'm grateful for the excuse to stay exactly where I am.
We settle on opposite ends of my couch, the wine tray balanced on the coffee table between us. Candlelight flickers across the room, casting dancing shadows on the walls and making everything feel intimate and removed from the ordinary world. The storm continues its assault outside, but inside this circle of warm light, we might as well be the only two people left on Earth. This is charming, Alex raises his glass, and the crystal catches the firelight. Thank you for thinking of it. I hate being alone during power outages. I take a sip of the Pinot Noir, letting the wine warm my throat. When I was little, my dad used to tell me stories during storms to keep me from getting scared. Now, I just feel restless without the distraction of television or internet. What kind of stories? Adventure stories mostly. Tales about brave princesses who rescued themselves and explorers who discovered hidden worlds. I smile at the memory. He had this theory that girls needed to hear about women who solved their own problems instead of waiting to be saved. Smart man. He was. I miss the way he could make ordinary moments feel special just by paying attention to them. Alex leans forward slightly. He passed away? 3 years ago, heart attack. The words still catch in my throat sometimes. He was relatively young, only 58. One day he was teaching me how to change my car's oil, and 2 weeks later, he was gone. I'm sorry. Thank you. I take another sip of wine, feeling the familiar ache that comes with missing someone. What about your family? Are you close with them? Something shifts in his expression, so subtle I almost miss it. My brother died 6 years ago. We were very close. I'm sorry, that must have been devastating. It changed everything. He stares into the fire for a moment, and I see grief there that matches my own. He was younger than me, always getting into trouble, always sure that rules were just suggestions. But he had this way of making everyone around him feel more alive. Sounds like he was lucky to have you looking out for him. I wasn't there when it mattered most. The words come out flat and final. I should have protected him better. The pain in his voice makes me want to reach across the space between us, to offer comfort the way he might have offered it to me. Instead, I curl my legs under me and study his profile in the candlelight. Guilt is a terrible companion, I say softly. I spent months after Dad died, thinking about all the things I should have said, and all the visits I should have made. It doesn't bring them back, but it's hard to let go of the feeling that somehow we failed them. He looks at me then, and something passes between us. Recognition, maybe, the understanding that comes from sharing similar wounds. Your father sounds like he raised you well. I nod. He tried. He and my mom both worked hard to make sure I could take care of myself. I smile, thinking of Dad's endless safety lectures and Mom's practical advice about everything from budgeting to cooking pork to 160 degrees. And never mind the newer chef's guides. Sometimes I think they prepared me too well for independence. I'm not very good at needing people. That doesn't sound like a weakness. Maybe not, but it can be lonely. The admission surprises me. I don't usually share personal revelations with near strangers, especially after half a glass of wine. I think that's part of why my last relationship ended. I was too self-sufficient, too focused on planning and controlling outcomes instead of just letting things happen naturally. But he was also never going to commit, so... What happened? 3 years together, and when I finally asked where we were heading, he acted like I was being unreasonable for wanting clarity about our future. I realize I'm probably sharing too much, but the wine and candlelight and his attentive silence make it easy to keep talking. He wanted to enjoy the present without thinking about tomorrow. I wanted to build something that would last. Incompatible approaches to time. Exactly. I'm impressed by how succinctly he's captured the heart of my failed relationship. He thought I was too intense and too controlling. Maybe he was right. Or maybe he was scared of commitment and blamed you for wanting what most people want in a serious relationship. The gentle defense catches me by surprise. Tripp never acknowledged that my desire for clarity might be reasonable rather than demanding. Thank you. I needed to hear that. We sit in comfortable silence for a few minutes, sipping wine and listening to the storm. The conversation has shifted something between us, created a different kind of intimacy than the polite guest-host dynamic we maintained during the day. Can I ask you something? I set down my wine glass and turned to face him more directly. Of course. Earlier today, when we were hiking, you talked about traveling like someone who really sees places rather than just passing through them. What made you that way? He considers the question, swirling wine in his glass. When you spend a lot of time in unfamiliar places, you learn that every city has its own logic, its own rhythm. If you don't take time to understand the pattern, you miss everything that makes it unique. That's a very philosophical approach for business travel. Business can be unpredictable. Understanding your environment becomes a survival skill. Something in his tone suggests he's choosing his words carefully, but the wine has dulled my usual analytical instincts. Instead of pressing for details, I admire the way firelight plays across his features, highlighting the strong line of his jaw and the intelligence in his dark eyes. You're very different from what I expected when I started hosting. How so? I thought I'd get middle-aged business travelers with tired complaints about airline delays, or maybe young couples trying to save money on vacation accommodations. I gesture at him with my wine glass. I definitely didn't expect someone who discusses the philosophy of travel and makes me question assumptions I didn't know I was making. What assumptions? That strangers are just strangers, that you can share space with someone without really connecting. I take another sip of wine, feeling bold. That someone could walk into your life for one night and make you remember what it feels like to have a real conversation with another human being. The words hang between us, more honest than I intended. The wine has definitely affected my judgment, but I don't regret the admission. There's something about Alex that feels safe, even if he remains largely mysterious beneath his handsome facade. Celia, he sets down his wine glass and leans forward, closing some of the distance between us on the couch. Yes. I should tell you that Thunder crashes overhead, so loud it shakes the windows, and we both startle. The moment breaks, but the intensity lingers in the air between us like electricity before a lightning strike. I should probably check the flashlights, I say, though I make no move to get up. Make sure the batteries are still good. Probably. He doesn't move either. We look at each other across the small space of the coffee table, and something shifts. Some invisible barrier dissolving in the candlelight and wine and shared confidences. He's watching me with an expression I can't quite read, intense and careful at the same time. Alex? Yes? What were you going to say? Before the thunder interrupted. He studies my face for a long moment, and I see him wrestling with some internal decision. Finally, he shakes his head slightly. It wasn't important. I don't believe him, but I don't push. Instead, I reach for my wine glass, and he does the same. Our fingers brush as we both grab our drinks, and neither of us pulls away immediately. The contact sends a small shock through me, an awareness that has nothing to do with static electricity, and everything to do with the way he's looking at me now. His fingers linger against mine for just a moment longer than accident would explain. Celia? Thank you for this, for the wine and conversation, for making me feel welcome. You are welcome. The words come out softer than I intended. I'm glad you decided to stay another night. So am I. The simple admission carries weight that has nothing to do with travel logistics and everything to do with the growing tension between us. I should probably suggest we call it a night and retreat to our separate rooms with proper boundaries. Instead, I set down my wine glass and move closer to him on the couch. Can I ask you something else? anything. Are you always this mysterious, or is it just the candlelight making you seem like you have secrets? He laughs, but there's something rueful about it. Everyone has secrets, some more than others. True. He reaches out and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, the gesture so gentle and unexpected that it makes my breath still for a second. What about you? What secrets are you keeping? Nothing nearly as interesting as yours, I'm sure. I lean into his touch without meaning to. Right now, my biggest secret is that I'm attracted to my guest, which is probably terrible hosting etiquette. The admission is honest and slightly embarrassing. I can't believe I just said that out loud, but the wine and the intimacy of the candlelit room have dissolved my usual filters. Celia, he traces his thumb along my cheekbone, and I close my eyes at the sensation. I know it's unprofessional. I know you'll be leaving tomorrow and this is probably a terrible idea, and I'm not usually impulsive about things like this. I open my eyelids to find him watching me intently, but I can't seem to make myself care about any of those very rational objections. What do you care about? Right now, the way you're looking at me, the way you listened when I talked about my father, the way you make me feel like maybe taking risks isn't always a mistake. He moves closer, and I can smell his cologne mixed with the scent of rain from our earlier hike. You're not mistaken. How can you be sure? Because I've never met anyone like you. He cups my face, thumb still tracing gentle patterns on my skin. Because you bake muffins for strangers and walk ridiculous dogs and create beautiful spaces for people you've never met. Those aren't particularly remarkable qualities. They are to me. The words are hardly more than a whisper, but they hit me with the force of a shout. When was the last time someone looked at the ordinary details of my life and saw something worth admiring? When did someone last make me feel like my simple kindnesses mattered? Alex, tell me to stop. His face is close enough now that I can feel his breath against my lips. Tell me this is a bad idea, and I'll go back upstairs. We'll pretend this never happened. I should tell him to stop. Every rational part of my brain is screaming warnings about getting involved with a guest, about letting attraction override good judgment, and reminding me I know almost nothing about this man who's somehow become the most compelling person I've met in years. Instead, I close the remaining distance between us and press my lips to his. The kiss starts gently, like a question more than a statement, but when he responds by pulling me closer, gentleness transforms into something hungrier. I thread my fingers through his hair and deepen the kiss, tasting wine and want and something that might be desperation.
The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. I slip from Celia's bed at 4:30 a.m., moving in silence. She lies curled on her side, hair spread across the pillow like dark silk, with one hand reaching toward the space where I'd been sleeping. The sight stops me for a moment. In sleep, she looks younger and unguarded in a way that makes my chest tighten with something I can't afford to name. The candlelight has long since burned out, but dawn is beginning to creep through her bedroom windows, painting everything in soft gray light that makes the previous night feel like a fever dream. What happened between us was monumentally stupid. I dress quickly in the clothes I left scattered on her bedroom floor, each piece of fabric a reminder of how thoroughly I lost control. The notebook containing enough evidence to destroy dozens of lives sits in my jacket pocket. But for 6 hours, I forgot it existed. For 6 hours, I forgot about Marcus Lang and federal investigations and the network of corruption that's kept me alive this long. For 6 hours, I was just a man lying beside a woman who made me remember what it felt like to want something other than survival. I find paper and pen on her kitchen counter and write a brief note. Thank you for everything. Had to leave early for business. We'll be in touch. A. Inadequate doesn't begin to cover it, but anything more detailed would be both dangerous and dishonest. I can't tell her the truth about who I am or why I'm really here, and she deserves better than elaborate lies. I leave the note beside the coffee maker, where she'll find it when she wakes, along with enough cash to cover several more nights than I actually stayed. The money feels like payment for services rendered, which makes me hate myself a little more, but it's practical help she clearly needs. The morning air is sharp and clean as I load my bag into the rental car, carrying the scent of pine and the lingering moisture from last night's storm. Behind me, Celia sleeps peacefully in the house where I've left traces of my presence that could put her in danger if the wrong people come looking. I should feel nothing but relief to be moving again, returning to the familiar patterns of evasion and survival that have kept me alive for 8 months. Instead, I feel like I'm leaving something essential behind, some part of myself that I'd forgotten existed, until she smiled at me over homemade muffins and coffee that tasted like home. I drive to the meeting point Leonid and I established through encrypted channels, a rest stop 15 miles outside Lake Tahoe, where long-haul truckers grab coffee and gas before tackling mountain passes. It's the kind of anonymous public space where two men can have a conversation without attracting attention, provided they keep their voices low and their body language casual. Leonid's already there when I arrive, leaning against his own rental car with a paper cup of what's probably terrible coffee and a newspaper he's not actually reading. He looks exactly like what he is, a successful businessman taking a break from a long drive. The casual disguise hides scars from knife fights and bullet wounds and covers the tattoos that mark him as someone not to be crossed in certain circles. "You look like shit," he says as I approach. "Good morning to you, too." "Rough night?" His English carries traces of the accent we both work to minimize in public, but Russian consonants emerge when he's worried or tired. "Complicated night." I accept the coffee he offers, though it tastes like it was brewed sometime last week, making me nostalgic for yesterday morning's amazing cup and more amazing company. "What's the situation?" Lang's people hit 2 more of our safe houses yesterday in Sacramento and Stockton. Both were cleaned out, but they'd already been scrubbed of anything incriminating weeks ago. I've been systemically ensuring all our safe houses are completely clean. There are just a couple left to address, but they're in the Midwest and not a priority right now. He folds the newspaper with movements that look casual, but allow him to scan the parking lot for potential threats. Either he's getting very lucky, or someone's feeding him information. The confirmation of what I've suspected for weeks settles in my stomach like poison. How close? Close enough that we need to move the ledger today. I've arranged a new location at an off-grid facility in Nevada that no one else knows about. I finalized the purchase last week with a shell corporation a dozen steps removed from the regular business. He glances at my jacket pocket, where the notebook rests. Still have our insurance policy. I touch the leather cover through the fabric. Everything's intact. Transaction records, payment schedules, and account numbers. We have enough evidence to bring down everyone from federal judges to city councilmen. Good and bad, because if Lang gets his hands on that information and we're all dead within a week, the business is gone too. If he gets his hands on it, chaos follows either way. I take another sip of terrible coffee, thinking about the encrypted pages that document 6 years of carefully cultivated corruption. He could use it to clean house within the FBI and eliminate the agents who've been taking our money while positioning himself as the hero who exposed the rot. Or Or he could leverage it for his own purposes, blackmail the same officials we've been paying to ensure they serve his interests instead of ours. I watch a family loading camping gear into their minivan, the father checking straps twice while the mother herds sleepy children toward the restroom. Normal people with normal problems. Judging from the way he's been conducting himself, I think he'll try to push us out and take over after putting us in the ground. He's anything but by the book. Leonid nods grimly. Either scenario ends with us dead and him in control of our entire West Coast operation, which is why we need to identify our leak before we lose any more ground. I lean against my car, matching his casual posture while we discuss matters that could get us both killed. Who has access to safe house locations? Inner circle only. You, me, Victor, and Dimitri's old crew. He ticks off names on his fingers, each one representing years of shared history and supposedly unbreakable loyalty. Maybe 8 people total who know enough to compromise our security, and none of them know about the place I'm sending you now. I nod in acknowledgement. Victor's been with us since the beginning. He saved my life twice in the early days. Doesn't mean he can't be bought or threatened into cooperation. Lang's good at finding pressure points. Leonid crushes his empty coffee cup with more force than necessary. What about Dimitri's crew? Some of them never fully accepted your leadership after he died. The reminder of my brother's death and its aftermath stings more than it should after 6 years. Dimitri had been the charismatic one, the natural leader who inspired fierce loyalty through charm rather than fear. His death left a power vacuum that I filled through necessity rather than ambition, and some of his closest associates never forgave me for surviving when he didn't. Possible, but they've had 6 years to betray us if that was their intention. Why wait until now? Maybe Lang only recently figured out how to approach them. Maybe he's offering something they couldn't resist. Leonid straightens as a state trooper pulls into the rest stop, both of us automatically noting his presence without changing our conversation. Money, protection, or revenge against you for taking what they think should have been theirs could entice some. We'll have to investigate them all. The thought exhausts me more than it should. 6 years of building trust and loyalty, and now I have to suspect everyone I've depended on for survival. It's demoralizing. Do it, but quietly and carefully. If we tip off the wrong person, they'll run straight to Lang. Agreed. I'll start surveillance on the most likely candidates. The trooper gets coffee and returns to his patrol car without glancing in our direction, as Leonid monitors his movements from the corner of his eye. I should be focused entirely on tactical considerations, location security, communication protocols, and escape routes if the new safe house is compromised. Instead, I'm thinking about sage green walls, that dorky little dog with her sticks, and the way Celia's hair caught morning light as she slept. There's something else. The words come out before I can stop them. Leonid turns to study my face with the careful attention of someone who's learned to read danger in small changes of expression. What kind of something else? The host at the house where I stayed last night. I struggle to find words that don't make me sound like a complete fool. Things became complicated. Complicated how? His voice drops to the flat tone he uses when he thinks I'm about to tell him something that will make his job significantly more difficult. We slept together. The silence stretches between us like a taut wire. Somewhere across the parking lot, a truck driver starts his engine with a rumble that seems to echo the building tension in Leonid's expression. You slept with a civilian. His words carry the weight of 6 years of friendship and the disappointment of someone who expected better judgment from a man he's trusted with his life. It wasn't planned. It never is. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture I recognize as his way of processing information he wishes he didn't have. Jesus, Yefrem, you know better than this. I know. Do you? Because sleeping with random civilians while federal agents are hunting you isn't just stupid, it's potentially lethal. For both of you. He starts pacing, 3 steps in each direction, the movement barely visible but clearly agitated. What if Lang traces you to her house? What if she becomes a target because of your inability to keep your dick in your pants? The crude assessment stings because it contains enough truth to be uncomfortable. I did put Celia at risk by getting involved with her, no matter how genuine the connection felt in the moment. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? He stops pacing and faces me directly. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you endangered an innocent woman because you got lonely and sentimental. She's not just some random civilian. The words come out with more heat than I intended. She's intelligent, kind, and genuinely decent in a way that's rare in our world. Being around her made me remember what it felt like to exist without constantly calculating threats and advantages. And that's exactly why you need to stay away from her. Leonid's voice softens slightly, but the concern remains. You're getting attached, which makes you vulnerable. Vulnerable gets you killed in our business. I'm not attached. Really? Then why are we having this conversation instead of discussing operational security? He crosses his arms, waiting for an answer I don't have. The truth is, I can't stop thinking about the way Celia responded to my touch, the trust she showed by inviting me into her bed, and the genuine pleasure she took in simple conversation over wine and candlelight. I can't stop wondering what might have happened if I were really Alex Sokolov, traveling businessman, instead of Yefrem Kulikov, Russian crime boss with blood on his hands and enemies closing in from all sides. She deserves better than what I can offer, I say finally. At least you recognize that much. Leonid checks his watch, probably calculating travel time to our next secure location. What's done is done. Now we focus on damage control. Meaning we move you to the Nevada facility today, establish new communication protocols, and hope Lang doesn't trace you to Lake Tahoe. He pauses, studying my expression. You didn't tell her anything, did you? About who you are or why you're here? Nothing. She thinks I'm a businessman traveling to San Francisco. Good. Keep it that way. He turns toward his car, then stops. Yefrem, don't contact her again. Whatever you think you felt last night, it's not worth her life or yours. The finality in his voice should reassure me. Clean breaks are always safer, and maintaining distance protects both of us from complications that could prove fatal. Instead, the thought of never seeing Celia again sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. There is one thing, I say as he reaches for his car door. What now? I want you to keep an eye on her for a bit, discreetly and from a distance, just to make sure she's safe in case someone traces me to her place. He stares at me like I've suggested we start a charity for orphaned puppies. You want me to provide surveillance protection for a civilian you barely know because you had a one-night stand. I want to make sure my poor judgment doesn't get an innocent woman killed. He shakes his head. Your poor judgment was sleeping with her in the first place. The smart play now is to disappear completely and hope no one connects her to you. Leonid. I keep my voice level, but let enough authority creep in to remind him that despite our friendship, I'm still the one who makes final decisions. I'm not asking for active protection or direct contact, just periodic observation to make sure she's safe. If Lang's people show up asking questions, I want to know about it. He's quiet for a long moment, weighing the risks against my apparent determination to involve him in what he clearly considers emotional stupidity. Finally, he nods once. Fine. I'll have someone check on her periodically, but this is the last favor I do for your conscience. Understood? Understood. He gets into his car without another word, and I follow suit. As we pull out of the rest stop in opposite directions with the plan to meet up at the coordinates he's going to email me through encrypted channels, I catch a glimpse of the mountains that hide Lake Tahoe from view. Somewhere beyond those peaks, Celia is probably waking up to find my inadequate note and the money I left behind. I wonder if she'll think of me as fondly as I'm already thinking of her, or if she'll recognize the encounter for what it really was. A dangerous distraction that could have gotten us both killed. The rational part of my mind hopes for the latter. The part that remembers the way she smiled in candlelight hopes for something else entirely. Something I have no right to want and no ability to provide. I drive toward the next phase of a survival strategy that's kept me alive for 8 months, trying not to think about sage green walls or the sound of genuine laughter over morning coffee, trying not to think about what I might have found if I were a different man living a different life. The notebook in my pocket feels heavier. With each mile I put between myself and the woman who reminded me what it felt like to be human, instead of just a collection of survival instincts and calculated risks. By the time I reach the Nevada border, I've almost convinced myself that leaving was the right choice, and protection from a distance is enough to satisfy whatever obligation I feel toward her. Almost, but not quite.
I wake to pale morning light filtering through my bedroom curtains and the immediate awareness that I'm alone. The space beside me in bed is cold, the pillow still bearing the indent of Alex's head, but no other trace of his presence. I sit up slowly, running my fingers through tangled hair and trying to process the hollow feeling in my chest. The house feels different, not just quiet in the normal way of early morning, but genuinely empty, like all the air has been sucked out of it. I pull on my robe and pad downstairs, half expecting to find him in the kitchen making coffee with that careful attention to detail I noticed yesterday. Instead, I find a note propped against the coffee maker in handwriting I don't recognize. Thank you for everything. Had to leave early for business. We'll be in touch. A. Beside the note sits a stack of cash, more cash than his room cost, and he already paid for it through the app. It's also way more than any reasonable tip would justify. I count it twice, my stomach sinking with each bill. Each counting confirms it's $400, which is enough to cover nearly 2 weeks of groceries, or a significant chunk of my mortgage payment. It also feels like payment for services rendered in my bed, rather than just as his host. The practical part of my brain recognizes I need this money, that every dollar helps when I'm scrambling to make ends meet, between job interviews and the occasional quick rent booking. Yet my pride rebels against accepting what feels like compensation for sleeping with him. I sit at my kitchen table with the cash in my hands, torn between throwing it back at him and tucking it away for emergencies. The note tells me nothing useful about where he went or whether I'll actually hear from him again. We'll be in touch could mean anything or nothing, the kind of vague promise people make when they want to avoid awkward goodbyes. The coffee maker gurgles to life on its timer, and I remember I programmed it last night, expecting to share breakfast with him this morning. The assumption now seems laughably naive. Of course he left early. What did I expect from a one-night encounter with a virtual stranger? I pour coffee into a single mug, the routine feeling strange after yesterday's easy conversation over shared breakfast. The kitchen seems too quiet without his voice asking thoughtful questions about my life, and too empty without his presence filling the space between refrigerator and counter. Knock it off, Celia. You had a lovely evening with an attractive man who was always going to leave this morning. Nothing about that has changed except your own unrealistic expectations. I fold the cash and slide it into the emergency envelope I keep in my kitchen drawer, the one labeled Last Resort in my own careful handwriting. Pride is a luxury I can't afford right now, and $400 represents a significant buffer against financial disaster. The house feels too quiet as I shower and dress, so I turn on music to fill the silence. Even with upbeat songs playing, I catch myself listening for footsteps on the stairs, or the sound of someone moving around in the guest room. By 10 o'clock, I can't stand the emptiness anymore. I grab a casserole dish from the freezer and walk across the street to Mrs. Patterson's house, using meal preparation as an excuse to get out of my own head. Celia, dear. Mrs. Patterson opens her front door with the enthusiasm of someone genuinely delighted by unexpected company. What a lovely surprise. I came to make you some meals. That's so thoughtful. She ushers me into her cozy living room, where Soraya immediately abandons her favorite squeaky toy to demand attention from her second favorite human. I scratch behind her ridiculous ears while Mrs. Patterson settles carefully into her recliner. How's the hip feeling? I ask, genuinely concerned about her recovery. Much better, thank you. Physical therapy is helping, though I swear that woman they assigned me is part drill sergeant. She studies my face with the keen observation of someone who raised 4 children and taught elementary school for 30 years. You look tired, dear. Everything all right? Just busy with the hosting business. I had my first guest checkout this morning. How exciting. How did it go? I should give her a simple, positive summary that doesn't reveal how complicated the experience became. Instead, I hesitate, probably betraying more than I intend with my expression. It went well, I say finally. He was very polite and respectful. But Mrs. Patterson has always been able to read me like a book, a skill that makes her both an excellent teacher and an occasionally inconvenient neighbor. But nothing. It was exactly what it was supposed to be, a professional transaction. The words taste like ash in my mouth. She doesn't sound convinced. I'm sure you'll have many more guests soon. Word of mouth is powerful in the hospitality business. After preparing a casserole for her, along with some easier stovetop meals and freezing them into individual servings, I spend another hour helping her organize medications and discussing her physical therapy routine, grateful for the distraction of focusing on someone else's needs. Soraya provides additional entertainment by demonstrating her ability to carry 2 tiny tennis balls at once, a skill she's apparently been perfecting during my absence. I should take this one for a proper walk, I say, clipping Soraya's leash to her collar. She's got energy to burn. Wonderful. She's been moping since yesterday, probably missing her hiking adventure. She came home absolutely exhausted and covered in pine needles. Slept for hours, which never happens after our usual neighborhood walks. Mrs. Patterson's eyes twinkle with curiosity. I assumed you'd taken her somewhere special? Oh, yes. We went up to the Ridge Trail. I focus on adjusting Soraya's leash to avoid meeting her knowing gaze. With your guest? Heat creeps up my neck. He didn't have firm plans for the morning, so I invited him along. How nice. It's always good to show visitors the natural beauty of our area. Her tone is perfectly innocent, but I catch the undertone of matchmaking satisfaction that makes me want to disappear into the floor. It was just a hike, Mrs. Patterson. Of course, dear. Just a hike with a handsome stranger who made you glow like a woman who's remembered what it feels like to be appreciated. I stare at her, caught between embarrassment and amazement at her perceptiveness. How do you... 30 years of teaching gives you an eye for these things. Plus, you're humming. She gestures toward me with obvious amusement. You only hum when you're processing strong emotions, usually happy ones mixed with uncertainty. I realize she's right. I've been unconsciously humming the same melody all morning. It's complicated. The best ones usually are. Soraya and I walk the familiar neighborhood loop, her enthusiasm for every smell and sight, providing a welcome contrast to my brooding thoughts. She doesn't care that Alex left without saying goodbye in person, and doesn't analyze the intentions behind cash left on kitchen counters, or wonder whether genuine connection can develop in less than 24 hours. She just enjoys the walk, finding joy in the simple pleasure of exploration and movement. I try to follow her example, focusing on the crisp mountain air and the way late morning light filters through pine branches. I return the dog with enough time to spare to meet Gemma for our usual Thursday lunch. By the time I meet her at our usual spot downtown, I've almost convinced myself I'm handling the situation with appropriate adult perspective. "You look different," Gemma says, before I've even sat down at our booth. Different how? I don't know. Relaxed. No, that's not right. She tilts her head, studying me with the intensity of someone who's known me for 15 years. "You look like you've been thoroughly." "Can we order first?" I interrupt, heat flooding my cheeks. "Oh my, Celia." Her eyes widen with delighted realization. "You slept with someone." "Keep your voice down." I glance around the restaurant, though it's mostly empty in the lull between lunch and dinner crowds. "You did. You actually had sex with a human male who isn't Trip the Terrible." She leans across the table, grinning like she's won the lottery. "Tell me everything." There's nothing to tell. Proving how observant she is, she says, "Bullshit. You're practically glowing, and you're wearing lipstick on a Thursday afternoon, which you never do unless something significant has happened." She flags down our server and orders for both of us without consulting the menu, a privilege earned through 2 years of shared meals and identical taste in comfort food. Spill. I give her the edited version. Attractive guest, unexpected chemistry, and one night of adult companionship that was never meant to be more than temporary connection. I leave out the money on the counter and how it turned the whole night into something tainted and sordid in my mind. "I'm proud of you," she says when I finish the sanitized account. "For what?" "For doing something spontaneous and fun without overthinking it to death." She raises her iced tea in a mock toast. "Though you probably shouldn't advertise that as coming with the room. Your quick rent reviews might get interesting." I laugh despite myself, grateful for her ability to find humor in situations that make me want to hide under blankets. "It wasn't planned. It just happened." That's usually how it works. "So, when are you seeing him again?" "I'm not. He left this morning for San Francisco, back to his real life and whatever business brought him through Lake Tahoe in the first place." I try to keep my tone light and unaffected. It was exactly what it was supposed to be. A brief encounter, no strings attached. I grimace when I say, I don't even know if he's married or in a relationship. I didn't think to ask. I groan in disgust. She pats my hand. "Not your fault if he is a cheater, but do you think he was?" Going with my gut, I say, "No? I don't think he has anyone special. He seemed lonely, like me. We both needed last night, I think." Gemma studies my face with the careful attention of someone who's learned to read between my carefully constructed words over the past 2 years of friendship. "Yes, and now you wish it could be more." "It doesn't matter what I wish. He's gone, and I'll probably never see him again." I take a large bite of my sandwich to avoid further discussion. Did he at least leave his contact information? Say he'd call when he gets back to wherever he's from. He left a note saying he'd be in touch. Well, that's something. Maybe. I shake my head. "Gemma, can we talk about something else, please?" She recognizes the note in my voice. That means I'm approaching my limit for emotional excavation. "Of course. How's the job search going?" We spend the rest of lunch discussing career prospects and her latest dating disasters, which are comfortable topics that don't require me to examine my feelings about mysterious strangers who disappear before dawn. As the afternoon progresses, my thoughts return to Alex despite my best efforts at distraction, not just to the physical intimacy we shared, though that was certainly memorable, but to the conversations that preceded it. The way he listened when I talked about my father, the grief I glimpsed when he mentioned his brother, and the sense that beneath his polite exterior lay depths I'd barely begun to explore. Had I imagined the connection I felt when we opened up to each other? Was the chemistry purely physical, enhanced by wine and candlelight and the novelty of sleeping with someone who wasn't Tripp? By evening, curiosity gets the better of me. I open my laptop and search for Alex Sokolov in various combinations with terms like international trade, Eastern Europe, and business. The searches return nothing useful. No LinkedIn profile, no company websites, and no social media presence that matches the man who shared my bed last night. In an age when everyone leaves digital footprints, when even my elderly neighbors have Facebook accounts they barely use, complete online anonymity strikes me as unusual. Most legitimate business people have some kind of professional web presence, even if it's just a basic company listing or industry directory entry. I try variations of the spelling: Alexander Sokolov, Alex Sokolov, Alexander Sokolov, but still find nothing that matches the man I met or explains what kind of trade business requires complete digital invisibility. The absence of information bothers me more than it should. I tell myself that some people value privacy, that not everyone needs to broadcast their professional activities online, but something about the complete void where there should be at least some trace of his existence makes my investigative instincts itch. Dad always said to trust my gut when something didn't feel right. Information that doesn't exist is still information, he'd say, when teaching me about research and verification. Sometimes what's missing tells you more than what's present. I close the laptop and head upstairs to clean the guest room. The practical task should help clear my head and restore normal routine to a space that's been transformed by intimate memory. The bed is easy to remake with fresh linens. I vacuum the carpet, dust the surfaces, and replace the flowers on the dresser with a new arrangement from my garden. Gradually, the room returns to its original state, ready for the next guest who might book it. I save the bedside table for last, opening the drawer to see if he left any comments in the leather-bound notebook and quality pen I provide for guests who want to jot down thoughts or recommendations during their stay. A notebook is still there, but it's not the one I placed in the drawer. I pull out the leather-bound journal, immediately noticing that it feels different in my hands, heavier and more worn, with creases and marks that suggest frequent use. When I open it, instead of blank pages waiting for guest observations about their Lake Tahoe experience, I find page after page of dense handwriting in a script I can't entirely decipher. Numbers, letters, names I don't recognize, arranged in columns and lists that look like some kind of code or accounting system. Entries like VK-50K-03/15 and Judge Morrison-quarterly-confirmed, alongside series of numbers that could be account references or transaction codes. I flip through several pages, trying to make sense of the information. Some entries are in English, and some in what might be Russian based on the Cyrillic characters, but that's a wild guess mostly based on his faint Eastern European accent. There are dates going back 6 years, with numbers ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and names that sound both American and Eastern European. This isn't a guest notebook. This is someone's private record of something. Financial transactions, maybe, though the cryptic notations and multiple languages suggest something more complex than standard business accounting. Alex must have switched the notebooks by mistake, taking mine while leaving his behind in the drawer. I guess it was an easy error to make when packing quickly in dim morning light, especially since both notebooks are similar in size and binding. As I study the pages more carefully, noting the meticulous organization and obviously sensitive nature of the information, I realize this wasn't a minor mistake. These records represent something important, perhaps valuable enough that their owner would want them within arm's reach, even during a supposedly routine overnight stay. What kind of businessman keeps encrypted financial records in multiple languages in a notebook instead of a computer? What kind of legitimate business requires such elaborate documentation of payments and relationships? There aren't any dollar signs, but I'm sure things like 50K reference $50,000. I close the notebook and sit on the edge of the freshly made bed, staring at the leather cover as though it might contain answers to questions I haven't even thought to ask yet. Who is Alex Sokolov, really? What kind of world is he involved in that requires such careful record-keeping of what appears to be significant financial transactions? More importantly, what does it mean that he left these records behind in my house? I slip the notebook back into the drawer and finish cleaning the room, but my mind keeps returning to the pages of coded information. Every instinct Dad taught me about recognizing when situations don't add up is screaming that I've stumbled into something far more complicated than a simple case of mistaken identity or forgotten belongings. The man who made me feel safe enough to break my own rules about keeping distance from guests, who shared vulnerable stories about his dead brother and made me believe in the possibility of genuine connection, apparently carries secrets that require encryption and multiple languages to protect. As I turn off the lights in the guest room and head back downstairs, I worry that last night changed more than just my perspective on taking romantic risks. It opened a door to questions I'm not sure I want answered, and complications I'm definitely not equipped to handle. I settle into my living room with a cup of tea and try to focus on job search emails, but the notebook upstairs seems to call to me like a puzzle begging to be solved. Who are you really, Alex Sokolov? And what have you gotten me involved in?
The Nevada Safe House sits 20 miles outside Reno, a nondescript ranch-style building surrounded by scrub brush and rocky terrain that stretches to the horizon in every direction. It's the kind of place where a man can disappear completely, and the nearest neighbor is far enough away that gunshots would sound like distant thunder, if they were heard at all. I should feel relief being here. The location is secure, unknown to anyone except Leonid and me, and equipped with everything necessary for extended stays and rapid departures, including clean water, non-perishable food, multiple vehicles with different license plates, and enough ammunition to hold off a small army if necessary. Instead, I feel restless, distracted by thoughts that have no place in operational planning. 3 hours have passed since I arrived, and instead of establishing communication protocols or mapping escape routes, I keep standing at windows, staring back toward the Sierra Nevada mountains that hide Lake Tahoe from view. Celia is 70 miles away, probably going about her normal routine without any idea that she spent the night with a man whose enemies could use her as leverage against him. The thought sits in my chest like a physical mass, making it difficult to focus on the tactical considerations that should be consuming my attention. Lang is still hunting me, desperate to get his hands on the notebook that documents my organization's activities. That ledger contains every detail of our corruption network. Lang claims he wants it as evidence to bring down our bratva, but I suspect his real intention is to use that information to take over our empire after eliminating me. The notebook represents both my greatest vulnerability and my only real protection. If Lang gets it, he'll have everything he needs to dismantle our organization and seize control of our operations. But as long as it remains in my possession, he has to be careful about how he moves against me. Destroying the evidence along with me would defeat his ultimate purpose. Instead of strategizing about how to keep the notebook away from Lang while using it to maintain my position, I'm thinking about sage green walls and the way Celia's hair spread across her pillow in the pre-dawn light. Instead of calculating his likely next moves to acquire our operational records, I'm remembering the trust in her voice when she invited me to stay for wine and conversation during the power outage. I force myself to unpack, laying out my clothes and equipment. The weapons are cleaned and secured. The electronics are charged and tested, and the escape routes are memorized and contingencies planned. The notebook is the last item I retrieve. I reach into the interior pocket of my travel bag, where it should be waiting. fingers expecting to encounter familiar worn leather, and the weight of secrets that could bring down dozens of lives if they fell into the wrong hands. Instead, I pull out a pristine leather journal with blank pages and a small embossed logo in the corner that reads, "Welcome to Lake Tahoe. Create beautiful memories." The guest notebook from Celia's bedside table. Fuck, this isn't good. I stare at the innocent journal in my hands, my mind struggling to process what this means. Somehow, in the rushed darkness of leaving her house before dawn, I grab the wrong notebook. The real ledger, containing 6 years of encrypted transaction records and enough evidence to bring down federal judges, FBI agents, and political figures across 3 states, is sitting in a bedside drawer in Celia's guest room. This is the worst mistake I've made in years. Possibly the worst mistake I've made since entering this business. I sink into the safe house's single chair, the guest notebook heavy in my hands despite containing nothing but blank pages. Every survival instinct I've developed over the past 6 years is screaming at me to move, to act, to fix this catastrophic error before it destroys everything I've worked to protect. If Lang traces me to Lake Tahoe and finds my notebook before I can retrieve it, he gets everything he needs to destroy my organization and eliminate me. He'll have documented proof of our entire corruption network, every payment we've made, and every official we've compromised. Officially, he'll use it as evidence to bring down the Bratva. Unofficially, he'll leverage that same information to take control of our operations and the officials we've been paying. The tactical disaster pales in comparison to the personal horror now consuming my thoughts. Celia has my organization's notebook in her house. She might already have found it and might be trying to decode the information it contains. If Lang tracks our operational records to her location before I can retrieve them, she becomes a target who knows too much about activities that could destroy us all. Marcus Lang is not a patient man when he doesn't get his way. 3 years ago, when a shipping company owner in Oakland refused to sell him established trade routes, Lang burned down the man's house with his family inside. The official investigation concluded it was an electrical fire, but everyone in our business knew better. Lang leaves no witnesses when he eliminates obstacles to his goals. If he discovers Celia has the notebook, he won't hesitate to eliminate her along with any evidence of her involvement. The fact that she's an innocent civilian who stumbled into this situation through my carelessness won't matter to him. If anything, it will make her death easier to arrange and cover up. I stand up and pace the small living room, my mind racing through options and calculating risks. The smart play would be to send Leonid to retrieve the notebook, letting him handle the tactical challenge while I remain hidden and secure. He's skilled enough to get in and out without being detected, and experienced enough to avoid unnecessary complications. Sending a stranger to break into Celia's home would terrify her, even if Leonid's intentions are protective rather than threatening. She'd call the police and create exactly the kind of attention that would draw Lang's interest to her location. The cure would be worse than the disease. I could have Leonid approach her directly, pose as a friend or associate of mine with a plausible story about retrieving something I'd left behind. But that requires trusting her discretion and ability to play along with a deception she doesn't understand, putting her in the position of having to lie to potential investigators if Lang's people come asking questions later. If she realizes I've put her in that position, she'll likely betray me. Every option I consider puts Celia at greater risk or reduces the chances of successfully recovering the notebook before Lang realizes where it is. The cold tactical assessment points to one unavoidable conclusion. I have to go back myself. Going back to Lake Tahoe means potentially walking into a trap. If Lang has already traced my movements to Celia's house, he could be waiting for exactly this kind of mistake. He knows me well enough to predict that I'd return for something as valuable as the ledger, and he's patient enough to use Celia as bait to draw me into a confrontation on his terms. Right now, he could be holding her at gunpoint, with the journal in his hand, waiting for me to walk into his ambush. Truthfully, it's not just about the notebook anymore. Celia's life could be in very real danger, and that danger exists because of my poor judgment and careless mistakes. I put her at risk by getting involved with her in the first place, and I've escalated that risk exponentially by leaving evidence of my real identity and activities in her possession. I owe her better than abandoning her to face consequences for my failures. My phone buzzes with an encrypted message from Leonid. Secure at your location, need status update. I type back quickly. Situation complicated. Will contact in 2 hours with new instructions. Problems? Managing them. Stand by. I end the conversation before he can ask questions I'm not ready to answer. Leonid's disapproval of my involvement with Celia was clear during our meeting this morning, and his reaction to learning that I left critical evidence at her house would be volcanic. Better to handle this myself and present him with a solution rather than another problem requiring his assistance. I pack quickly, taking only essential items and leaving the safe house prepared for immediate abandonment if necessary. The drive back to Lake Tahoe will take 2 hours if I push the speed limits, assuming Lang hasn't already positioned surveillance on the mountain highways, looking for my vehicle. As I lock the safe house and walk toward my car, I try to construct a plausible story for my return. Forgotten business documents, maybe, or a family emergency that requires changing my travel plans. Something that explains why I'd drive back from San Francisco after less than 12 hours, but doesn't reveal the real reason for my urgency. The story matters less than my ability to get in and out of Celia's house without alerting Lang's people to the notebook's location. If I can retrieve the ledger and disappear again without leaving traces, she returns to being a random civilian with no connection to my activities. Safe, protected by anonymity, and free to continue her ordinary life without fear of retaliation from enemies she doesn't know exist. That thought causes a pang of envy and longing that I suppress. If I fail, if Lang reaches her before I do, or discovers our connection through surveillance or investigation, she becomes a liability he'll eliminate without hesitation. The Nevada highway stretches ahead of me, empty and straight under afternoon sun that turns the desert landscape into a shimmering mirage. I push the rental car harder than advisable, trading caution for speed as I race against time, and the possibility that Marcus Lang is already closing in on the woman who reminded me what it felt like to be human instead of just a collection of survival instincts. Every mile brings me closer to either salvation or disaster. Either I reach Celia before Lang does, or I drive straight into a trap that will end with both of us dead, and the network I've spent 6 years building crashing down around the people who trusted me to protect them. The mountain passes between Nevada and California blur past in a haze of controlled desperation. I monitor radio frequencies for any sign of unusual law enforcement activity, check mirrors constantly for surveillance vehicles, and maintain the kind of situational awareness that's kept me alive for 8 months of running. Underneath the professional vigilance, a different kind of fear gnaws at me. Not the familiar fear of capture or death that I've learned to manage, but something rawer and more immediate. It's the fear that my mistakes have doomed an innocent woman who showed me kindness when she had no obligation to do so. Celia deserves better than becoming collateral damage in a war between criminals and corrupt federal agents. She deserves to continue her quiet life in the mountains, helping elderly neighbors and walking ridiculous dogs and creating beautiful spaces for travelers seeking temporary refuge from the world's complications. She doesn't deserve to die because I was careless with secrets that could destroy governments and criminal organizations alike. As Lake Tahoe comes into view through the windshield, I make a promise to myself and to the woman who shared her bed and her trust with a stranger. Whatever it takes, whatever risks I have to accept, I'll make sure she survives this mistake intact. The notebook can be replaced and the network rebuilt, but Celia's life is irreplaceable, and protecting it has become more important to me. I drive toward her neighborhood with the grim determination of a man who understands that the next few hours will determine whether the best night I've had in years becomes the worst mistake of my life. When I reach her neighborhood, I scan for surveillance vehicles and unfamiliar faces, looking for any sign that Lang's people have already discovered what I've lost and where it might be found. The streets appear quiet and unremarkable, exactly as they should be in a residential neighborhood where the most exciting daily event is probably the mail delivery. But appearances can deceive, and in my business, paranoia is a survival skill rather than a character flaw. I park 3 blocks away from Celia's house and approach on foot, using gardens and neighboring properties to mask my movements while maintaining sight lines on her front door and windows. No suspicious vehicles parked nearby, and there are no men in suits pretending to read newspapers while watching her house. I see no obvious signs of surveillance or threat. Still, that doesn't mean they aren't here. Lang's team is professionals and capable of subtlety when the situation requires it. They could be watching from a distance, waiting for me to make exactly this kind of mistake. As I move closer to Celia's house, I catch sight of her through the kitchen window. She's standing at the sink, washing dishes or preparing dinner, moving with the easy efficiency of someone comfortable in her own space, alive and unharmed, and apparently unaware that her life has been in danger since the moment I left that notebook in her bedside drawer. The sight of her safe and whole relieves some of the crushing weight in my chest, but it doesn't eliminate the urgency of retrieving the evidence before Lang discovers where it is. I need to get inside, find the notebook, and disappear again without alerting her to the real reason for my return. The back door I used to slip away this morning remains my best option for entry. If I can get inside while she's distracted with dinner preparation, retrieve the notebook from the guest room, and leave again without being seen. She never has to know how close she came to becoming a target in a war she doesn't understand. I move through her backyard quietly, noting the placement of windows and potential escape routes in case this goes wrong. The kitchen light creates a warm glow that makes the approaching evening seem peaceful and normal, the kind of domestic scene that exists in a world far removed from federal investigations and criminal enterprises. Soon, I'll either restore that normal routine by removing all traces of my dangerous presence from her life, or I'll discover that it's already too late to protect her from the consequences of my carelessness. Either way, the next few minutes will determine whether the woman who made me remember what it felt like to hope for something better than survival will pay the ultimate price for my failures.
I spend the evening cleaning house to help clear my head. I vacuum the living room carpet where we shared wine by candlelight, trying not to think about how the space felt more alive with his presence. I dust the surfaces that caught flickering shadows while we talked about our families and losses, each motion deliberate but distracted. I fold the throw blanket we used during the storm, and memories of how Alex pulled it around both of us when the fire burned low make my chest tighten with something I don't want to name. The physical activity should help me process the lingering confusion about his abrupt departure and the strange notebook he left behind. Instead, every task reminds me of his presence in my house and the way he seemed to belong in spaces that had felt empty for so long. I save the kitchen for last, loading dishes into the dishwasher while fragments of our conversation replay in my mind. I remember the way he listened when I talked about Dad, how his attention never faltered or felt performative, like so many people's sympathy. That makes me think of the grief I glimpsed when he mentioned his brother that spoke of genuine loss rather than casual sadness. Most troubling of all, I keep thinking about the careful way he answered questions about his work, responses that should have been straightforward but felt rehearsed. The warm, soapy water feels good on my hands as I scrub the wine glasses we used, but I can't shake the image of those encrypted pages filled with numbers and names in multiple languages. What kind of real businessman keeps records like that? I'm rinsing the last glass when a soft scraping sound comes from somewhere deeper in the house, like furniture being moved carefully across the floor. I freeze with my hands still in the sink, water dripping from the glass as I strain to identify the source. The house settles sometimes, especially on cool nights when the wood contracts and expands. This sounds different, though. It's more purposeful, more human. I turn off the water and listen intently. My heart beats suddenly loud in my ears. I hear nothing but the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of wind moving through pine branches outside. Maybe I imagined it. Or maybe it really was just the house adjusting to temperature changes the way old buildings do. Suddenly, Dad's warm voice pops up in my head. Better to feel foolish for being cautious than sorry for ignoring warning signs. I dry my hands on the dish towel and move quietly through the living room, checking windows and door locks with the systematic approach he taught me. I test the front door handle and confirm it's secured before checking the living room windows are properly latched. Everything appears exactly as it should be until I reach the back of the house. The back door stands ajar. I stop in the hallway, staring at the gap between door and frame that definitely wasn't there when I started cleaning. I double-checked it this morning after my guest's departure, along with every other entry point because living alone has made me cautious about security. The memory is clear and specific, because I remember thinking about how he'd slipped out through the same door in the pre-dawn darkness. Someone has been in my house. I grab my phone from the kitchen counter, thumb hovering over the emergency call button, while I try to decide whether this constitutes a real crisis. There are no signs of forced entry, and nothing is obviously disturbed or stolen from what I can see. Maybe I didn't secure the lock as thoroughly as I thought. Maybe the wind caught it somehow, though that doesn't explain the scraping sound I heard earlier, or why the door would swing open rather than blow shut. I move through the house room by room, looking for anything out of place or missing. The living room appears undisturbed, with the cushions still arranged the way I left them after folding the throw blanket. The kitchen looks exactly as it did when I finished cleaning, with no drawers pulled open or cabinets searched. The bathroom remains untouched. The towels are still hung neatly, and medicine cabinet is visually undisturbed. The guest room appears normal at first glance. The bed sits made with fresh sheets, surfaces dusted clean and ready for the next visitor. The flowers I arranged on the dresser this morning still look fresh and properly positioned. But when I open the bedside table drawer, my heart stops. The notebook is gone. The mysterious journal filled with encrypted information and coded names. The evidence that Alex wasn't who he claimed to be has disappeared completely. In its place sits the original guest notebook I provide for visitors, the one with blank pages and "Welcome to Lake Tahoe" embossed on the cover in gold lettering. I sink onto the edge of the bed, trying to process what this means. Someone came into my house specifically to retrieve that notebook. Someone who knew exactly where to find it and what they were looking for. Someone who had access to my house and understood the significance of what appeared to be random financial records. The most obvious explanation is that Alex returned for something he'd forgotten, something important enough to risk coming back, despite leaving so abruptly this morning. The notebook clearly belonged to him, rather than being left accidentally, and retrieving it would explain both the careful entry and the precision of what was taken. Why not knock on the front door like a normal person? Why sneak in through the back and leave without saying anything? Unless he was worried about explaining what those encrypted records actually documented. Was he worried about questions I might ask after having time to examine the contents more closely? Or am I just losing my mind? I close the drawer and stand up, pacing the small room while anxiety builds in my chest. The rational part of my brain insists this is simple. Alex came back for his property, took only what belonged to him, and left everything else undisturbed. No harm done, so no reason for concern. The suspicious part of me doesn't like this one bit. Why would someone need to keep financial records in code? And why does the whole situation feel like I've stumbled into something far more complicated than a simple case of mixed-up possessions? I spend the next hour triple-checking every lock in the house and wondering if it would even matter when someone could toss a brick through one of my many windows instead. I wish I had a gun. It's the first time I've wanted one as an adult, but I'm familiar with shooting. I went a few times with my dad. Overall, the house feels different now. Less like a refuge, and more like a space that's been compromised by unknown intentions, so a way to defend myself might counter some of that. Sleep comes fitfully that night, interrupted by every sound the house makes as it settles around me. I wake repeatedly to check the time, listen for unfamiliar noises, and wonder whether I should call the police about what might be nothing more than a former guest retrieving his belongings. By morning, I've almost convinced myself I'm overreacting to a perfectly reasonable situation. Alex needed his notebook back, took it quietly to avoid bothering me, and left everything else exactly as he found it. The fact that his business records were encrypted doesn't necessarily mean anything sinister, just that he values privacy in professional matters. I have no glib explanation for why he didn't just knock and ask for it back. But maybe he didn't want the hassle of awkward post-one-night stand interactions. If so, his actions are cowardly, but not necessarily nefarious. Since I won't get any answers, I eventually have to let go of it all and move on. I have 3 bookings coming up and no time to focus on useless mysteries. The week that follows passes without incident, each day making the break-ins seem less significant and more explainable. I focus on job applications and hosting preparations, trying to get more bookings through the app while maintaining the house for future guests. My 3 bookings come and go in a span of 3 days, and the process is smooth. The routine of ordinary life gradually erases the anxiety I felt that night, replacing suspicion with the practical concerns of unemployment and mortgage payments. Mrs. Patterson's call on Thursday morning provides a welcome distraction from my own problems. She needs someone to watch Soraya while she has a minor outpatient procedure at the hospital on Friday morning. Nothing serious, she assures me over the phone. Just a follow-up on the hip replacement, but they want to do it under light sedation, and I can't drive afterward. My daughter's taking me, but she can't stay long because of work commitments, and Soraya hates to be alone. Of course, I'll watch Soraya. Should I come over there or bring her to my house? Would you mind staying at my place? She gets anxious in unfamiliar environments, and I'd feel better knowing she's in her own space with her toys and routine. I arrive at Mrs. Patterson's house Friday morning with a book and enough coffee to last several hours. Soraya greets me with her usual enthusiasm, tail wagging and entire body wiggling with the joy of unexpected company. Mrs. Patterson's daughter, Janine, arrives shortly after to collect her mother, and Mrs. Patterson reminds me of the location of emergency vet information before Janine hustles her out. The morning passes peacefully with Soraya, content to nap in her favorite sunny spot, while I read and occasionally throw tennis balls for her entertainment. I bake some cookies to welcome Mrs. Patterson home and sneak Soraya a couple of bites of peanut butter dough. The house feels cozy and lived in, filled with family photos and comfortable furniture that speaks of decades of happy memories. The doorbell rings just after noon, sharp and insistent in a way that makes Soraya immediately alert. She jumps up from her nap and begins growling, a low rumbling sound I've never heard from her before. Usually she greets visitors with excited barking and tail wagging, eager to make new friends and demand attention from anyone willing to provide it. This reaction is completely out of character for a dog who considers every human a potential source of treats and belly rubs. I approach the front door cautiously, Soraya's continued growling making me hesitate before opening it. Through the peephole, I see a man in a dark suit standing on the porch, holding what appears to be a leather wallet or badge case. He looks official and professional, like the kind of person who might be conducting some kind of government business. "Can I help you?" I call through the door, unwilling to open it completely until I understand what he wants. "Ma'am, I'm Agent Marcus Lang with the FBI." His voice carries a mix of authority and friendliness. "I'd like to speak with you about a matter of federal interest." Soraya's growling intensifies, and she positions herself between me and the door as if preparing to defend against a threat. Her hackles are raised, body tense with aggression I didn't know she possessed. The sweet, goofy dog who brings me sticks during hikes has transformed into someone protective and suspicious. I open the door part way, keeping the chain lock engaged while Agent Lang displays his badge for inspection. The identification looks official enough, though I have no expertise in distinguishing real federal credentials from convincing fakes. "What kind of federal matter?" I ask, maintaining distance while Soraya continues her low growling. "May I come in? This would be easier to discuss privately." He glances down at Soraya with obvious annoyance, and I catch something cold in his expression that doesn't match his friendly tone. "This isn't my house, and I'm comfortable talking here. What did you need to discuss?" His smile becomes more strained, professional courtesy wearing thin at my refusal to invite him inside. "We're investigating criminal activities in this area, specifically involving individuals who may have used local accommodations for illegal purposes." He gestures to my house across the street. "You do live there, don't you, Mrs. Bourne?" I nod as the words hit me like ice water in the face. He's talking about the hosting business and guests who've stayed in my house. He's talking about Alex. I'm sure of it. "I run a legitimate short-term rental through Quick Rent," I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the way my heart has started racing. "All my guests book through the app, and I follow all local regulations." "I'm sure you do, ma'am, but sometimes criminals use legitimate businesses without the owner's knowledge." Agent Lang reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a photograph, holding it where I can see through the gap in the door. "Have you seen this man recently?" The photograph shows Alex clearly, though he looks different somehow, more serious and dangerous, like someone who belongs in a federal investigation rather than sharing wine and conversation in my living room. The image appears to be from surveillance footage rather than a casual snapshot, grainy and taken from a distance that suggests official monitoring. My mouth goes dry as I stare at the picture of the man who shared my bed a week ago, and whose mysterious notebook disappeared from my house, under circumstances I still don't understand. Every instinct Dad taught me about self-preservation screams I shouldn't admit to recognizing him, or reveal any connection that might draw federal attention to my activities. "I don't recognize him," I lie, keeping my expression as neutral as possible while Soraya continues growling at Agent Lang's feet. "Are you certain? He may have used an alias, possibly something like Alex Sokoloff." Lang's eyes narrow slightly as he studies my reaction to the name. "We have reason to believe he stayed in this area recently." "I told you I don't recognize him." I repeat the lie with more confidence, grateful for Soraya's continued hostility toward this man who claims to represent federal law enforcement. "If you have specific questions about my rental business, I'd be happy to provide documentation through proper legal channels." Agent Lang's friendly facade cracks entirely, revealing something harder and more threatening underneath. He takes a step closer to the door, and Soraya's growling becomes more aggressive in response. "Ma'am, obstruction of a federal investigation is a serious crime. If you're protecting someone involved in criminal activities, you could face charges yourself. The threat is clear and professionally delivered, but something about his approach feels wrong. Federal agents investigating legitimate crimes don't usually make house calls without backup or proper warrants. They don't rely on intimidation tactics with cooperative citizens, and they certainly don't threaten charges based on someone's failure to recognize a photograph. Most importantly, they don't look like they want to kick small dogs who are protecting their territory. As if reading my thoughts, Agent Long glances down at Soraya with obvious irritation. He shifts his weight and lifts his foot slightly, as if preparing to discourage her growling with physical force. Don't. The word comes out sharp and angry as protective instincts override diplomatic caution. She's just doing her job. Control your animal, ma'am, or I'll control it for you. The mask slips completely with that statement, revealing someone who views obstacles as things to be eliminated, rather than problems to be solved through proper procedures. Real federal agents don't threaten to harm pets during routine investigations, and they don't lose their temper when citizens exercise reasonable caution about unannounced visits. I think you should leave. I start to close the door, but Agent Lang's hand shoots out to stop it. We're not finished here. I'll be back with more questions. And next time, I expect full cooperation. His voice carries a menace that has nothing to do with federal authority and everything to do with personal threat. Think carefully about whether you want to make this more difficult than it needs to be. He releases the door and steps back from the porch, but his gaze never leaves my face. The look promises consequences for my lack of cooperation that extend beyond legal procedures into something more immediate and personal. Have a good day, ma'am. We'll speak again soon. I watch through the peephole as he walks to a dark sedan parked on the street, noting the license plate and make of vehicle because I'm so rattled. Soraya continues growling until his car disappears around the corner, only then relaxing enough to accept the praise and treats I offer for her protective behavior. My hands shake as I lock the door and check the windows. Agent Marcus Lang might be exactly who he claims to be, a federal investigator pursuing legitimate criminal activities, but every instinct I possess insists that something about his approach was wrong, and his interest in Alex and his threats toward me represents something more personal than professional duty. Whatever Alex was really involved in, whoever he actually was beneath the charming businessman facade, I've now attracted the attention of someone who doesn't hesitate to use intimidation and veiled threats to get information. It clicks in my brain that the notebook that disappeared from my house contained evidence of activities federal agents are actively investigating. The man I slept with was important enough to warrant surveillance and official pursuit, and I just lied to a federal agent about my connection to both. I sink into Mrs. Patterson's favorite armchair with Soraya curled protectively on my lap, trying to process how a simple decision to rent out my spare bedroom has evolved into something that feels genuinely dangerous. Outside, the suburban street looks exactly as peaceful and ordinary as it did an hour ago, but everything has changed, and I can't ignore the feeling that Agent Marcus Lang's promise to return represents a threat I'm not equipped to handle alone.
The mission that night was flawless in execution, if not in stealth. I entered through Celia's back door, using skills developed over decades of operations that required silent movement through hostile territory. The lock yielded to tools I carry for exactly these situations, and I navigated her house in complete darkness, relying on memory and the careful mental mapping I'd done during my stay. The notebook waited exactly where I'd left it, hidden among innocent guest amenities in the bedside table drawer. I swapped it quickly and confirmed the contents remained intact, every encrypted page documenting 6 years of operations that could destroy my organization if they fell into the wrong hands. The relief of reclaiming this critical evidence should have been my primary emotion as I prepared to leave. Instead, I found myself standing in her bedroom longer than tactical wisdom advised. breathing in the faint scent of her perfume that still lingered in the air. The bed where we'd shared intimacy and conversation looked undisturbed, made with fresh sheets that erased all physical traces of our night together. But the memory of her trust, her willingness to be vulnerable with a stranger she thought she could depend on, made leaving feel like abandonment again. I forced myself to focus on the practical necessity of escape, rather than the growing weight of guilt in my chest. Celia was safer not knowing who I really was, or what I'd involved her in. Safer believing that Alex Sokolov had been exactly who he claimed to be, rather than understanding the dangerous truth. The sound of her footsteps approaching from the kitchen as I reached the back door nearly compromised everything. I had seconds to choose between securing the lock properly and avoiding detection, between protecting her house and protecting her ignorance of my presence. I chose escape over security, slipping into the darkness while leaving the door ajar as evidence of my carelessness. She would know someone had been inside. She would wonder who and why, but wondering was safer than knowing. Questions without answers couldn't get her killed by people who view civilian casualties as acceptable collateral damage. Back at the Nevada safe house, I've spent the past week trying to resume normal operational procedures. I established new communication protocols with my remaining associates, analyzed intelligence reports about Lang's movements, and planned contingencies for various scenarios involving federal interference with our activities. The work should consume my attention completely, demanding the kind of focused, strategic thinking that's kept me alive through 8 months of constant pursuit. Instead, I'm continuously distracted by thoughts that have no place in tactical planning. I keep replaying scenarios of what could have gone wrong that night, imagining Celia discovering my presence and demanding explanations I couldn't provide without endangering us both. I think about the expression she would have worn if she'd caught me stealing back evidence she'd found. The betrayal and confusion that would have replaced the trust I'd seen in her face during our last conversation. The rational part of my mind insists retrieving the notebook successfully resolved the situation. Celia is safe because she has no connection to information that could make her a target. Lang has no reason to trace my activities to Lake Tahoe because there's no evidence linking me to that location. The problem is solved, the threat neutralized, and the innocent civilian protected through strategic distance. But at 3 a.m, when sleep refuses to come, I remember the way she looked in candlelight while sharing stories about her father's death and her failed relationship. I think about her genuine laughter as that ridiculous dog brought her sticks during our hike, and the simple pleasure she took in showing me trails she loved. I replay the conversations where she revealed aspects of herself that felt precious and unguarded, truths she shared because she believed I was someone worthy of her confidence. The guilt of deceiving someone so fundamentally decent eats at me more than any tactical mistake I've made during this extended survival operation. Celia deserved honesty from the man she invited into her bed, not carefully constructed lies designed to protect my identity. She deserved better than waking up alone with cash on her kitchen counter and a note that revealed nothing about my real feelings or the genuine connection I'd felt during our brief time together. My encrypted phone buzzes with an incoming message that breaks through these unproductive thoughts. Leonid's communication appears in the coded format we use for sensitive intelligence, but even through the layers of security protocols, his urgency comes through clearly. Lang made contact with your Lake Tahoe location. Direct approach to target yesterday. Situation compromised. The words shake me as each one confirms the fears I'd tried to convince myself were paranoid overreaction. Lang traced me to Celia's house despite my precautions, and the careful operational security I'd maintained throughout my stay. Somehow, he connected my presence there to activities he's investigating, and she's become a factor in his pursuit rather than an innocent bystander. I type back immediately, fingers moving across the keyboard with the urgent precision of someone whose world has just shifted into crisis mode. Target status, level of contact. Unknown. Surveillance confirms federal presence. Recommend immediate relocation your position. Leonid's advice follows standard protocol for situations where operational security has been compromised. When enemies identify your associates or locations, you distance yourself from both to prevent further intelligence gathering. You write off whatever connections have been exposed and rebuild elsewhere with new people who can't be traced to previous activities. The strategy makes perfect sense from a tactical perspective. Celia is now a known quantity in Lang's investigation, which makes her a liability rather than an asset. Maintaining any connection to her increases my risk while providing no operational benefits. The smart play is to let her handle whatever federal attention I've brought to her door through her own legal channels. Leaving my current safe house isn't necessary, since she knows nothing about it. But I should forget about her existence. I should follow Leonid's recommendation without hesitation. Every survival instinct I've developed in this business screams that getting further involved will only make the situation worse for both of us. Despite that, the image of Lang approaching Celia's house with federal credentials and hostile intentions makes rational tactical thinking impossible. Marcus Lang often goes rogue when civilians fail to provide the cooperation he expects. My organization's investigations have turned up multiple incidents of him using harassment to achieve his goals. The house fire he set that killed a family was the worst of his actions that we've uncovered so far. But there are more that weren't fatal, but still destroyed lives. 5 years ago, when a dock worker in San Diego refused to reveal information about shipping schedules of a company implicated in a smuggling operation Lang was working, Lang arranged for the man to be arrested on fabricated drug charges that cost him his job and his family's financial stability. 2 years ago, when a restaurant owner in Los Angeles wouldn't admit to laundering money through his business, Lang ensured that health inspectors and fire marshals found violations that forced the establishment to close permanently. Lang uses leverage and intimidation as tools of investigation, applying pressure to innocent people until they provide information or services that advance his goals. He doesn't hesitate to destroy lives when more conventional approaches fail to produce results, and he's skilled at making civilian casualties appear to be consequences of their own poor choices rather than systematic harassment. His actions often get him praised and promoted by the FBI, not shut down and put in his own cell as he deserves. If he's identified Celia as someone with information about my activities, he won't simply ask polite questions and accept her denials. He'll find ways to make her life difficult until she cooperates with his investigation, and he won't care whether that cooperation is based on actual knowledge or desperate invention designed to make his attention go away. The thought of Celia facing that kind of systematic harassment because of my poor operational security makes rage build in my chest, like pressure in a sealed container. She didn't choose to become involved in federal investigations or criminal enterprises. She offered hospitality to someone she believed was a legitimate businessman, and now she's paying the price for my deception and carelessness. My phone buzzes again with another message from Leonid. Do not compromise current position for civilian complications. Advise immediate departure from region. Leonid understands the realities of this business better than almost anyone, and his advice represents the kind of cold strategic thinking that separates survivors from casualties. He knows what he's talking about. And yet, as I stare at his message, I realize my feelings for Celia have evolved beyond what can be managed through professional distance and rational decision-making. The connection I felt during our night together wasn't just physical attraction or temporary emotional vulnerability. It was recognition of something I'd forgotten existed in a world defined by violence and betrayal, and constant vigilance against people who want to destroy everything I've built. She made me remember what it felt like to be human instead of just a collection of calculated responses to external threats. For 12 hours, I experienced conversation without hidden agendas, touch without ulterior motives, and companionship based on genuine interest rather than tactical advantage. She reminded me of the person I might have been if different choices had led to different consequences, and if my brother's death hadn't required me to become something harder and more dangerous than the man she'd welcomed into her home. The idea of her facing Lang's intimidation and harassment because of connection to me is unbearable in ways that transcend tactical considerations. Whether maintaining that connection makes strategic sense becomes irrelevant when weighed against the certainty that walking away condemns her to consequences she doesn't deserve for sins she didn't commit. I type a response to Leonid that I know he won't approve of, but can't prevent from this distance. Returning to Lake Tahoe. Situation requires direct intervention. His reply comes immediately. Negative. Emotional compromise leads to operational failure. Maintain current position. Not negotiable. She's a target because of my mistakes. I will fix this. You can fix this by disappearing. Let the civilian handle federal attention through legal channels. Your involvement escalates risk for everyone. Leonid's logic is sound from every angle except the one that matters most to me now. Celia doesn't have the resources or knowledge to handle someone like Marcus Lang and doesn't understand the level of danger she's facing or the kinds of pressure he's capable of applying. She's an unemployed marketing professional trying to make ends meet through short-term rentals, not someone equipped to navigate federal investigations involving organized crime and government corruption. Without protection and guidance, she'll become another casualty of Lang's ambition, another innocent person destroyed because she happened to be in the wrong place when dangerous men decided to use her as leverage against each other. I can't let that happen. Not to her. Not because of me. I pack quickly and efficiently, taking only essential equipment and leaving the safe house prepared for immediate abandonment if this operation goes wrong. The drive back to Lake Tahoe will take 2 hours, and every mile will increase the risk I'm walking into a trap designed to use Celia as bait. But staying away guarantees she faces whatever Lang has planned without any protection or support. The Nevada Desert Highway stretches ahead of me in the darkness, empty and straight under stars that provide no illumination for the moral complexities of choosing between tactical wisdom and personal loyalty. I push the rental car harder than advisable, trading operational security for speed as I race against the possibility that Lang has already escalated his approach beyond polite inquiries and federal credentials. Every instinct developed over decades in this business warns me that returning to Lake Tahoe represents exactly the kind of emotional compromise that gets people killed. But now, a different kind of certainty drives me forward. Celia made me feel human again by reminding me of parts of myself I'd thought were permanently buried under layers of violence and necessity. If protecting her costs me tactical advantages or a strategic position, if helping her requires risking the operational security I've maintained for 8 months, those are prices I'm willing to pay. I drive quickly, but I don't let myself lose control and draw attention to my car. Just a little over the speed limit. Normal, like anyone else would drive at night. As Lake Tahoe comes into view through the windshield, I let out a little sigh of relief. I feel more comfortable here. It's relaxed, exceedingly civilian, and usually not home to any danger whatsoever. Until now. I park away from the house again, setting out on foot. Light pours from in Celia's kitchen window, which means she's still awake. Whether that's because of normal evening routine or anxiety about Lang's earlier visit remains to be determined. The house appears peaceful from the outside, with no immediate signs of distress or forced entry. But appearances can be deceiving when dealing with someone like Marcus Lang, who's skilled at applying pressure in ways that don't leave obvious evidence. His patience for conventional investigation has limits, and those limits tend to involve escalation that puts civilians at serious risk. I need to get inside and assess the situation to determine whether Celia is safe or if Lang's contact has already evolved into something more threatening. The back door I used a week ago remains my best option for undetected entry, assuming no one else has the same idea about accessing her property through less visible approaches. The mission isn't just about protecting evidence anymore, and it isn't about maintaining operational security against federal investigation. It's about making sure the woman who reminded me what it felt like to be human survives the consequences of that reminder, no matter what those consequences cost me personally or professionally.
Mrs. Patterson's key turns in the front door just as I'm putting away the book I've been pretending to read for the past hour. Soraya immediately abandons her afternoon nap to greet her returning human with the enthusiasm of someone who's been tragically neglected despite receiving constant attention and treats all day. Perhaps she's still rattled by that agent's visit, too. "Celia, dear, we're back," Mrs. Patterson calls as she and her daughter Janine enter the living room. She's moving more carefully than usual, but looks remarkably well for someone who just had a procedure. "How did everything go?" I stand to help with her purse and light jacket, grateful for the distraction from my own anxious thoughts. "Perfectly routine, thank goodness. The doctor says I'm healing better than expected." She settles into her favorite recliner with visible relief. "I hope Soraya wasn't too much trouble." "She was an angel. We had a lovely day together." I gesture toward the kitchen where the scent of baking still lingers in the air. "I made peanut butter cookies. I hope that's all right." "You made cookies?" Janine looks up from where she's been scratching behind Soraya's ears. "Mom, you didn't tell me your dog sitter came with baking services." "Celia is a treasure," Mrs. Patterson says with genuine warmth, always going above and beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. I deflect their gratitude, though the simple kindness of their appreciation makes my throat tighten unexpectedly. After Agent Lang's visit this morning, being around people who view me as someone trustworthy rather than a potential criminal feels like emotional shelter from a storm I don't fully understand. I should head home and let you rest. I gather my book and purse, eager to return to familiar surroundings where I can process the day's events without having to maintain a cheerful facade. "Wait, let me pay you for today." Mrs. Patterson reaches for her purse, but I wave her off. "Absolutely not. You just had surgery, and I enjoyed spending time with Soraya. Consider it a favor between neighbors. At least take some cookies home with you." She starts to rise from the chair, but Janine gently presses her back down. "I'll get them, Mom. You need to rest." Janine disappears into the kitchen and returns with a plate wrapped in foil. "Thank you so much for helping today. It means everything to know Soraya wasn't alone, and Mom has a caring neighbor." I accept the cookies and make my way toward the door, but Mrs. Patterson's voice stops me before I can escape. Celia, dear, are you feeling all right? You seem a bit rattled today. The observation startles me, though it shouldn't. Mrs. Patterson taught elementary school for 30 years and raised 4 children. She's developed an eye for recognizing when people are struggling to maintain composure, especially people who pride themselves on appearing capable and unflappable. Just tired, I manage, with what I hope passes for a reassuring smile. I didn't sleep well last night. She studies my face with the gentle persistence of someone who cares enough to push past polite deflection. If you need anything at all, you know where to find me. Sometimes it helps to talk through whatever's keeping you awake. Thank you, I'll be fine, really. I squeeze her hand briefly before heading for the door. Get some rest and call if you need help with Soraya tomorrow. The walk home takes less than 5 minutes, but by the time I reach my front door, the anxiety I've been suppressing all day crashes over me like a delayed wave. Agent Lang's visit this morning felt wrong in ways I can't articulate. Professional courtesy masking something harder and more threatening that made even Soraya react with unusual aggression. My house feels too quiet when I enter, empty in a way that has nothing to do with the absence of guests and everything to do with the lingering fear that I'm being watched or targeted for reasons I don't understand. I place the cookies on the kitchen counter and try to focus on normal evening routines, but concentration proves impossible when every small sound makes me look toward the windows. I make myself a light dinner and attempt to review job applications, scrolling through listings for marketing positions that might utilize my experience without requiring relocation to expensive cities I can't afford, though my heart isn't in marketing anymore. I have a brief daydream of owning a charming little B&B somewhere, but the fantasy dissolves when Alex is suddenly included, returning from fixing a leaking faucet and wanting a kiss. I blink that away and end up checking locks repeatedly, closing curtains earlier than usual, and jumping at sounds that would normally pass unnoticed. Agent Lang's promise to return with more questions echoes in my memory, carrying inferences beyond professional duty into something more personal and threatening. By 9 o'clock, I've given up any pretense of productivity and settled into the living room with a cup of tea and another book I won't actually read. The house feels like a fortress under siege, with windows becoming potential entry points rather than sources of natural light, and doors transforming from conveniences into barriers that might or might not provide adequate protection. At 9:30, aggressive knocking on my front door shatters what little peace I've managed to maintain. It's not the polite rap of someone making a social call or delivering a package, and certainly not a late arrival since I have no booking tonight, but sharp, demanding strikes that announce official business conducted with growing impatience. I approach the door cautiously, checking the peephole to confirm what I already suspect. Agent Marcus Lang stands on my porch, but something about his appearance has changed dramatically since this morning. His suit looks rumpled and disheveled, his hair slightly mussed, and most importantly, the badge he displayed earlier is nowhere to be seen. "Ms. Bourne, I need to speak with you. Open the door." His tone carries none of the professional courtesy from our earlier encounter, replaced by something flatter and more commanding. This isn't a request disguised as his official procedure. It's a demand backed by authority he expects me to recognize without question. My gaze drops immediately to his gun in its holster, prominently displayed by the way his jacket is unbuttoned. Fear makes my mouth dry, and I'm raspy when I say, "It's late, Agent Lang. If you have official business, you can contact me through proper channels during business hours. This is official business, and it can't wait. Open the door now." I keep the chain lock engaged while turning the deadbolt, creating just enough space to speak with him directly while maintaining a barrier between us. What I see through the gap makes my stomach clench with fear that has nothing to do with federal credentials or legitimate investigation. His eyes are different now, harder and more focused, like someone who's decided that polite approaches have failed and more direct methods are required. He's standing closer to the door than professional courtesy would dictate, positioned to push inside the moment I provide enough space for entry, and his hand is on his pistol. "I told you this morning that I don't recognize the man in your photograph. I have nothing else to add to that statement." "You're lying." The accusation comes out sharp and certain, without the diplomatic phrasing that legitimate law enforcement uses when questioning civilian witnesses. "Yefrem Kulikov stayed in your house a week ago under the alias Alex Sokolov. I need to search the premises." The name makes me blink, confirming the man I knew as Alex was indeed someone else entirely. More frightening than the revelation of his deception is the certainty in Lang's voice and the way he states facts about my guest as if he has detailed surveillance records, rather than circumstantial evidence. I square my shoulders. I don't know anyone named Yefrem Kulikov, and I already told you I don't recognize your photograph. If you think someone left something in my house, you'll need a search warrant to look for it. I don't need a warrant. Lang's hand moves to the door frame, fingers gripping the wood with obvious frustration. "He's a Russian crime boss, Ms. Bourne. He uses people like you to hide evidence from federal investigations, and then he eliminates them when they become inconvenient witnesses." The words should terrify me more than they do, but something about his delivery feels rehearsed rather than genuine, like he's telling me what he thinks will motivate cooperation, rather than sharing actual intelligence about ongoing criminal activities. If that's true, then you definitely need proper warrants and backup officers before conducting any search. I'm not comfortable with this conversation, and I'm going to close the door now. I start to push it closed. "Don't." His voice drops to something lower and more menacing, authority replaced by personal threat. "You're going to let me inside, and you're going to show me exactly where Kulikov was. He might have left critical evidence in your house, thinking this was an innocuous place to stash it. If you don't, this becomes much more difficult for both of us." I start to close the door, but Lang's foot shoots forward to block it, and he presses his shoulder against the frame with enough force to make the chain lock strain against its mounting. The professional facade disappears completely. I let out a startled yelp, temporarily letting go of the door. "Get away from my door, or I'm calling the police." "Call them. Tell them a federal agent is conducting a legitimate search for evidence in a criminal investigation." He pushes harder against the door, making the metal hardware groan under the pressure. See how quickly they arrive to protect you from someone with federal authority. The chain lock snaps with a sharp crack that echoes through the hallway like a gunshot. Lang stumbles slightly as the door swings open but recovers quickly and steps inside my house without invitation or legal justification. The crossing of that threshold transforms him from an overly aggressive investigator into someone who's decided that my rights and safety are less important than getting what he wants. "This is breaking and entering. You have no right to be in my house." I'm trying and failing not to tremble. "I have every right to recover federal evidence from criminal activities." He slams the door behind him and engages the deadbolt, trapping us both inside while eliminating my most obvious escape route. "Where's the guest room where Kulikov stayed?" The change in his demeanor is complete and terrifying. Gone is any pretense of professional courtesy or federal authority. What stands in my hallway now is someone who's abandoned legal procedures in favor of direct action, who's decided intimidation and force are more efficient than warrants and proper channels. "You're not a federal agent." The realization comes out as barely a whisper, but Lang hears it clearly enough. "I am, but not always. I'm whatever I need to be to get what I want." He takes a step closer, and I instinctively back toward the kitchen. "I think Kulikov left something in your house that I need. He would have seen you as a fool and your home as a good hiding place. You're going to help me find it, or you're going to regret making this more complicated than necessary." I shake my head. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The notebook." His voice drops to something deadly calm. "The leather journal with encrypted records that document every corrupt official and criminal transaction Kulikov's organization has conducted for the past 6 years. I'm sure it's here, since he wouldn't want to keep risking carrying it when you'd make such a perfect dupe." The words hit me like ice water. He's talking about the mysterious journal I found in the bedside table drawer, the one filled with coded information and financial records that disappeared the night someone broke into my house. The evidence that convinced me Alex wasn't who he claimed to be. I could tell him it's gone, but then I'd have to admit to knowing Alex and lying about it. I tilt my chin. Even if I knew what you were talking about, which I don't, I've never seen a notebook like that. Wrong answer. Lang moves closer, backing me toward the kitchen with predatory patience. Kulikov wouldn't leave evidence that valuable where he couldn't retrieve it. I'm convinced he hid it somewhere in this house, and you're going to show me where. I told you I don't know anything about... Stop lying. The explosion of anger transforms his face into something ugly and dangerous. You slept with him, didn't you? Sweet little innkeeper spreading her legs for a Russian criminal, because he told you what you wanted to hear. The crude accusation makes heat flood my face, but more than embarrassment, I feel rage at his assumption that intimacy equals complicity. That sharing my bed with someone means I'm automatically involved in their criminal activities. Get out of my house. Not until I get what I came for. He reaches toward me, and I stumble backward into the kitchen. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, but either way, you're taking me to that guest room and showing me where Kulikov hid my property. No. The refusal comes out stronger than I feel, but it stops him momentarily. We stare at each other across the kitchen island, predator and prey sizing each other up before the next move in a confrontation I never wanted and don't understand. You have no idea what you're involved in, Lang says, his voice dropping back to dangerous calm. Kulikov doesn't leave witnesses alive when they've outlived their usefulness. Help me recover what he stole, and maybe I can protect you from what's coming. I don't need protection from anyone except you. You stupid bitch. The mask slips completely, revealing something vicious and entitled underneath. You think because you live in this nice suburban neighborhood and pay your taxes that you're safe from people like us? You think your middle-class morality is going to protect you when Kulikov decides you know too much? He moves around the kitchen island with sudden speed, reaching for my arm with obvious intent to force compliance through physical intimidation. But I know better. I know that compliance often leads to escalation rather than safety. That giving predators what they want rarely satisfies them completely. I dodge his grab and catch him off balance, stepping hard on his foot with enough force to make him swear and stumble backward. The moment of advantage gives me time to put the kitchen table between us, but it won't provide protection for long against someone clearly willing to use violence to get what he wants. You're going to regret that. He straightens up, his face twisted with fury that goes beyond professional frustration into something personal and vindictive. I was going to make this quick and clean, but now you've made it complicated. His hand moves toward his pistol. Terror floods my system, but underneath the fear, anger burns bright and clean. This man broke into my house, threatened me with violence, and now he's reaching for a gun because I won't cooperate with his criminal demands. Whatever legitimate authority he might once have possessed, he forfeited it the moment he decided my safety was less important than his goals. I grab the edge of the kitchen table and shove it toward him with desperate strength, wood scraping against tile as the heavy furniture slides across the floor. Lang throws his hands up to protect himself from the impact, stumbling backward toward the hallway as chairs scatter around him. I'm about to dart around him and run for the back door when it explodes inward with a crash that makes the earlier breaking of the chain lock on the front door sound like a whisper. Wood splinters and metal hardware flies as someone enters my house with the kind of violent efficiency that speaks of professional training and deadly intent. Alex storms into my kitchen like a force of nature, but this isn't the charming businessman who shared wine and conversation with me a week ago. This is someone harder and more dangerous, who moves with a lethal purpose that makes every survival instinct I possess scream at me to get the hell out of here. He doesn't acknowledge my presence or check to see if I'm injured. He focuses his attention entirely on Lang, and there's something terrifying about his concentration, and in the way he seems to catalog threats and calculate responses in the space between heartbeats. Marcus. His voice carries none of the warmth I remember from our conversations, replaced by something flat and professionally deadly. You should have stayed in your own territory. Kulikov. Lang straightens up from where he'd been knocked off balance by the table, his hand still moving toward his weapon. I wondered when you'd show up to protect your little whore. The insult transforms Alex's face into something that makes Lang take an involuntary step backward. Whatever restraint had been keeping him controlled disappears entirely, replaced by the kind of focused rage that ends with someone not walking away from the confrontation. Alex closes the distance between them with frightening speed, his hand intercepting Lang's reach for his gun and twisting his wrist with enough force to make him cry out in pain. What follows isn't a fight so much as a controlled demolition. Lang might have federal training and field experience, but he's facing someone who operates in a world where violence is a professional skill rather than a last resort. Alex moves with brutal efficiency, countering every attempt Lang makes to gain advantage, while systematically destroying his ability to continue fighting. I press myself against the kitchen counter and watch in horrified fascination as two men try to kill each other in my home. Furniture crashes and breaks around them. Dishes shatter as they slam into cabinets and walls, and blood spatters across surfaces I'll never be able to look at the same way again. Alex is bleeding from a cut above his left eye, and dark stains spread across his shirt from injuries I can't identify in the chaos of movement and violence. Lang is much worse, his face already swelling from impacts that sound like bones breaking, his movements becoming increasingly desperate and uncoordinated. The fight ends with sudden, shocking finality. One moment they're grappling against the kitchen counter, and the next, Lang is on the floor with Alex standing over him holding what must be a silenced pistol. The weapon produces a sound like a sharp cough, almost inaudible above the sound of my own labored breathing. Lang's body goes still with the terrible completeness of death, and blood pools beneath his head on my kitchen floor. The violence that filled the space moments ago disappears as suddenly as it began, leaving only silence and the aftermath of something that will haunt my dreams for years to come.
The silence that follows the gunshot is oppressive, broken only by the sound of blood dripping steadily onto kitchen tile and Celia's ragged breathing from somewhere behind me. I stand over Marcus Lang's body, the silenced pistol still warm in my hand, and confirm what I already know. The bullet entered cleanly through his temple and his pulse is gone. No movement, no signs of life, and no possibility that he'll recover consciousness and cause further problems. Lang's death should feel like victory and the elimination of a threat that's been pursuing me for 8 months. Instead, what I've done settles into my bones like poison. Not regret for killing him. He forfeited any claim to mercy the moment he broke into Celia's house and threatened her with violence. But guilt for the circumstances that made his death necessary, and for the chain of decisions that brought a federal agent's corpse into the kitchen of an innocent woman who deserved better than becoming collateral damage in a war between criminals. I holster the weapon and turn toward Celia, who has collapsed onto the hallway floor with her knees pulled to her chest. The shock in every line of her face makes her look fragile, and nothing like the confident woman who hiked mountain trails and shared stories about her father's death. She stares at Lang's body with the kind of wide-eyed horror that comes from witnessing violence for the first time, and suddenly understanding the world is far more dangerous than suburban safety had led her to believe. Celia? I keep my voice low and gentle, the tone I might use to calm a wounded animal. Are you hurt? Did he touch you before I got here? She doesn't respond immediately, her attention still fixed on the spreading pool of blood that's already reaching the edges of the kitchen tiles. When she finally looks at me, her face carries an expression I can't interpret. That's something between fear, recognition, and terrible understanding. I pull out the burner phone I carry for exactly these situations and dial Leonid's emergency number, knowing he'll answer regardless of the hour or circumstances. The call connects after 2 rings, and I switch to rapid Russian the moment I hear his voice. I need a cleanup crew at the Lake Tahoe location immediately. One body, federal agent, significant blood evidence. Scene needs complete sanitization. How significant? Leonid's response comes back in the same language, professional concern replacing any personal reaction to what I've just told him. Kitchen combat, furniture damage, blood spatter, and forensic evidence throughout the area. Full restoration required. Understood. Team will deploy within the hour, but travel time to your location is minimum 2 hours. Can you maintain scene security until arrival? I look at Lang's corpse, and then at Celia, who's listening to our conversation without understanding the words, but clearly recognizing the urgency in our tones. 2 hours is a long time to keep a federal agent's body in a civilian's kitchen, especially when neighbors might notice unusual activity or emergency services could respond to reports of disturbance. Affirmative. I'll handle site preparation. Status of civilian witness? The question is loaded with implications I don't want to consider. In our business, civilian witnesses to deaths usually don't remain civilians for long, and they rarely remain witnesses. The standard protocol would be to eliminate complications before they become problems, to ensure that no one can provide testimony about events that never officially happened. I look at Celia again, who made me remember what it felt like to be human. The thought of applying standard protocol to her makes something twist in my chest that has nothing to do with tactical considerations. Witness is secure, will be managed appropriately. Understood. Maintain communications blackout until scene is cleared. The call ends, leaving me alone with Celia and the consequences of decisions that can't be undone. The cleanup crew will handle forensic evidence and body disposal with professional efficiency, but they can't erase the memory of what happened here, or restore the innocence that Celia lost when she watched me kill a man in her kitchen. I walk toward where she sits on the hallway floor, each step feeling heavier than the last. The guilt that's been building since I left her house 2 weeks ago now feels crushing, like a physical weight that makes breathing difficult. She trusted me with her body and her confidences, and I repaid that trust by bringing federal agents and criminal violence into her safe suburban world. Celia, I'm sorry. The words feel inadequate, but they're all I have. I'm sorry for lying to you about who I am, and I'm sorry for leaving you vulnerable to what just happened. You didn't deserve any of this. She finally looks at me directly, and what I see in her face makes me take an involuntary step backward. Not fear, though that's present too, but something sharper and more dangerous. Recognition, understanding. The kind of clarity that comes when carefully maintained illusions finally collapse completely. I know exactly who you are, she says, her voice shaking, but still carrying the strength that attracted me to her in the first place. And I know what you are. The accusation moves between us like a blade, slicing through any flimsy explanation I might have offered. She's not asking for clarification or hoping for reassurance that appearances are deceiving. She's stating facts about my nature that she's finally accepted as truth. Criminal. The word comes out like a condemnation, sharp and final. There's no qualification or room for explanation about circumstances or necessity, or the gray areas that exist between legal and illegal in the world I inhabit. Just a simple, accurate assessment of what I am and what I've brought into her life. I don't try to deny it or soften the reality with euphemisms about businesses or legitimate commercial activities. She deserves honesty, even if that honesty destroys whatever positive memories she might have retained about our time together. Yes. I keep my voice steady despite the way her judgment cuts deeper than I expected. But after tonight, you are too. Her face goes pale at the insinuation, but I continue before she can protest or deny what we both know is true. You were present when I killed a federal agent, and you didn't try to stop me or call for help. In the eyes of the law, that makes you an accessory to murder and conspiracy to obstruct justice. You've crossed a line with me, Celia, whether you intended to or not, which means you need to cross another line and help me dispose of his body. The words are harsh, but necessary. Reality delivered without softening or false comfort. She needs to understand that her previous life of middle-class morality ended the moment Lang's blood started pooling on her kitchen floor. Whatever choices she makes from this point forward, they'll be made as someone who's already complicit in activities that could destroy her freedom and her future. I didn't choose this, she whispers, but the protest lacks conviction. We both know choice became irrelevant the moment she decided to trust a stranger who told her carefully constructed lies about his identity and his business. Neither did I in the beginning, but we make the choices we can live with, and we accept the consequences of the choices we can't avoid. I gesture toward Lang's body and the blood-spattered kitchen that will need complete forensic sanitization before dawn. Right now, we need to focus on surviving the next few hours. The cleanup team is still nearly 2 hours away, and Lang's body can't remain in her kitchen until they arrive. There are too many variables and too many opportunities for neighbors to notice unusual activity or emergency services to respond to reports of disturbance. We need to move him somewhere less visible that won't compromise the scene before professional cleaners can eliminate all traces of what happened here. I walk to the living room and examine the large area rug that covers most of the floor. It's thick enough to contain blood and wide enough to wrap a body completely. The pattern will help camouflage stains, and the material can be disposed of along with its contents when the cleanup crew arrives. What are you doing? Celia's voice carries a note of hysteria that suggests she's beginning to understand what I'm asking of her. We need to wrap him and get him out of the kitchen. The cleanup crew won't arrive for at least 2 hours, and we can't leave a federal agent's body where anyone might see it. I start rolling back the edges of the rug, treating this like any other operational challenge that requires practical solutions. We use this to contain the blood and move him somewhere less visible. You want me to help you hide a dead body? She sounds almost numb. I want us to survive this without spending the rest of our lives in federal prison. I turn to face her directly, letting her see the seriousness in my expression. Lang came here on his own, without backup or official authorization. He broke into your house and threatened you with violence. What happened next was self-defense, but no one will believe that if they find his corpse in your kitchen. Because you're a criminal and because he's a federal agent and we're civilians who killed him during what will be characterized as a drug-related home invasion. The official story will be that I used you to hide evidence from a federal investigation, then eliminated the agent when he investigated. The explanation makes her flinch. She needs to understand her cooperation isn't optional, that the line between victim and criminal has already been crossed, and that survival depends on accepting new rules for a world she never wanted to enter. I drag the rug into the kitchen, spreading it beside Lang's body. The work ahead of us is unpleasant, but necessary. Another bridge burned in the process of protecting ourselves from consequences we can't escape. I don't know how to do this, she says in a whisper. Neither did I the first time, but you learn quickly when the alternative is prison or death. I kneel beside Lang's body and check his pockets for identification and personal effects that might complicate disposal. Help me roll him onto the rug, then we'll wrap him completely. I can't touch him. You can, and you will. Because the alternative is explaining to federal investigators why a rogue agent's body was found in your kitchen. I look at her directly, letting her see the certainty in my face. This isn't about what you're comfortable with anymore, but about what you need to do to survive. She stares at me for a long moment, and I watch her internal struggle play out across her features. The woman who trusted a charming businessman battles with the reality of what that trust has cost her, while the survivor she'll need to become measures the price of cooperation against the consequences of refusal. Finally, she pushes herself up from the hallway floor and walks toward Lang's body with the mechanical movement of someone operating beyond their emotional capacity. She doesn't look at his face or acknowledge the growing pool of blood, focusing instead on the practical challenge of what we need to accomplish. What do you need me to do? The words are a surrender of sorts. I hate seeing how it diminishes her, but there's no time for coddling at the moment. We're forced to work together in this grisly task, and a pang of regret hits me, because I don't see how she'll ever trust me again once this is over.
The words leave my mouth before I can take them back. What do you need me to do? They hang in the air between us, a surrender that tastes bitter. Something shifts in Yefrem's expression. It's not relief, but something darker. Regret, maybe, like he knows what this moment costs me, and what it takes from who I used to be. Help me roll him onto the center of the rug. His voice carries a gentleness that seems wrong given what we're about to do. Try not to let any blood drip off the edges. I stare down at Marcus Lang's body sprawled across my kitchen floor. The blood has spread farther than I thought possible, seeping into the grout between tiles and pooling in the slight depression where the refrigerator used to sit before I had it moved during the renovations. The metallic smell fills my nostrils, sharp and nauseating, mixing with the lingering scent of the vanilla candle I'd lit earlier, when my biggest concern was whether the Wi-Fi password was strong enough. Less than 2 weeks ago, my most stressful decision was choosing between Benjamin Moore's sea salt or gray owl for the guest room walls before going with soothing sage. Now I'm staring at a federal agent's corpse in a pool of blood on my subway tile. Yefrem positions himself on one side of the body while I take the other. Lang's face is turned away from me, thank God. But I can see the back of his head where Yefrem shot him. The wound is smaller than I expected from movies, but the damage is devastating. I press the back of my hand to my mouth, fighting waves of nausea. I don't think I can touch him. You don't have to touch him directly, just grab his jacket or his clothes. Even that feels impossible. This is a person, was a person, someone's son, and maybe someone's husband or father. Now he's just meat. Dead meat we need to move so we don't go to prison. The thought jolts me into action. Prison. Orange jumpsuits and concrete cells, and explaining to my mother why her daughter is serving life for accessory to murder. My hands shake as I grip the fabric of Lang's suit jacket. On 3, 1, 2, we lift together, and Lang's body is heavier than I expected. Dead weight, literally. This is practical physics I never wanted to understand firsthand. His arm flops awkwardly as we maneuver him, and I nearly drop my end when his hand brushes against my leg. I can't do this. I can't. You can. Yefrem's voice cuts through my panic, steady and sure. You are doing it. Just a few more steps. We managed to get the body positioned on my burgundy rug, the one I'd found on clearance at HomeGoods, and spent an entire afternoon debating because it was slightly more than I wanted to spend. But the colors were perfect for the room. Now those burgundy and gold threads are about to hide bloodstains and wrap a corpse. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent 2 years making this house perfect, and the last month turning it into the kind of place where people would want to stay, feel safe, and be welcome, only for it to become the scene of a murder. Yefrem calmly begins working the edges of the rug around Lang's body. The casual competence of it chills me more than anything else that's happened tonight. This isn't his first time disposing of a body. Of course it isn't. He's a Russian mafia boss, and I'm the idiot who let him into my home because he had nice eyes and an accent that made me think of old movies. Do you have tape? Something strong. I nod toward the kitchen, not trusting my voice. The blood on the floor catches the overhead light, and I have to look away. There's duct tape in the drawer by the sink, the one that sticks. Get it, all of it. My legs feel unsteady as I navigate around the blood spatter, careful not to step in any of it. My bare feet are cold against the tile. When did I lose my slippers? The surrealness of that thought, wondering about slippers while stepping around a bloody crime scene, threatens to break something in my brain. The kitchen drawer sticks when I pull it open, as it always does, warped from the humidity when the dishwasher leaked last winter. It's another item on my endless list of things to fix, right after dispose of federal agent's body and figure out how to live with being a criminal. I grab the roll of heavy-duty tape I bought for the guest room renovations, along with a smaller roll I keep for packages. 2 rolls feels inadequate for wrapping a human being, but it's what I have. When I return to the living room, Yefrem has wrapped the rug around Lang's body like a cocoon, holding the edges in place with one hand, while extending the other toward me. The bundle looks smaller than I expected and more manageable. Just a rug-shaped package that happens to contain what used to be a person. Start at his feet and work your way up. Multiple layers. We need to make sure nothing leaks through. The tape makes a sharp ripping sound as I pull it from the roll, unnaturally loud in the silence of my house. I've always hated that sound. It reminds me of moving day, of packing up my life and leaving behind everything I liked about the current place. We moved a lot when I was a kid, due to Dad's career, and I hated starting over. Now it's the soundtrack to sealing up a dead body. My hands shake as I press the first piece of tape against the rug. The sticky side catches on itself, and I have to start over since my fingers are clumsy with adrenaline and shock. The second attempt works better, but barely. I can't get it straight. It doesn't have to be perfect, just secure. I need it to be perfect. Some part of my brain insists that if I can just do this one thing right, if I can wrap this tape neatly and cleanly, then maybe this whole nightmare will somehow make sense. Maybe I can maintain some illusion that I'm still a competent person who has control over her life, instead of someone who's helping hide a murder because she doesn't know what else to do. I continue wrapping, adding layer after layer. The tape gun would make this easier, but it's in the garage with the rest of my moving supplies, and I don't want to leave Yefrem alone with the body. Not because I don't trust him, though I shouldn't trust him, should I? But because being alone with what we've done feels impossible. More around the head, Yefrem adjusts his grip on the bundle. That's where most of the blood is. I add extra layers where he indicates, trying not to think about what I'm sealing inside. The burgundy pattern of the rug is barely visible now under all the tape, transformed into something industrial and ominous. My beautiful rug, the one that tied the whole room together, is now a makeshift body bag. How do you know how to do this? The question slips out before I can stop it. Yefrem pauses in his adjustments, meeting my gaze across the wrapped body. Experience. How much experience? Enough. The non-answer chills me. Enough means more than once. Enough means this is routine for him. Just another Friday night cleaning up after violence. I'm having the worst night of my life, and for him, it's probably not even in the top 10. Have you killed other federal agents? No. Other people? A longer pause. Yes. The simple honesty of it makes me wince. Yes. Not self-defense, not accidents, and no justifications or explanations. Just yes, I have killed other people, and now you know with what you're dealing. I should be running, screaming, calling 911 and taking my chances with the truth. Instead, I wrap more tape around a dead man's head while having a casual conversation with his killer about murder statistics. How many? Does it matter? It matters to me. Yefrem studies my face for a long moment, and I see him weighing how much truth I can handle. More than one, fewer than you're imagining. I don't know what I'm imagining anymore. Good, that's probably safer. We finish securing the bundle in silence, testing the edges and adding reinforcement where needed. When we're done, Lang's body is completely contained within the rug, sealed with enough tape to prevent any forensic evidence from escaping. The bundle is awkward and heavy but manageable for two people working together. My living room looks like a disaster zone. There's blood on the floor, some of the furniture is knocked over or pushed aside, and empty tape rolls remain on the floor where I dropped them. One has rolled into the congealing blood pile and is slowly soaking up the liquid. It's better not to think about it as blood, to become stained reddish-brown. The couch cushions are askew from when I'd thrown myself down earlier, before Lang burst into my home and ruined my life. We need to get him to my car. I look up. Where is it? He jerks with his head. 3 blocks away, but I'll move it to your garage first, for cover. I nod, incapable of speaking as he heads for the front door, leaving me alone with the wrapped body. The silence presses in around me, thick and oppressive. I stare at the bundle on my floor and try to reconcile what I'm seeing with reality. Inside that tape and rug is Marcus Lang, who knocked on Mrs. Patterson's door a few hours ago, asking questions about a man named Alex Sokolov. I'd lied to him, looked him right in the eye, and lied to a federal agent because some instinct I didn't understand told me not to trust him. If I'd told the truth, would he still be alive? Would I be sitting in a federal holding cell right now instead of standing in my living room planning where to bury a corpse? The garage door rumbles open moments later, and I hear Yefrem's car pulling inside. The sound is familiar, but from this point onward, will I associate it with the sound of preparation for body disposal? Everything familiar has become sinister, like looking at the world through a funhouse mirror where normal activities hide criminal purposes. Yefrem returns through the kitchen, bringing with him a draft of night air that carries the scent of approaching rain. The weather forecast had mentioned possible storms later in the week. I'd planned to use the time to apply for jobs and maybe tweak my listing to get more guests. Instead, I'll be hoping the rain washes away any evidence we might leave behind. Ready? The question is reasonable and practical. Am I ready to carry a dead federal agent to a car so we can drive him somewhere and bury him? Is anyone ever ready for that? No. He gives me a sympathetic look. Neither was I the first time. I arch a brow. When was the first time? When I was 15. 15, the casual way he says it, like mentioning when he learned to drive or got his first job, is what really stuns me. I was 15 once too, worried about algebra tests and whether Josh Morrison would ask me to the spring dance. Yefrem was 15 and apparently learning how to dispose of bodies. We lift the bundle together and the weight settles on my shoulders, making me grunt. It's not just the actual weight, though, that's considerable, but the metaphorical weight of what we're doing and what I'm becoming. Every step toward the garage is a step farther away from the person I used to be. Careful on the steps. Yefrem's warning comes just as my foot catches on the threshold leading to the garage. I stumble, nearly dropping my end of the bundle, and he adjusts quickly to keep it secure. The near fall sends a jolt of panic through me. What if we'd dropped him? What if the tape had come loose and Lang's body had spilled out onto my garage floor? The image is so vivid and horrible, I almost lose my grip again. His car is a dark sedan, nondescript in the way that expensive cars sometimes are when they're trying not to draw attention. German engineering hiding in plain sight. The trunk is already open, a black maw waiting to swallow the evidence of what happened in my kitchen. Loading the bundle takes more effort than I expected. Lang's body wants to fold wrong. The rug makes everything slippery, and my hands keep losing their grip. We have to try 3 different angles before we find one that works, and by the time we get him settled, I'm sweating despite the cool night air. It looks so much easier on TV, I say, in a disconnected voice. He gives me a concerned look before he arranges the bundle carefully to fit properly, making sure nothing protrudes or seems obviously body-shaped. From a distance, It might look like we're moving a rolled carpet or some furniture. The mundane camouflage of extraordinary circumstances used to hide the disposal of a body. It seems like something I might read in one of Lee Child's books. No, more like a mystery than a thriller. Or maybe, "Celia, are you with me?" His voice is tender. It gets my attention, and I nod slowly, though my brain feels wrapped in cotton. "Present," I say with a hollow giggle that deepens his look of worry. The trunk closes with a solid thunk that sounds like finality, like the period at the end of a sentence I never wanted to write. "Do you have a shovel?" The question shouldn't surprise me. Of course we need a shovel, but it does. Another step in this process I'm not prepared for. Another tool in an inventory I never wanted to compile. I like to make lists, but I never expected to make a body disposal list. In the garden shed. He sounds firm but exasperated when he speaks. "Get it and anything else we might need. Gloves and a tarp if you have one." When I stare at him, he says almost harshly, "Get your shit together and get it done, Celia. You can fall apart later." For some reason, his demented version of a pep talk works, snapping me back to the present. I rush to retrieve the gardening supplies from my shed, moving on autopilot through the familiar space. My gardening gloves, still stained with soil from planting bulbs last fall, are covered in flowers, and I almost giggle again imagining Alex, no, Yefrem, donning them to bury a body. I find the shovel I bought at Home Depot, excited about my first real garden, and there's a plastic tarp left over from painting the guest room ceiling. All of it will now be repurposed for something I never could have imagined. The irony feels deliberate, like the universe has a twisted sense of humor. When I return to the garage with my arms full of supplies, Yefrem is standing by the car, checking his phone. The light from the screen illuminates his face, throwing sharp shadows that make him look dangerous in a way candlelight hadn't. This is what he really looks like, I realize. Not the charming guest who shared wine with me during a power outage, but the man who kills federal agents and knows exactly how to clean up afterward. It crosses my mind that maybe he's both, but before I can give in to the odd compulsion to ask who he really is, he interrupts. "We need to go, now." I blink and nod. "Where?" "I know a place. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere quiet." A euphemism for somewhere no one will find Marcus Lang's body. I climb into the passenger seat, and the leather is soft and expensive under my legs. The car smells like leather and something else. Aftershave, maybe, or gun oil. These scents belong to Yefrem's real world, not the fake identity he'd worn in my house. He backs out of the garage into the night, and I catch a glimpse of my house in the side mirror. It looks normal from the outside. The usual peaceful and suburban facade, where I've been so happy. There's no indication that a federal agent died in the kitchen an hour ago, that the woman who lives there just helped wrap his body in a rug, and I'm about to help bury that corpse. My neighborhood is dark and silent, with no streetlights to illuminate what we're driving past. The houses around us are full of people sleeping peacefully, unaware that a federal agent's corpse just rolled by their windows in the trunk of a sedan. Mrs. Patterson, who bakes me cookies at Christmas, is still asleep, likely with Soraya tucked in safely beside her. The Hendersons, who always wave when they're walking their dog, would never guess I'd be involved in such an activity. My neighbors are normal people living normal lives, oblivious to the fact I've crossed a line into territory they can't imagine. We drive in silence through streets I've traveled hundreds of times, but everything looks different now. It's all foreign and threatening, like I'm seeing it through the eyes of someone who helps hide bodies and lies to federal agents. The familiar landmarks of my daily routine all seem to belong to someone else's life now. "Are you okay?" The question surprises me. Am I okay? I'm sitting in a car with a corpse in the trunk, driving to bury evidence of a murder I helped cover up. I'm as far from okay as it's possible to be. I don't know. His mouth curls into a grim smile for a second. That's honest. Is honesty still an option? After this? Yefrem glances at me, and in the dim light from the dashboard, I see something like sympathy in his expression. It's the only option, at least between us. Between us. I test the phrase, evaluating the way it implies some kind of partnership or a bond forged by shared criminality. What are we now? Survivors. We're survivors. People who do what they have to do to make it through the night and wake up free the next morning. It's reasonable, but feels incomplete. How much further? 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the place where we'll bury Marcus Lang. 10 minutes to complete my transformation from innocent civilian to criminal accomplice. To seal my fate alongside Yefrem's. The road narrows as we leave the residential area behind, winding through patches of forest that seem to swallow the headlight beams. I've driven this way before during the day. It leads to some hiking trails and a small lake, but at night it feels ominous and endless. How do you know where to go? My associate identified a location for me. I nod. Associate, huh? I had associates before being fired, but I never asked any of them for advice on where to bury a body. A giggle threatens to escape again, but there's no amusement behind it. He touches my knee for just a moment. I should flinch away, but I don't. Just a little longer to keep it together. I nod and inhale before exhaling sharply. Have you done this before? Buried someone, I mean. Yes. My eyes widen, but I'm not really shocked. Here? No, different places. Different places, multiple bodies in multiple locations. On multiple nights like this one. Perhaps I'm not his first unwilling accomplice, but the latest in what might be a long line of people who got pulled into his world and had to choose between cooperation and prison. What happened to the others? What others? The people who helped you before. Yefrem is quiet for so long, I think he won't answer. Finally, he says, there were no others, not like this. What makes this different? Another pause. You. The single word carries gravitas I'm not sure I want to understand. Me. What makes this different is me, specifically, not just anyone who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I don't know what that means. Don't know if it's better or worse than being interchangeable. And my thoughts are too scattered to really focus on anything right now. We turn off the main road onto a dirt track that my car would never handle. The sedan suspension absorbs the worst of the bumps, but I feel every pothole and rock through the seat. Trees close in on both sides, branches scraping against the windows like fingers trying to hold us back. Almost there. The trees open up into a small clearing, and Yefrem pulls the car off the track into a space that his GPS indicates. He turns off the engine, and the silence is absolute. There is no traffic, no neighbors, and no civilization for miles in any direction. Just us in the night and a federal agent's body waiting to be buried. This is it! I stare out at the clearing, then at the man beside me, who's about to teach me how to dig a grave. A month ago, I was worried about job interviews and guest room ratings. Now I'm about to become the kind of person who knows how deep to dig to hide a body, how to choose the right spot, and how to cover the evidence so it stays hidden. What's about to happen settles over me like a physical presence. After tonight, there's no going back. No pretending this didn't happen. And no returning to the woman I was before Yefrem knocked on my door and changed everything. All I can do now is dig and pray this ends with both of us still breathing.
The ground here is softer than I expected, with loose soil mixed into old leaves that give way easily under the shovel blade. I've chosen a spot about 50 yards from where we parked, far enough into the tree line that casual hikers, which is unlikely this late at night, won't stumble across it, but close enough that we don't have to carry Lang's body through dense forest. Celia stands a few feet away, holding the flashlight with both hands to keep it steady. The beam wavers slightly. Her hands are still shaking, but she's managed to keep it pointed where I need it. She hasn't said much since we arrived. She's just followed my instructions and held whatever I asked her to hold. The digging goes faster than usual. This soil has been disturbed before, though not recently. I clench my teeth and dig. piling the dirt to one side in a neat mound that will be easy to redistribute later. How deep does it need to be? Celia's voice cuts through the rhythmic sound of the shovel hitting earth. She sounds more academic than curious. I pause, wiping sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. Deep enough. That's not an answer. 3 feet, maybe 4. I resume digging, focusing on the physical work rather than the way she's watching me. Deep enough that animals won't disturb it, but shallow enough we can finish before dawn. She shifts her weight from one foot to the other, the flashlight beam moving with her. Okay. The hole is taking shape now, roughly rectangular and deeper than it looks from ground level. My shoulders burn from the repetitive motion, but the physical exertion feels good after hours of sitting in the car. It gives me something to focus on besides the weight of what I've dragged Celia into, and I wouldn't dream of asking her to take a turn with shoveling. You said you were 15 the first time? I stop digging and look up at her. The flashlight illuminates her face from below, throwing strange shadows that make her look older, more serious. Her eyes are focused on me with an intensity that suggests this isn't casual curiosity. Yes. 15. She repeats the number, like she's testing how it sounds. That's young. Not where I come from. I return to digging, but she doesn't let the subject drop. What happened? The shovel hits something hard, a root or a rock, and I have to work around it, using the blade to cut through whatever's blocking my progress. The brief delay gives me time to consider how much to tell her and how much truth she can handle right now. Someone came to our house. Someone who wanted to hurt my family. And you killed him? My brother did. I set aside the shovel and kneel to pull the severed root from the hole. I just helped clean up afterward. Celia adjusts her grip on the flashlight, and the beam steadies. How did you know what to do? We didn't. We figured it out as we went. I pick up the shovel again, attacking the earth with renewed force. Made mistakes. Got lucky they didn't matter. What kind of mistakes? I grit my teeth while I dig. I don't want to relive that night. Don't want to remember how terrified Dimitri and I were, how we nearly got caught because we didn't know about tire tracks and blood spatter and all the other details that matter when you're trying to make someone disappear. The kind that could have gotten us killed or arrested in St. Petersburg, which would be much worse than here. I paused to check the depth of the hole, measuring it against the length of the shovel handle. We learned fast, because you had to, because the alternative was worse. The grave is almost deep enough now. I've been digging for 40 minutes, working steadily while Celia holds the light and asks questions I don't want to answer. But there's something about the darkness and the isolation that makes honesty easier. Like confessing to a priest in a booth where faces can't be seen clearly. The man who came to our house had already killed my parents by the time Dimitri got to a gun. The words come out before I can stop them, emerging from some buried part of my memory that the physical act of digging seems to have unlocked. Celia doesn't respond immediately, but I can feel her attention sharpening, focusing on what I'm telling her. I drive the shovel into the bottom of the grave with more force than necessary. Dimitri shot him before he could shoot us, too. I'm sorry. The simple condolence catches me by surprise. Not pity or horror or judgment, just genuine sympathy for a loss that happened more than 20 years ago. I haven't talked about that night in years and have rarely allowed myself to remember the smell of blood in our small apartment, or the way my mother's hand was still warm when I checked for a pulse that wasn't there. We didn't know what to do with the body. We couldn't call the police because they were as corrupt as everyone else in our neighborhood. We couldn't leave him there because more would come looking. I measured the depth of the hole again, deep enough now. So, we wrapped him in a tarp and carried him to the river. Did you cry? The question surprises me with its directness. I pause, the shovel suspended halfway to another scoop of dirt, and look up at her. Yes. Because of your parents? I nod. Yes, but not just them. Because of everything. The blood, the fear, and what we had to do afterward. I climb out of the grave and set aside the shovel. Because I was 15 and I'd never seen a dead body before, let alone help dispose of one. I didn't know how to comfort my brother, who'd never killed anyone before either. She nods slowly, and something in her expression shifts. Not sympathy exactly, but understanding. Maybe recognition that we've both crossed lines we never wanted to cross and been forced into roles we never chose. How long did it take to stop being scared? I'm still scared. The admission comes out easier than expected. Just scared of different things now. We walk back to the car together, and I open the trunk to reveal Lang's wrapped body. The bundle looks smaller in the open air and less ominous than it seemed in Celia's living room. It's just a problem to be solved, evidence to be concealed. Help me get him out. Celia positions herself at one end of the bundle while I take the other. We lift together, and the weight distribution is awkward but manageable. The walk back to the grave takes longer than the walk to the car since we have to move carefully to avoid tripping over roots or holes in the uneven ground. When we reach the grave, I lower my end of the bundle first, guiding it into the hole while Celia controls the descent from above. The wrapped body settles into the rectangular space with a soft thud that sounds final and irreversible. Is that it? I pick up the shovel and begin filling the hole, working faster now that the hardest part is over. Now we cover him up and get out of here. The dirt falls onto the wrapped bundle with a series of soft impacts that gradually muffle into silence as the grave fills. Celia continues holding the flashlight, though she's turned her face away from the hole. I don't blame her. Watching a grave being filled is somehow worse than digging it. It's realer and more final. What happens now? I pause in my shoveling to look at her. Now we disappear for a while. She doesn't even blink at the we for how long. However long it takes. Takes for what? Her responses seem more automatic than intentional, and it's clear part of her isn't here with me. She'll break sometime soon, but I hope she waits until we're away from here. I resume filling the grave, using the repetitive motion to organize my thoughts. How much can I tell her? How much should she know about what comes next? Lang wasn't working alone. When his handlers realize he's dead, they'll come looking for whoever killed him. I spread the last of the dirt over the grave and use the shovel to scatter leaves and debris across the surface. They'll start with you. With me? Your house was his last known location. When he doesn't report in, they'll trace his movements. I step back to examine our work. The grave is invisible now, just another patch of forest floor. They'll find your address, interview your neighbors, and search your property. Celia lowers the flashlight, and we're suddenly surrounded by darkness broken only by distant stars. What will they find? Nothing, if we're lucky. My people will clean your house and eliminate any evidence that either Lang or I were ever there. I gather the tools we brought and start walking back toward the car. But they'll keep looking, especially since you won't be there. they'll know something happened, if not what exactly. So we run. We disappear. There's a difference. She follows me through the trees, her footsteps uncertain on the uneven ground. What's the difference? Running implies they're chasing us. Disappearing means they can't find us to chase. I open the car trunk and load the shovel and other supplies. I have places they don't know about and people they can't trace. People like you? People who owe me favors. People who understand the value of mutual protection. I close the trunk and move to the driver's side door. People who know how to keep secrets. Celia gets into the passenger seat, and I start the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness as we reverse out of the clearing and back onto the dirt track. In a few hours, hikers might walk within 50 feet of Lang's grave without knowing it exists. In a few days, leaves and other debris will hide it even more, and within weeks, the forest will reclaim the site completely. Where are we going? North. I have a place in Idaho. I navigate the rough track carefully, avoiding the worst of the potholes and fallen branches. Remote, secure, and stocked with everything we need. I bought it from a former prepper when he found out he was dying and had no one to inherit all his careful preparations. For how long? We reach the main road, and I turn the car toward the interstate. How long will it take to neutralize the threat Lang represented? How long before it's safe for Celia to return to her normal life, if that's even possible anymore? I won't lie to her again if I can help it. I don't know. A while. You might never return to the life you had. She stares at me in horror. My mother. She trails off into a silence that suggests she's lost in her thoughts and pain. We drive in continued silence for the next hour, the highway stretching ahead of us in an endless ribbon of asphalt and yellow lines. Celia stares out the passenger window at the darkness, and I focus on the road, while my mind processes what just happened and what comes next. I've involved a civilian in activities that could destroy both our lives. Worse, I've involved a civilian I care about. Someone who represents everything I thought I'd given up when I inherited leadership of mine and my brother's organization that we built when we started over in the U.S. at 15, with the money Father had set aside to fund the family's escape, before the assassin caught up with him first. The smart move would be to set her up with a new identity and enough money to disappear permanently, then never see her again. I can't do it. The thought of losing her now, after everything we've shared, feels impossible. She's seen me at my worst and hasn't run. She's helped me bury a federal agent without breaking completely. She's stronger than I gave her credit for, and that strength draws me to her in ways I don't fully understand. The highway curves ahead, and I adjust the steering to follow it. Beside me, Celia shifts in her seat, and I catch a glimpse of her profile in the dashboard lights. Beautiful and haunted, changed by what we've done together, but not broken by it. Not yet, anyway. We still have a long drive ahead of us, and longer challenges waiting at the end of it. Lang's death will bring consequences I can't fully predict, setting forces into motion that will test both of us in ways we haven't imagined yet. But for now, we're safe. We're together, and we've successfully eliminated the most immediate threat to our survival. It's not much, but it's enough to build on. The miles roll by beneath our wheels, carrying us away from the grave and toward whatever comes next. In the passenger seat, Celia finally breaks the silence. I need to ask you something. I glance at her, noting the serious tone in her voice. What? When this is over, When we're safe, what happens to us? The question cuts to the heart of everything I've been trying not to think about. What happens to us? What kind of future is possible for a Russian mobster and the civilian he's dragged into his world? What kind of life can we build on a foundation of shared criminality and mutual dependence? I don't know. But you've thought about it. I have thought about it. More than I should, and more than is smart for someone in my position. I've thought about what it would be like to wake up next to her every morning, to build something real and lasting with someone who knows exactly who I am and what I've done. Yes. And? I pull the car into the right lane to pass a slow-moving truck, using the maneuver to buy time to organize my thoughts. How much honesty is too much? How much hope is dangerous? I think we have a chance. If we're careful, if we're smart, if we get lucky. I merge back into the left lane and settle into a steady cruising speed. But it won't be easy. She makes a low sound, but doesn't ask more questions. She doesn't ask me to clarify if I see building a future with her, or us going separate ways. I'm afraid she's envisioning the second, and isn't in the right frame of mind to discuss the first option, so I let it rest for now. The best things in life require sacrifice, risk, and the willingness to fight for something that matters more than safety or comfort. What we have, whatever it is, falls into that category, at least for me. I don't know yet how she feels about that. The realistic side of me knows she'll flee from a murdering Bratva Pakan as soon as she can. But a tiny, hopeful part of me clings to the idea that instead, she'll find a reason to stay. We drive through the night, and gradually, I notice Celia's questions becoming stranger and more disconnected. She asks about the color of the moon, whether I think Lang had a dog before deciding he didn't, because he tried to kick Soraya, and if the trees we pass are the same species that grow in Russia. The random thoughts she speaks aloud without context or connection reveal she's unraveling more clearly than any bald statement could. I keep expecting her to break down completely, to finally process what we've done and fall apart. Instead, she seems to be floating somewhere outside herself, observing everything from a distance that protects her from the full impact of events. Then, somewhere outside Susanville, she starts crying. Not sobbing or wailing, but quiet tears accompanied by soft sniffles. I pull off at the next exit and find a deserted parking lot behind a closed gas station. When I stop the car and turn off the engine, the silence is broken only by the sound of her breathing. Celia? She doesn't respond as she continues crying with the kind of steady, exhausted grief that suggests she's finally allowing herself to feel everything she's been holding back. I reach for her tentatively, not sure if physical comfort is what she needs or wants. She doesn't pull away when I touch her shoulder, so I pull her closer, letting her cry against my chest while I hold her. Her tears soak through my shirt, warm and genuine, and I stroke her hair without conscious thought. It's okay, I murmur, though we both know it's not. Nothing about this situation is okay and won't be okay for a long time, but lies are sometimes kinder than truth. She cries for 10 minutes, maybe 15, releasing pressure that has been building since the moment Lang broke into her house. When she finally pulls away, her eyes are red but clear, focused in a way they haven't been for hours. I'm sorry. For what? For falling apart. I smooth a strand of hair away from her face, letting my fingers linger against her cheek since she isn't recoiling. You didn't fall apart. You're still here, still functioning and still helping. That's not falling apart. It feels like it. The night I helped Dmitri dispose of the assassin's body, I threw up 3 times and couldn't eat for 2 days. The admission comes easily. Another piece of honesty offered to balance the scales between us. He had to do most of the work because I kept having panic attacks. Really? Really. Being scared doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. She nods slowly, accepting the reassurance even if she doesn't fully believe it. Are you ready to keep driving? I start the engine and pull back onto the highway. The road ahead stretches into darkness, but the destination is clear now. We're going to my safe house in Idaho, where we'll figure out our next moves and wait for the chaos following Lang's death to settle into predictable patterns. It takes us another day and a half of driving, stopping only for gas and food and a few hours of sleep in the car at a rest area. By the time we reach the compound, we're both exhausted and hollow-eyed, running on adrenaline and stubbornness. The safe house sits on 200 acres of former prepper property outside Sandpoint, surrounded by forest and accessible only by a single dirt road that winds through trees for 3 miles before reaching the gate. The previous owner spent a fortune on security systems and reinforcement, then found out he couldn't prepare against stage 4 liver cancer and had no one to give his property to, since he'd spent so long walling himself off from the world. I bought it through shell companies and holding corporations, then spent another fortune upgrading the electronics even more and adding trustworthy personnel. It's one of 3 fortress-like properties I maintain around the world for situations exactly like this one. Remote, secure, and stocked with everything needed for extended stays. I have safe houses, but they're a joke compared to this property. Leonid meets us at the gate, materializing from behind a tree with the silent efficiency that made him invaluable in St. Petersburg and keeps him alive in America. He was Dmitri's friend first, but he's like a brother to me now. His eyes are the same, calculating, cautious, and missing nothing. You look like hell. His greeting is characteristically blunt, delivered in accented English for Celia's benefit. Feel worse. I get out of the car and stretch muscles that have been cramped for hours. Any problems? Nothing we couldn't handle. Leonid's attention shifts to Celia, who's climbing out of the passenger seat with the careful movements of someone operating beyond their normal limits. This is her? His disapproval is overt. Celia Bourne. Celia, this is Leonid Buzinski. She extends her hand with automatic politeness, and Leonid shakes it with surprising gentleness. His expression softens slightly as he takes in her appearance, noting she's disheveled and exhausted, but still trying to maintain social conventions in circumstances that have moved far beyond normal courtesy. He's still clearly disapproving, but the slight softening is encouraging. Welcome. His tone carries slight warmth beneath the formal words. You are safe here. Thank you. The simple exchange highlights everything wrong with this situation. Celia shouldn't be here and shouldn't need to be grateful for safety in a fortified compound run by Russian criminals. She should be home in her renovated house, worrying about guest reviews and job applications, not learning to navigate the protocols of organized crime. But she is here, and she's handling it with more grace than I expected. It's another sign of the strength I'm learning to recognize in her that allowed her to help bury a federal agent and drive for 2 days without completely losing her mind. Come, says Leonid, gesturing toward the main building. I'll show you around and get you settled. The words must be for Celia because I'm familiar with the property. That he's trying to make her feel welcome removes some of my concerns. As we walk toward the compound, I catch Leonid giving me a look that says, "We need to talk privately, and soon." Bringing Celia here complicates everything and introduces variables that could compromise operational security and put everyone at risk. Yet looking at her now, walking beside us with quiet dignity despite everything she's been through, I know I made the right choice. I wouldn't want her anywhere else but at my side. Knowing how selfish that is doesn't override the deep sense of satisfaction I have that she's part of my world now. The compound's main building comes into view, solid and reassuring against the backdrop of forest and mountains. Home, at least temporarily. A place where we can rest, plan, and figure out how to build something lasting from the ruins of what our lives used to be. It's not much, but it's a beginning.
The water runs brown at first, then red, then finally clear as I scrub away 3 days of accumulated grime and horror. The shower is nothing fancy, but the water pressure is perfect, and the temperature is warm enough, which are luxuries I hadn't realized I was missing until now. I stand under the spray longer than necessary, letting the heat work through muscles that have been tense for days. My shoulders ache from carrying Lang's body and sitting in the car for so long. There's a bruise on my hip from somewhere. Was it during the encounter with Lang? Or afterward, while moving his body? The physical evidence of what we've done is written on my skin. I wash my hair twice, working my fingers through tangles that formed somewhere between California and exhaustion. The shampoo smells like generic flowers, which is nothing like the expensive stuff I use at home, but it's clean and normal and blessedly ordinary. For 20 minutes, I can pretend I'm just a woman taking a shower after a long trip, not someone who helped bury a federal agent's body in a forest clearing. When I finally turn off the water, the silence is absolute. No traffic, no neighbors, and no sounds of civilization filter through the walls. Just my breathing and the drip of water from the faucet and the distant hum of whatever security systems keep this place hidden from the world. I dry off with a towel, then examine myself in the mirror above the sink. I look different, not just tired or stressed, but fundamentally changed in ways that go deeper than appearance. My eyes are harder and more guarded. My mouth sits differently, like I'm perpetually braced for bad news. This is what becoming a criminal looks like, apparently. Not dramatic or obvious. Rather a subtle shift in the way I hold myself and the way I look at the world. The clothes Leonid provided are simple but well made. The jeans fit perfectly, and there's a soft sweater in dark blue. The underwear is still in the package. He must have had to guess my sizes, but everything fits like it was chosen specifically for me. Is this proof I'm not Yefrem's first reluctant houseguest? I fold my dirty clothes into a neat pile, then think better of it and stuff them into the trash can instead. I don't want anything that smells like that forest, that grave, or that night. It's better to start fresh with borrowed clothes and try to rebuild some sense of being normal. The bedroom Leonid showed me earlier is sparse but comfortable, with a double bed with clean sheets, a dresser, and an armless chair by the window that looks out over endless trees. The door has a lock that engages from the inside, and I use it, needing the illusion of privacy and safety, even though I know it's meaningless in a place like this. I sit on the edge of the bed and try to organize my thoughts, to make sense of everything that's happened. 2 weeks ago, I was unemployed and single and worried about paying my mortgage. Now I'm hiding in a criminal safe house after helping dispose of a federal agent's corpse and might never return to my little house and quiet neighborhood. The progression seems impossible, like skipping chapters in a book and trying to follow a plot that no longer makes sense. But it did happen, all of it, and I need to figure out what comes next. I wish I could call Gemma to talk it over with her, but that wouldn't be safe. It hits me that I might never see her again, and that thought hurts. We've been friends for 2 years, but we're not close enough that she'll never stop looking for me. Like Mrs. Patterson, she'll be upset at my disappearance. but it won't ruin her life or leave her in anguish. Like it will my mother if I can never speak to her again. What if I can't ever go home? The thought makes me vaguely ill, and I have to push it back or risk breaking into tears. The compound is larger than it appeared from the outside, built into the hillside with multiple levels and more rooms than I bothered counting during Leonid's brief tour. I remember solar panels, satellite dishes, and enough generators to power a small town. Someone spent serious money making this place completely self-sufficient. I find Yefrem in what Leonid called the study, though it looks more like a war room with maps on the walls, multiple computer screens, and communication equipment that looks like it belongs in a government facility rather than a private residence. He's sitting at a desk reviewing papers, and he doesn't look up when I enter. Feel better? Cleaner. I close the door behind me and claim the chair across from his desk. More human. He sets down the document he was reading and really looks at me for the first time since we arrived. You look better. I still look like someone who just helped bury a body and drove 3 days to hide in a criminal's compound. That's exactly what you look like. His response carries a hint of dark humor, but better than you looked 12 hours ago. I study his face, noting the fatigue lines around his eyes and the way his shoulders curve inward like he's carrying invisible weight. He looks older than he did in my kitchen and more worn down by circumstances that haven't touched me yet. I need answers. He leans back in his chair and I catch a glimpse of the man who rented my guest room, polite, careful, and charming in a distant way. But that version of him feels like a performance now, something he put on to make me comfortable. What kind of answers? All of them. Everything. Why Lang was after you, why that notebook mattered so much, and what I've gotten myself tangled up in. I keep my voice steady, determined not to let him deflect or minimize what I need to know. The truth. He's quiet for a long moment, considering how much to tell me. I can see him weighing options, calculating risks, and deciding whether honesty serves his purposes better than continued deception. The notebook is mine. I'm not surprised exactly that it isn't something he stole from Lang, nor evidence of corruption he was trying to expose. That means it's his notebook of his records for his criminal empire, documented in careful detail. Yours, my operational ledger, business dealings, trade routes, payments, and contacts. He opens a drawer and pulls out a similar notebook, this one bound in different leather but clearly part of the same set. I keep multiple volumes going back years and update them regularly. I stare at the notebook in his hands, remembering the pages of encrypted numbers and names I'd tried to decode in my guest room. Even then, I'd been sure they were evidence of crimes, his crimes. What kind of business dealings? I sound less interested than I am. The kind that require discretion. I snort. That's not an answer. Yefrem sets the notebook on the desk between us, close enough that I could reach for it if I wanted to see what secrets it contains if I hadn't already. Import, export, transportation, and security services. Some of it's legal and some of it isn't. My organization doesn't handle drugs or human trafficking, but we're open to most other forms of commerce. I'm oddly relieved by that, knowing he has lines he won't cross even as a criminal. How much of it isn't legal? Enough to matter. The non-answers are starting to irritate me. I've helped him bury a federal agent, driven across the country to hide in his fortress, and given up any chance of returning to my normal life, at least temporarily. The least he can do is be honest about for what I've sacrificed everything. Stop being evasive. I've earned the right to know what I'm mixed up in. He studies my face for a moment, then nods slowly. You're right. You've earned that right. He stands and walks to one of the maps on the wall, tracing routes with his finger while he talks. My organization handles transportation and logistics for various clients. Sometimes that means moving legitimate cargo through legitimate channels. Sometimes it doesn't. What kind of illegitimate cargo? Whatever people need moved without official scrutiny. Drugs, I ask, challenging his previous statement. only once years ago when I had to repay a favor to the man who helped Dmitri and I establish our empire here. I grimace, but I have no reason to doubt he's being honest. Weapons? Often. Through narrowed eyes, I ask, people? Anticipating a negative if he's being honest about what he said before. He turns away from the map to look at me directly. Never. That's a line I don't cross. The distinction seems important to him. A matter of personal ethics in a world where such things must be rare. I file it away as potentially significant. Evidence that he's not completely without moral boundaries. So you're a smuggler. Among other things. He returns to his desk and sits back down. Dmitri and I came to the US when we were 16, smuggled over in cargo containers. And the hell of that experience is one of many reasons we never hauled humans in our own endeavors. We had some money Dad had socked away and told us where to find before he died. But we had too little education and skills to get legitimate jobs. An old friend of my father's helped us, first putting us to work in his Bratva branch, and then helping us establish our own. That life comes with enemies and obligations. Enemies destroyed Dmitri. And I've spent the last 6 years trying to legitimize what I can and manage what I can. Minimize obligations and try to find some peace, which is hard in my world. With mixed success, apparently. But I've had enough success to stay alive and keep my people safe. Until recently. Tell me about Lang. Yefrem opens the notebook and flips through pages covered in his careful handwriting of numbers and names and dates that represent years of careful record-keeping. He was a good agent once, dedicated, honest, and effective at his job. He leans back, still meeting my gaze. Then his wife got cancer almost 8 years ago. Sympathy stirs in spite of the way he burst into my life and home, threatening me. The treatment wasn't covered. Not all of it. They explored experimental procedures, specialists, and medications that weren't FDA approved. He mortgaged their house, sold everything they owned, and borrowed from family. He frowns. It wasn't enough. So he went corrupt? He lifts a shoulder. Perhaps that's too harsh of an assessment, Kotik. He got desperate to save the woman he loved. He started small by taking money to delay investigations, providing advance warning about raids, and selling information that wasn't technically classified. He sets aside the notebook and focuses on me completely. One compromise led to another, then another, until he was running his own operation inside the bureau. What kind of operation? Brokering deals between rival organizations, playing middleman in disputes, and taking percentages from everyone while using his badge for protection. When his wife died 2 years ago, he seemed to lose any moral compass or ability to care about right and wrong. Yefrem's voice carries disgust, either for Lang's methods or his lack of subtlety. He got greedy and tried to expand too fast. And ran into you. He tried to force me into a partnership I didn't want. He demanded access to my roots, my contacts, and my operations. When I refused, he made it personal. I lean forward in my chair, finally getting to the heart of what I need to understand. What did he do? He aligned himself with the Belov family, rivals of mine who've been trying to move into my territory for years. Together, they hit my estate outside Las Vegas. Yefrem's expression hardens, and for a moment, I see the dangerous man Lang underestimated. They killed several of my people, along with a 14-year-old boy who was the son of the housekeeper and got caught in the crossfire, and destroyed everything I'd built there. So you retaliated. I cut him off. I froze him out of any deals that required my cooperation, and made it clear that working with the Belovs meant working against me. He gestures toward the notebook. Unfortunately, he saw one of my notebooks in the raid at Vegas. I managed to get it back from him in a bloody operation, but he knows of its existence and is determined to acquire it to bring me down. So he's still coming after you for revenge. Probably somewhat, but mostly he got desperate again. My spies tell me he's convinced himself he can neutralize me before I can expose him to honest agents within the FBI. Yefrem shrugs, a gesture that encompasses years of conflict and violence. I intend to ensure he sees he's wrong. I sit back in my chair, trying to process the full scope of what I've learned. This isn't just about one corrupt agent or one criminal organization. It's about competing power structures, overlapping jurisdictions, a shadow economy that operates parallel to legitimate business. What happens now? Now it gets complicated. Yefrem pulls out another document, this one covered in official-looking letterhead and bureaucratic language. Lang's disappearance will trigger a federal investigation. They'll trace his movements, interview his contacts, and search for evidence of what happened to him. They'll find my house. Eventually. My people are cleaning it now to eliminate any trace that either of us was ever there, but investigators are thorough when one of their own goes missing. My stomach drops at the thought of the entire FBI pursuing me. What about the Belovs? They'll soon realize he's actually dead, and the notebook is still in my possession. If they really want my territory, and they do, they'll escalate. Escalate how? Yefrem meets my gaze directly, looking solemn. They'll come after everyone connected to me, my associates, my employees, and my properties. He pauses, giving me time to process that. They'll target anyone who might know where I am or what I'm planning. My stomach churns with a surge of nausea. Anyone like me. Yes. The stark word is so much worse than if he'd tried to soften it, though there's really no way to cushion this blow. Reality settles over me, increasing my nausea. I'm not just hiding from federal investigators anymore, which is bad enough. I'm also possibly a target for Russian criminals, who see me as a potential source of information or leverage against Yefrem. There's no neutral position in this conflict, and no way to extract myself without becoming a liability to one side or the other. So I can't go home. Not safely, not for a long time. Ever, I whisper, accepting that horrible truth. How can I? This sort of situation doesn't just fade away. My mother. I close my eyes. What about her? He hesitates. In the future, when it's safer, I'll ensure you can discreetly contact her. If she wants to join us then, I'll make the arrangements. His tone is gentle. That will have to be several months, at the very least, before the heat dies down. In the meantime, is there some subtle message you can send to let her know you're alive and reasonably safe that won't attract FBI attention? I stand up and walk to the window, looking out at the forest that surrounds this compound. There are miles of trees in every direction, natural barriers that hide us from satellites and surveillance, and from the outside world and all its complications. A beautiful prison for people who can't afford to be found. I consider his words before turning to look at him. Can I send her a music box with a Nutcracker theme? When I was little, she took me to the show every year, and we always bought a music box from one of the vendors. He nods. Find one you want to send and text me the link. I'll arrange it. I let out a small sigh of relief that I'll be able to send my mom a subtle message. She'll still have a million questions, but at least she'll know I'm alive. If this goes on for too long, maybe I can find a way to send music boxes every few months to let her know I'm still okay. I meet his gaze again. Be honest with me. How long will all this really take? In my heart, I already know I can't return to my real life, but how long until I can settle into a new one and feel safe? This will last until we resolve the situation with the Bulovs and their allies in the bureau. Yefrem joins me at the window, close enough that I can feel the warmth of his presence and remember how it felt to be in his arms. We have to find a way to neutralize the threat permanently. I shiver since that sounds ominous. What does that mean? It means, especially for the Bulovs, that we make them more afraid of us than we are of them. The clinical way he says it, like discussing a business strategy rather than planning violence, reminds me again of what kind of man he is, and I'm tied to him for the time being. He solves problems with force when negotiation fails, who sees killing as a tool like any other. It's frightening, but also somewhat reassuring. If I'm dragged into this, I need someone who knows how to fight back since I'm out of my element. The unfairness of it all threatens to overwhelm me. I didn't ask for this. He sounds sympathetic but firm. I know. I just wanted to rent out my guest room. make a little extra money while I figured out what to do next. I turn away from the window to face him directly. I didn't sign up to be a fugitive. He nods. You didn't sign up for any of this, but you're here anyway, which means you're stronger than you think you are. Or stupider. Or braver. The compliment catches me off guard, delivered with a sincerity that seems out of place given our circumstances. Brave. Is that what this is? It doesn't feel like bravery. It feels like being swept along by forces beyond my control, making the best choices available from a set of terrible options. What if I want to leave? The question is loaded with implications we both understand. What if I decide this is too much, too dangerous, and too far from the life I thought I wanted? What if I choose to take my chances with federal investigators rather than Russian criminals? You can't or won't be allowed to. Yefrem considers the distinction carefully before answering. Both. Even if I let you walk away, which would be the stupidest thing I could do, you know too much now about my operations, my properties, and my associates. That information makes you valuable to my enemies and dangerous to me. So, I'm a prisoner. You're under protection. There's a difference. I cock a brow, and my tone is cynical. Is there? He doesn't answer immediately, and his silence tells me everything I need to know. The distinction between protection and imprisonment might matter to him philosophically, but practically, the result is the same. I can't leave, can't contact anyone from my old life, aside from the subtle gift from my mother, and I can't make choices about my future without considering how they affect his security. I'm sorry, the apology comes quietly, with genuine regret. I never meant for any of this to happen. I'm sure he's being truthful, which makes it more disconcerting. He seems to care about me and about dragging me into this, but I'm still his prisoner. I believe you, but it did happen. Yes, I shake my head. And now we both have to live with the consequences. Yes. I return to my chair and sit down heavily, feeling the full weight of my situation for the first time since Lang broke into my house. No job, no home, and no life to return to. No friends or family I can contact without putting them in danger. I have no future that doesn't involve hiding from federal agents and Russian criminals. What kind of life is this going to be? He's brisk and straightforward, different from what you planned. It will be more dangerous and definitely more complicated. Yefrem sits back down across from me, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Not necessarily worse. How can you say that? Because you're alive, you're safe, and you're not facing this alone. He reaches across the desk and touches my hand briefly before pulling back. We're partners. The promise should be comforting, but it raises as many questions as it answers. Partners, how? As allies or something more? What does together mean when one person is a criminal kingpin and the other is a former marketing manager who just wants to survive? Partners don't usually imprison each other. He gives me a tiny smile. Sometimes they do in my world. Our worlds aren't the same. I bend my head down and breathe deeply several times before looking up to meet his gaze again. I need time to think. Take all the time you need. We're not going anywhere for a while. I stand to leave, then pause at the door. Yefrem? Yes? The notebook. Is everything in there true? He considers the question carefully, obviously understanding that I'm really asking whether he's been honest with me about the scope of his activities and the depth of his criminality. Every word. How bad is it? Bad enough that it could destroy several organizations and so-called upstanding citizens if it fell into the wrong hands. Bad enough that people will kill to get it or to keep it secret. Including you. He doesn't even blink. Including me. I nod and leave him alone with his maps and plans and carefully documented crimes. In the hallway outside his study, I lean against the wall and try to organize my thoughts around this new reality. I'm not just hiding from the consequences of killing Marcus Lang anymore. I'm hiding from the consequences of getting involved with Yefrem Kulikov, a man whose notebook contains enough criminal evidence to bring down multiple organizations and people. He's made enemies of federal agents and rival crime families, solves problems with violence, and considers killing a reasonable business practice. He's promised to be my partner in this, which shouldn't make me feel better since he dragged me into this, but it does. I'm steadier knowing I'm not navigating this alone. We're working together even if that means sharing a fortress with armed guards and enough firepower to fight off an invasion. It's difficult to accept my safety means accepting protection from someone who's committed crimes I can't even imagine. But that's where I am. I think I'll survive this, but I'm sure it means giving up all hope of returning to the woman I used to be. I walk back to my room and lock the door, then sit by the window looking out at the forest. Right now, federal agents are already investigating Marcus Lang's disappearance, while Russian criminals are planning their next move against Yefrem and anyone connected to him. And here I am, caught in the middle of it all, trying to figure out how to build a life from the wreckage of everything I thought I wanted. I think about Mrs. Patterson and Soraya, hoping Janine can come by to walk the little dog until my lovely neighbor is back on her feet. I have no way to contact her subtly like my mom, since we have no major shared history. I'll be a mystery to her, with my disappearance dissected by the neighborhood, becoming juicy gossip until I become a footnote they occasionally mention in years to come. It fills me with sadness. What choice do I have, though? I'll have to start learning how to be someone new, who can live with the choices I've made to survive in a world where violence is commonplace, and trust is a luxury few can afford. Tonight, I'll mourn the woman I used to be, the life I'll never get back, and the safety I didn't know I was giving up when I decided to rent out my guest room to a mysterious stranger with kind eyes and dangerous secrets. Tonight, I'll just be sad and not worry about finding the strength to carry on at least for a few more hours.
The compound feels different with Celia here. Not just occupied, but alive in a way it hasn't been since I acquired the property 2 years ago. I catch myself listening for her footsteps in the hallway, noting when she's in the kitchen making coffee or sitting by her bedroom window looking out at the forest. It's a distraction I can't afford, but one I can't seem to eliminate either. I spend most of the day in the communications room with Leonid, coordinating with our contacts and piecing together intelligence about the federal investigation into Lang's disappearance. The news isn't encouraging. 2 FBI agents showed up in Lake Tahoe yesterday asking questions about Lang's last known movements and interviewing anyone who might have seen him. They talked to 3 neighbors on Celia's street. Leonid scrolls through the report on his tablet, his expression grim. They asked about unusual activity, unfamiliar vehicles, and whether anyone saw Lang entering or leaving the area. I lean back in my chair and rub my temples, where a headache has been building for the past hour. What did the neighbors tell them? Nothing useful so far. Mrs. Patterson mentioned seeing a black sedan parked across from Celia's house, but she couldn't provide a license plate or description of the driver. The elderly woman whose dog Celia walked, who treated her like family, is another connection severed, and another relationship Celia will have to abandon because of choices I made. Any sign they suspect Celia was involved? Not yet. Her sudden disappearance is curious, but there's no evidence connecting her to Lang's activities. He sets down the tablet and looks at me directly. That could change quickly if they find something we missed. Our people were thorough. They were, but federal investigators are persistent. If Lang left any trace of his surveillance on Celia, or any record of his interest in her property, they'll find it eventually. If they're keeping surveillance, and they surely are, one of the residents not returning after a couple of days will have caught their attention. They are probably getting a search warrant as we speak. The possibility sits heavy in my chest. Lang was careful, but he was also desperate toward the end. Desperate people make mistakes, leave evidence they shouldn't, and create trails that lead back to their targets. What about the corruption angle? Leonid's expression brightened slightly. More promising. I've confirmed that Lang was working with at least 3 other agents, plus 2 prosecutors and a federal judge. All of them are compromised, and all of them vulnerable to exposure. Vulnerable enough to negotiate, or anyone who overlaps with our network. Yes, Judge Manlio Moretti owes you a favor from the Kozlov situation 2 years ago. He might be willing to provide information about Lang's network in exchange for continued discretion about his own activities. Moretti is a respected federal judge with a gambling addiction and a weakness for barely legal women that cost him a fortune in blackmail payments before I helped eliminate his tormentors. He's been clean since then, but the evidence of his past indiscretions would destroy his career and his family if it became public. Set up a meeting in D.C., somewhere public but private. You know what I mean. I want to know everything he knows about Lang's operation and who else might be involved. Leonid nods and makes notes on his tablet. Travel arrangements? I'll drive. Flying leaves too many records, and we can't afford to be tracked right now. I pause, considering logistics. 3 vehicles, different routes, and we'll rendezvous in Virginia before heading into the city. What about Celia? That's a question I've been avoiding contemplating much all day. What about Celia? She's safer here, protected by loyal men and sophisticated security systems. But she's also isolated and dependent on others for information about threats that affect her directly. After yesterday's conversation, she won't accept being left behind without a fight, but it's for her safety. She stays here, full security detail, no exceptions. He looks vaguely amused. I don't know much about her, but I can tell she won't like that. I scowl at him. She doesn't have to like it. She just has to stay alive. Even as I say the words, I know they're not enough. Celia isn't the type to accept protection passively, especially not when that protection feels like imprisonment. She'll push back, demand to be included, and argue she has a right to participate in decisions that affect her future. She'll be right, and that makes the forthcoming conversation harder than it should be. I finish reviewing the intelligence reports and coordinating with our other assets before heading to Celia's room. The sun is setting outside the compound's windows when I knock on her door, and she opens it immediately, like she was waiting for me. She's changed clothes since our conversation yesterday, wearing jeans and a different sweater that brings out the green in her hazel eyes. Her hair is pulled back in a simple ponytail, and she looks more like the woman who rented me her guest room than the fugitive who helped me bury a federal agent. Come in. She steps aside to let me enter, then closes the door behind us. You look like you have news. Some. I remain standing near the door while she settles into the chair by the window. 2 FBI agents are asking questions in Lake Tahoe. They're investigating Lang's disappearance following his last known movements. Her face goes pale, but her voice remains steady. Have they connected anything to me? Not yet. Your sudden departure is raising questions, but there's no direct evidence linking you to Lang or his activities. With some finessing or a judge in their pocket, they'll be able to get a search warrant, though. I hesitate. My cleaners are good, but there's always a possibility. She looks resigned. Yes. I move to the window and look out at the forest, using the view to organize my thoughts. Leonid has confirmed that Lang was working with several other corrupt agents and officials. We're going to approach one of them for information. Approach how? Judge Manlio Moretti owes me a favor, and he knows more about federal corruption than anyone else in Washington. I turn to face her directly. I'm meeting with him as soon as Leonid can arrange it. Celia leans forward in her chair, her attention sharpening. Where? D.C. It will be a brief trip, in and out as quickly as possible. Her lips firm. I'm going with you. The statement isn't a request or a suggestion. It's a declaration, delivered with the kind of quiet determination that tells me she's already made up her mind and won't be easily dissuaded. No. Yes. She stands and walks toward me, closing the distance between us. I'm not staying here while you go handle threats. I glare at her, keeping my expression stern. The threats exist because of me, not you. You're a victim in this situation, not a participant. She snorts. I became a participant the moment I helped you wrap Lang's body in my living room rug. Her voice carries edge now, frustration breaking through her usual composure. I'm not going to sit in this compound like some helpless princess while you decide my fate without my input. I cross my arms over my chest. You'll be safer here. She mimics the motion, perhaps subconsciously. I'll be safer with you. At least then I'll know what's happening instead of waiting for someone else to decide what information I'm allowed to have. The argument is logical and infuriating in equal measure. She's right that keeping her informed gives her more control over her situation. But she's wrong about the safety calculation. Washington, D.C. is dangerous territory right now, being full of federal agents and corrupt officials who would see her as either a target or a tool. This isn't a negotiation, Celia. I'm not risking your life because you don't like being protected. And I'm not accepting your protection if it means being treated like property instead of a partner. She leans forward slightly as she issues the words. The word partner hits differently than it did yesterday, reminding me it's not just an alliance of convenience, but something deeper and more complicated that requires mutual respect and shared decision-making, even when one partner has significantly more experience with violence and criminal activity. You don't understand what you're asking. Then explain it to me instead of dismissing my concerns. I move closer to her, close enough to see the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes and catch the scent of the soap she used in her shower. D.C. is full of people who want me dead or imprisoned, including federal agents, rival criminals, and corrupt officials who see me as a threat to their operations. Taking you there exposes you to all of those dangers. Leaving me here exposes me to different dangers. What if something happens to you? What if you don't come back? Her voice softens, carrying vulnerability she's trying to hide. What if I'm left alone in this compound with no idea what's happening or how to protect myself? The fear in her voice hits me. It's not fear of federal agents or Russian criminals, but fear of abandonment. Fear that I'll disappear, leaving her to face consequences she can't predict or control. Nothing will happen to me. I try to sound soothing. She gives me a stony look. You can't guarantee that. She's right, and we both know it. Every operation carries risk. Every meeting with corrupt officials could be a trap, and every trip into hostile territory might be the last one. I've survived this long through careful planning and superior firepower, but luck plays a role too, and luck eventually runs out for everyone in my business. I can't guarantee your safety in Washington either. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to let me choose my own risks instead of having them chosen for me. The conversation has shifted from logistics to philosophy, from tactical considerations to questions about autonomy and partnership. She's not just arguing about this specific trip, but about the fundamental terms of our relationship going forward. If something happens to you because I brought you along, I'll never forgive myself. If something happens to you because I stayed behind, I'll never forgive you either. We stare at each other across the small space between us, the tension thick and complicated. This isn't just about Washington or corrupt judges or federal investigations. It's about trust and control and what it means to be partners when one partner has spent years making life or death decisions alone. You're incredibly stubborn. So are you. The acknowledgement breaks something loose between us, diffusing the anger without resolving the underlying disagreement. We're both right and both wrong, both trying to protect something that matters while ignoring valid concerns about methods and consequences. You're not coming to Washington. Yes, I am. No, you're not. I step closer, using my height to emphasize the point. This isn't a discussion, Celia. It's too dangerous. Everything is dangerous now. She moves closer too, not backing down despite the intensity in my voice. At least in Washington, I'll know what's happening instead of sitting here wondering if you're dead or captured. You'll be wondering that either way. The difference is that in Washington, you might end up dead or captured too. She shrugs. So might you, but you're still going. I huff out an angry breath. It's my job, my world, and my responsibility. And I'm your partner, which makes it my responsibility too. The word partner carries deeper associations I'm not ready to accept. Partnership requires equality, shared decision-making, and mutual respect for each other's judgment. What we have is protection and dependence, not partnership. You're under my protection. That's not the same thing. It should be. Her voice carries frustration and something deeper. I'm not a child or a possession, Yefrem. I'm a grown woman who helped you bury a federal agent and drove across the country to hide in your fortress. I've earned the right to make my own choices. I shake my head, balking. Not when those choices could get you killed. That's my risk to take. We're standing close enough now that I can feel her breath on my cheek when she speaks emphatically. The argument is making my pulse race, but not just from anger or frustration. It's my risk too. The conviction in her voice startles me. You don't understand what you're asking. I touch her face, tracing the line of her cheek with my fingers. The contact silences her argument, but it doesn't resolve the tension between us. If anything, it makes it more complicated. Why do you care so much about coming along? Because waiting here, not knowing if you're alive, will drive me insane. Her voice drops to barely above a whisper. Because I can't lose you too. Two. The word is loaded like a shotgun. She's already lost her home, her job, contact with her mother for months, her friends indefinitely, and everything in her normal life. The thought of losing me as well, of being left completely alone in a world she doesn't understand, terrifies her. Celia? She steps close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from her body. I know this is complicated, and you think I'm safer here, but I need to be with you, Yefrem, not just protected by you. The distinction matters more than I want to admit. Protected suggests duty, obligation, and/or professional responsibility, with suggests choice, partnership, and something deeper than mere tactical considerations. You're asking me to risk everything that matters. No. She reaches up and touches my face the way I'm touching hers. I'm asking you to let me choose my own risks instead of having them chosen for me. When she looks at me like that, with complete trust and something that looks dangerously close to deep affection, my carefully constructed arguments start to crumble. This isn't just about Washington or operational security. It's about what we mean to each other and what could build between us. I can't guarantee your safety in Washington, I whisper again. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to let me stand beside you instead of hiding behind you. The kiss happens without conscious decision. One moment, we're arguing about Washington and tactical considerations. And the next, my mouth is on hers as she's pressing against me with desperate urgency. She tastes like coffee and temptation. When she opens her mouth under mine, I lose track of every rational objection I've raised. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
I wake to the sound of quiet voices in the hallway outside my room. For a moment, I'm disoriented, caught between sleep and consciousness, before the events of last night flood back. Yefrem's hands on my skin, the way he whispered my name like a prayer, and the feeling of being completely connected to another person for the first time in longer than I care to admit. The space beside me in bed is empty but still warm. He must have slipped out only minutes ago to avoid being seen leaving my room, maintaining some semblance of professional distance for his men's benefit. The consideration touches me more than it should. I stretch beneath the sheets, feeling the pleasant ache in muscles that reminds me of everything we shared. My body carries the memory of his touch, and I find myself smiling despite the uncertainty that awaits us today. The voices in the hallway grow clearer as I become more alert, recognizing Yefrem and Leonid discussing logistics in rapid Russian punctuated by occasional English phrases. I catch fragments about routes and timing, about Washington being a fucking minefield in Leonid's heavily accented voice. I shower quickly and dress in more of the clothes Leonid somehow procured for me, opting for dark jeans, a fitted black sweater, and boots that look both practical and expensive. When I emerge from my room, I find them both in the kitchen. Leonid stands at the stove, making what smells like exceptional bacon, while Yefrem reviews documents spread across the small table. They both look up when I enter, and I catch something passing between them. A quick exchange that feels significant, but goes too fast for me to interpret. Good morning. I pour myself coffee from the pot Leonid gestures toward, noting that it's as strong and perfect as it smelled. Sleep well? Yefrem's question carries layers of meaning, and the way his gaze lingers on my face makes heat rise in my cheeks. Very well. I take a seat across from him, close enough to see the documents he's reviewing are maps and surveillance photos. What's the plan? Leonid and Yefrem exchange another look, and this time I catch the silent communication that speaks of years working together and trust built through shared danger with mutual dependence. We leave within the hour, Yefrem says, gathering the papers into a neat stack. It's about 36 hours if we push hard and rotate drivers. We'll take one overnight stop. If all goes well, we'll hit DC the night after next. I'm coming with you. I say it as a statement rather than a question, but there's still uncertainty in my voice. Yefrem is quiet for a long moment, his coffee cup suspended halfway to his lips. Yes, against my better judgment and Leonid's strong objections, you're coming with us. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by anxiety about what I've talked myself into. Washington, D.C., meeting with corrupt federal officials, and navigating a world where the wrong word or gesture could get all of us killed terrifies me. But the alternative, staying behind while Yefrem walks into danger, feels impossible to accept. Thank you, he shakes his head. Don't thank me yet. You might change your mind after spending all those hours in an SUV with us. Leonid snorts from the stove. She might change her mind after 5 minutes of your driving. My driving is exemplary. The other man makes a sound of disbelief. Your driving is terrifying. Remember Prague? Prague was different. We were being pursued. We're always being pursued. The easy banter between them surprises me. This feels warmer and more personal, like family rather than just associates. How long have you two known each other? I settle into my chair and watch Leonid flip something in a different pan from the cast iron one, where bacon currently sizzles. Yefrem glances at Leonid before answering. Since we were teenagers, Leonid knew my brother Dmitri first. Leonid plates whatever he's been cooking and joins us at the table. Dmitri and Yefrem arrived in New York when they were 15 and 16, smuggled over in cargo containers. They had nothing but the clothes on their backs and some money their father had hidden before he died. Your parents died in Russia, I state, remembering fragments of what Yefrem told me that night we buried Long. Yefrem nods, his expression growing distant. Our father got on the wrong side of a Bratva group in St. Petersburg. They came to our apartment and shot both our parents, K. Before Dmitri shot them, I say, wanting him to know I was listening before, even though I was somewhat disconnected from reality at the time. And our father lived long enough to tell us where he'd hidden emergency money and fake documents. He'd been planning to get us all to America, but he ran out of time. His expression reflects tight grief for a moment as he falls silent. Leonid continues the story while Yefrem stares into his coffee. I was working for Konstantin Volkov then. He was an old friend of their father's who'd established himself in Brooklyn years earlier. When the brothers arrived, Konstantin took them in. Dmitri was charming, Yefrem says, finally looking up. He made friends easily despite being the more ruthless of the two of us. Leonid liked him immediately. Your older brother was impossible not to like. Leonid's voice carries sadness that speaks of old loss. He could talk his way out of anything, charm anyone, and make you feel like the most important person in the room. And you? I ask Yefrem. I was suspicious of everyone, including Leonid. It took months before I trusted him enough to have a real conversation. Yefrem reaches across the table and briefly clasps Leonid's shoulder. Best decision I ever made. The gesture is simple but speaks volumes about their relationship. They aren't just professional partners or even friends, but are a family forged through shared loss and mutual survival. Apparently deciding he's had enough reminiscing, Yefrem asks, "Are you ready for this?" He studies my face with intensity that makes me feel like he can see straight through to my thoughts. As ready as I can be for something I don't understand. There's a note of warning in his voice. You understand more than you think. You've seen how quickly things can turn violent, and how decisions have to be made without time for careful consideration. He reaches across the table and touches my hand briefly. Trust your instincts. They've kept you alive so far. The encouragement helps, but it doesn't eliminate the anxiety building in my chest as we prepare to leave the compound. I fought for this, so I can't show second thoughts, but I'm suddenly not sure going along is the best idea. This prepper's fortress has become a sanctuary of sorts, isolated and protected from the forces that want to destroy us. Leaving it feels like stepping back into a world where every interaction could be a trap. Still, I can't stay hidden forever. At some point, I have to participate in solving the problems that have consumed my life, rather than just hiding from them. We load into a dark SUV with tinted windows and license plates that I suspect aren't registered to any of us. Leonid drives, Yefrem takes the passenger seat, and I settle into the back with a bag of supplies and communication equipment that looks more sophisticated than anything I've seen outside of movies. 2 other SUVs accompany us for a while, until they split off to take different routes. Yefrem shares we'll rendezvous with them in Virginia. The first few hours pass in relative silence, with occasional conversations in Russian that I can't follow. The landscape outside changes from forest to farmland to suburbs, and I memorize landmarks just for something to do. As the miles accumulate, I begin to notice things about Yefrem and Leonid's relationship that weren't apparent in the more formal setting of the compound, like the way Leonid anticipates Yefrem's needs without being asked, adjusting the temperature or changing radio stations based on subtle cues. I don't miss the way Yefrem defers to Leonid's judgment about routes and timing, trusting his expertise completely. I appreciate the way they both include me in their conversations more naturally than I expected, explaining references I don't understand and translating comments made in Russian. They treat me not like an outsider being tolerated, but like I'm part of their small, exclusive family. You're staring, says Yefrem, without turning around. I'm observing. What are you observing? I hesitate before trying to explain. The way you two work together. It's different from what I expected. What did you expect? Asked Leonid. I consider how to articulate thoughts that are still forming. Something more hierarchical, I suppose. More formal. You're the boss, he's the subordinate. That kind of structure. Leonid laughs from the driver's seat. He is the boss, but he's also an idiot who would be dead 5 times over without proper supervision. Yefrem sounds annoyed but is grinning in the visor mirror. I'm sitting right here. Da, so you might consider being quiet while I'm telling her about Prague. Before Yefrem can respond, I ask, what happened in Prague? Nothing happened in Prague, Yefrem says firmly. Everything happened in Prague, Leonid counters with a grin. Car chase, gunfight, exploding building, and a narrow escape across rooftops in the middle of winter. Yefrem shakes his head. It wasn't that dramatic. Leonid rolls his eyes. It was exactly that dramatic, plus the part where you insisted on going back for the violin. It was a Stradivarius? Leonid scoffs. It was an unnecessary risk. Yefrem arches a brow, saying animatedly, it was a $3 million Stradivarius. Their argument has the comfortable rhythm of something they've had many times before, and I end up laughing despite the violent images their words conjure. The normal moment of two friends bickering about past adventures makes the reality of their criminal lives seem almost mundane. Did you get the violin? I ask. Of course, we got the violin, Leonid says, and nearly died in the process, but yes, we got the violin. I giggle in spite of myself because of the way he says it. What happened to it? I sold it to a private collector in Monaco, says Yefrem. We used the proceeds to buy safer transportation and better equipment. And medical attention, Leonid adds. So much medical attention. You were shot, I say with a small gasp of horror. Grazed, Yefrem corrects dismissively. Barely worth mentioning. Through and through bullet wound in the shoulder, plus shrapnel from the explosion, plus hypothermia from the rooftop escape, Leonid lists systematically. But yes, barely worth mentioning for you, since you had a scrape on your forehead. There's heavy irony in the last part. The casual discussion of serious injuries disturbs me more than the abstract violence we've talked about before. These aren't hypothetical dangers, but real wounds on real bodies, and consequences of the choices they make every day. How do you live like this? The question escapes before I can stop it. Like what? Yefrem turns to look at me directly. Knowing that every job could be the one that gets you killed? Never being safe and never being able to let your guard down completely. How do you live any other way? Asks Leonid with a half shrug. Life is dangerous whether you acknowledge it or not. At least we're honest about the risks. But normal people don't get shot at. They don't have to worry about explosions or rooftop escapes or... Normal people get hit by drunk drivers, develop cancer, and have heart attacks at 40, Yefrem interrupts. They die in plane crashes and house fires and random accidents every day. The only difference is that we know who our enemies are. Leonid speaks with conviction. The philosophy is both logical and deeply unsettling. I want to argue that there's a meaningful distinction between random misfortune and actively courting danger. But something in Yefrem's expression stops me. He's not trying to convince me his lifestyle is safe or smart. He's simply explaining how he's learned to accept its risks. Besides, Leonid adds, someone has to do the work we do. Someone has to exist in the spaces between legal and illegal and handle the problems that official channels can't or won't address. What kind of problems? The kind that require flexibility and discretion, says Yefrem. The kind that government agencies create through bureaucracy and politics. I think about Marcus Lang, corruption within federal law enforcement, and the blurred lines between criminal and victim in their world. Maybe Leonid has a point. Maybe someone does need to operate in those gray areas. even if the personal cost is enormous. We stop for the night at a roadside motel that's seen better decades. It's the kind of place that rents by the hour, takes cash, and doesn't ask questions, with thin walls and questionable plumbing, but beds that are clean enough and doors that lock securely. Leonid takes the room next to ours, close enough to respond to trouble, but far enough away to provide privacy. The arrangement feels deliberate, and I wonder how much of our relationship is obvious to someone who's known Yefrem for years. "Are you having second thoughts?" asks Yefrem, once we're alone in our cramped but reasonably clean room. I sit on the edge of the bed and consider the question honestly. About coming with you? No. About everything else? Constantly. He joins me on the bed, close enough that our knees touch. Everything else like what? Like what I'm becoming, what I've already become. I turn to face him fully. 2 weeks ago, I was someone who returned extra change to cashiers and felt guilty about jaywalking. Now I'm an accessory to murder, fleeing federal investigation, and traveling with armed criminals to meet with corrupt officials. You're surviving. There's no shame in that. Isn't there? I study his face, noting the way shadows from the single lamp make his features appear sharper and more dangerous. At what point does survival become complicity? When do I stop being a victim and start being a criminal? He's quiet for a long moment, considering my question with the seriousness it deserves. I don't know. That's something you'll have to decide for yourself. The honesty is refreshing even if it's not comforting. What would you do? In my position? I'd do exactly what you're doing. I'd make the best choices available from a set of terrible options and try not to lose myself in the process. How do you not lose yourself? How do you maintain any sense of who you are when everything around you is violence and deception? He reaches up and touches my face with gentle fingers. By holding on to the things that matter, by protecting the people who make life worth living. The way he looks at me when he says it makes my heart race, not just with desire, though that's certainly present, but something deeper and more complicated, something that feels dangerously close to love, in spite of only knowing him a short time. There's a level of honesty between us in this compacted time frame that strips away pretense and reveals true, raw emotion. Yefrem. His name comes out as a whisper. I know. He leans closer, eliminating the space between us. I know it's complicated. I know it's dangerous. I know it's probably a mistake. Then why? He silences me with a kiss that's different from last night's desperate passion. This is slower and sensitive, carrying emotions that neither of us is ready to voice out loud. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Because some things are worth the risk, he finishes. I want to argue, to list all the reasons why getting emotionally involved with a Russian crime boss is the worst possible decision I could make. Instead, I kiss him back, pouring all my conflicted feelings into the connection between us. We undress each other slowly this time, taking time to explore and appreciate what we're sharing. His hands map my body with reverent care, and I trace the scars on his skin with gentle fingers, each mark telling a story of survival and resilience. When he moves over me, I look into his eyes and see everything I'm feeling reflected there. Desire, yes, but also tenderness and something deeper that scares me more than federal agents or rival criminals ever could. I'm falling in love with you, I whisper against his ear as he joins us together. He stills for a moment, and I think I've made a terrible mistake. Then he presses his forehead against mine and speaks in a voice rough with emotion. I'm already there. The admission breaks something open in my chest, and I hold him closer as we move together with gentle urgency. This isn't just physical connection, but the recognition of something profound and terrifying and absolutely irreversible. Afterward, we lie tangled in the cheap motel sheets, and I try to process what we've just acknowledged. I'm in love with a man whose hands are stained with blood, whose notebook contains enough criminal evidence to destroy lives and considers killing a necessary business practice. The woman I used to be would be horrified. The woman I'm becoming accepts it as the price of survival in a world I never chose to enter. What happens now, I ask, my head pillowed on his chest. We meet with Moretti and try to find a way out of this mess that doesn't involve prison or graves. And after that, he's quiet for so long that I think he's fallen asleep. Then he speaks, his voice carrying more vulnerability than I've ever heard from him. After that, if we're lucky, we figure out how to build something real together that isn't just about survival or circumstances. Is that possible in your world? I don't know, but I want to find out. I close my eyes and listen to his heartbeat, steady and strong beneath my ear. Tomorrow we'll enter Washington, D.C., a city full of people who want us dead or imprisoned. But tonight, I'm in love with a dangerous man who loves me in return, and for now, that feels like enough. Even if it terrifies me more than anything else I've faced so far.
The hotel in D.C. is even worse than the one we stayed at on the road. Thin walls, suspicious stains on the carpet, and the kind of clientele that minds their own business because they have too many secrets to risk asking questions. Perfect for our purposes. I check the room while Celia sits on the edge of the bed and Leonid sweeps for electronic surveillance. Old habits from years of assuming every space is compromised until proven otherwise. The room is clean of bugs, but I still position myself where I can see both the door and the window. Moretti agreed to meet, Leonid says, while packing away his detection equipment. Tomorrow afternoon, Meridian Hill Park, near the statue of Dante. He's nervous about being seen with you, but he'll come. He should be nervous. Celia looks up from the intelligence report she's been reading. What you have on him would destroy his career and his marriage. That's the point of leverage. I sit beside her on the bed and note the pages she's studying. Financial records mostly, tracing payments between various accounts. Understanding something? She sets the papers aside and looks at me with troubled eyes. More than I want to. The scope of this is enormous, isn't it? It's not just Lang or even just the Belovs. It's dozens of people, millions of dollars, and corruption that goes all the way up the federal food chain. The same realization has been keeping me awake for the past 2 nights. What started as a simple power struggle with one corrupt agent has revealed a network of criminal activity that makes my own organization look modest by comparison. Which is why we need information from Moretti. He's worked with these people, taken their money, and helped them navigate the system. I stand and walk to the window while checking the street below out of habit. He knows who's dirty and who's clean, who can be trusted, and who needs to be eliminated. Celia repeats the word quietly. Eliminated. You mean killed. I mean neutralized. Sometimes that requires killing, and sometimes it requires other forms of persuasion. What other forms? She asks. I turn away from the window to face her directly. Blackmail, bribery, or threats against family members. It could also mean threat of or full exposure of criminal activity to honest agents who will pursue prosecution. I sit back down beside her. Killing is efficient, but messy. It draws attention and creates complications. It's better to find leverage that keeps people cooperative and quiet. Like what you have on Moretti, she says. Exactly like what I have on Moretti. Leonid leans against the wall, arms crossed. What's the plan for tomorrow? Simple surveillance to start. I meet with Moretti alone while you two maintain overwatch from separate positions. I pull out a map of the park and spread it on the small table. Celia stays in the car with communication equipment. You position yourself here with long-range support. I tap the spot. Leonid points to a spot that offers better sight lines to the meeting location. I should be closer. I shake my head. That's too exposed. If this goes bad, I need you in a position to extract us quickly, not pinned down by hostile forces. We spend the next hour reviewing contingency plans, escape routes, and communication protocols. The detailed preparation might seem excessive for a simple conversation, but such steps have kept us alive through dozens of similar meetings over the years. Celia asks, "What if Moretti doesn't show?" "He'll show. He's too scared not to." I fold the map and return it to my jacket pocket. Men like Moretti survive by avoiding confrontation, not by creating it. He knows that refusing to meet with me creates more problems than it solves. And if he tries to set you up, then Leonid eliminates the threat, and we disappear. I say it matter-of-factly, but I can see the impact of my words in her expression. She's still adjusting to the casual way we discuss potential violence. She presses further. "How do you know he won't record the conversation?" I shake my head. He wouldn't, because he's as implicated as anyone else in the corruption we'll be discussing. Recording our meeting would create evidence that could destroy him if it fell into the wrong hands. The logic seems to satisfy her, but I see tension in her shoulders that speaks of anxiety about tomorrow's meeting. She's brave, but she's not naive about the dangers we're walking into. "Get some sleep," I say to both of them. "Tomorrow will be complicated." Leonid nods and heads for the door. After he leaves, I lock up and engage the security bar. Hotel security is minimal, but every precaution matters when federal agents and rival criminals are actively hunting us. As I check the window locks, Celia asks, "Are you nervous?" "Always." I join her on the bed and pull her against my side. Nervous keeps you alive. Overconfident gets you killed. "You don't seem nervous." "I'm very good at hiding it," I say with a small smile. She settles against my chest, and I feel some of the tension leave her body. Having her close helps calm my own anxiety, which is both comforting and concerning. Emotional attachments create vulnerabilities that can be exploited by enemies, but they also provide motivation that makes survival feel worthwhile. "What's the worst that could happen tomorrow?" she asks. Moretti could be working with Lang's partners and could have set up the meeting as a trap. We could be walking into an ambush with federal agents and rival criminals waiting for us. I stroke her hair while considering other possibilities. Or he could refuse to provide useful information, leaving us with no better understanding of the threats we're facing. What's the best that could happen? I think for a minute before answering. He gives us detailed intelligence about the corruption network, identifies the key players, and provides evidence we can use to neutralize the threat permanently. She asks quietly, "Neutralize meaning blackmail them into leaving us alone?" "Neutralize meaning whatever works. Blackmail, bribery, exposure, or elimination. I'll use whatever it takes to ensure they can't hurt us." She's quiet for several minutes, processing what I've said. I don't try to fill the silence with reassurances or explanations. She's intelligent enough to understand the reality of our situation without me softening it with false optimism. "I love you," she says finally. "It's insane and far too soon, and I should be fighting against it, but I can't. I don't want to." She looks at me again, staring into my eyes. "I love you the way I've never loved anyone before. It's real and lasting in spite of all the craziness that's happened." The words still surprise me, even though we've said them before. In my world, love is rare and dangerous, a luxury that few can afford, and fewer still survive. But hearing it from Celia, feeling the truth of it in her voice, makes me believe that some luxuries are worth the risk. I love you too. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that. She squeezes my hand. Nothing will happen tomorrow. I tilt her chin so I can look into her eyes. I'll meet with Moretti, get the information we need, and return to you safely. That's a promise. She shakes her head. You can't promise that. I can and I do. I've survived worse situations than this, and I've never had better reason to come back alive. She kisses me then, with softness and desperation, carrying all the fear and love and hope she can't put into words. I kiss her back with equal intensity, trying to convey everything I feel without having to say it out loud. We make love quietly and carefully, aware Leonid is in the next room, and thin walls offer little privacy, but the connection between us is profound despite the need for discretion. And afterward, I hold her close while she falls asleep against my chest. I remain awake much longer, listening to the sounds of the city outside our window, and reviewing tomorrow's plan for flaws and oversights. Everything depends on Moretti providing accurate information and not betraying us to his other criminal contacts. Everything depends on federal agents not having already traced our movements to D.C. Everything depends on luck, which has never been something I trust completely. The next morning, we wake early and review our preparations one final time. Celia wears dark clothing that helps her blend into crowds, while Leonid and I dress like the kind of professionals who might have business in expensive neighborhoods. Image matters in operations like this. The wrong appearance can draw unwanted attention or raise suspicions. We arrive at Meridian Hill Park separately, using different routes and transportation methods. Celia positions herself in our backup vehicle with communication equipment and clear sightlines to the meeting location. Leonid takes his overwatch position with a clear shot at the statue of Dante and the surrounding area. I approach the meeting location precisely on time, noting the early afternoon crowd of joggers, dog walkers, and tourists that provide natural cover. Moretti is already there, sitting on a bench near the statue and reading a newspaper with the nervous intensity of someone trying too hard to appear casual. Judge Manlio Moretti looks older than his 52 years, with gray hair and deep lines around his eyes that speak of stress and sleepless nights. He's dressed expensively but conservatively, the kind of careful presentation that federal judges cultivate to project authority and respectability. I sit on the opposite end of his bench and open my own newspaper, establishing the pretense of a chance encounter between strangers. Thank you for coming. I keep my voice low and don't look at him directly. Moretti turns a page with hands that tremble slightly. I didn't have much choice. Your message was quite persuasive. Persuasion is preferable to alternatives, I say in a neutral tone. He clears his throat. What do you want to know? Everything you know about Marcus Lang's network, partners, contacts, operations, and financial arrangements. Moretti glances around nervously before responding. Lang was working with at least 15 other agents across multiple field offices. He was coordinating with the Belov family and 2 other Russian organizations. The scope is much larger than anyone outside the network realizes. 15 other agents. The number is far higher than our worst estimates, and it explains why Lang felt confident enough to move against me. He wasn't operating alone or with minimal support. He was part of a significant criminal conspiracy within federal law enforcement. Who are the key players? I ask. Moretti continues in a low voice. Agent Desiree Watts from the Los Angeles field office handles West Coast operations. Agent Michael Torres in Miami manages drug trafficking routes from South America. Agent David Kim in New York coordinates with various crime families. I process each name while maintaining the pretense of reading my newspaper. These aren't just corrupt agents taking bribes or looking the other way. They're actively participating in criminal enterprises, using their federal authority to protect and facilitate illegal activities. What about their connections to organized crime? I ask. The Belovs are just one piece of a much larger puzzle. There are at least 6 major crime families involved of multiple persuasions, including Russian, Italian, and South American. They're using the corrupt agents to coordinate territory disputes, eliminate competitors, and avoid federal prosecution. The implications are staggering. This isn't just about one corrupt agent or one criminal organization. It's a shadow network that operates parallel to legitimate law enforcement, with tentacles reaching into every major criminal enterprise on the East Coast. What happens when Lang's activities are discovered? I ask the critical question. Moretti finally looks at me directly. That's the problem. They won't be discovered through normal channels because the people who would investigate corruption are part of the network. The only way this gets exposed is if someone from outside forces the issue. Someone like me, I say. Someone exactly like you, with evidence they can't suppress and resources they can't control. He stands and folds his newspaper. They know that, which is why they're going to try to eliminate you before you can use what you know. How much time do I have? Weeks, maybe. Word is spreading that Lang has gone dark, and his partners are getting nervous. They'll move against you soon, using both federal resources and their criminal connections. I ask the question I already know the answer to. What's your recommendation? Disappear completely. Leave the country, change your identity, and start over somewhere with no extradition treaties. He straightens his tie with nervous fingers. Or use the evidence you've gathered against Lang to dig deeper to bring down the entire network before they can eliminate you. But that's more hands-on than I'd be. And if I choose to fight? He slants a glance at me from the corner of his eye. You'd better be prepared for war because that's what this will become once you start exposing their activities. He turns to face me fully. They have federal badges, unlimited resources, and criminal allies who specialize in making problems disappear permanently. So do I. He shakes his head. I hope that's enough. He checks his watch with obvious anxiety. This is the last time we ever meet. Whatever debt I owed you is paid in full. He walks away without another word, leaving me alone on the bench with information that changes everything. Lang's network isn't just a few corrupt agents looking to make money on the side. It's a criminal conspiracy that has infiltrated federal law enforcement at multiple levels, with connections to organized crime that span the entire country. I activate my encrypted communication device and send coded signals to Leonid and Celia, indicating that the meeting is concluded and we need to extract immediately. Within minutes, they're both moving toward predetermined rally points where we can regroup and plan our next move. As I walk through the park toward our extraction point, I accept our options have been severely limited by what Moretti revealed. I reach our vehicle and slide into the passenger seat while Leonid starts the engine. Celia looks at me expectantly from the back seat, but I can see in her eyes that she already knows the news isn't good. The 2 SUVs acting as our backup are parked in discreet locations nearby. It's worse than we thought, I say without preamble. Lang was part of a network of at least 15 corrupt agents working with multiple crime families. The conspiracy reaches much higher and deeper than we estimated. As he pulls into traffic, Leonid asks, "How much worse?" There are corrupt agents in Los Angeles, Miami, and New York with connections to Russian, Italian, and South American crime families. Federal resources are being used to protect criminal enterprises and eliminate competition. What's our play? I look back at Celia, noting the fear and determination warring in her expression. She's come too far to abandon me now, but she also understands that staying means accepting risks that could destroy her life completely. We go back to the compound and decide whether we're going to run or fight. Celia asks quietly, "What does fighting mean?" It means using the information Leonid acquired during investigating to dig deeper until we have enough ironclad information to expose the entire corruption network before they can eliminate us. It means turning honest agents against corrupt ones and hoping we can survive the resulting war long enough to disappear. "And running?" she presses. "It means giving up everything we've built, everyone we care about, and disappearing forever while letting them win." I stare at her for a long moment. Either way, this ends with us having to burn down these lives and start over. They'll never stop looking for us if we try to return, especially if we reveal their ugly secrets. The choice should be simple. Survival trumps everything else in my world. But some things are worth fighting for, even when the odds are impossibly bad. Leonid glances at me again. "What do you think?" "I think running just delays the inevitable. They have too many resources and too much reach to avoid forever." I turn to face Celia fully. But fighting means accepting casualties. Some of us might not survive what's coming. Celia speaks before either Leonid or I can continue. "We fight." I study her face, looking for any sign of doubt or hesitation. "Celia, you need to understand what you're saying. This isn't just about Lang anymore. It's about a conspiracy that reaches the highest levels of federal law enforcement." I understand. Her voice carries conviction that surprises me. I'm tired of running from consequences I didn't create. If we're going to be hunted regardless, we might as well make it count for something. Leonid nods slowly. She's right. Running just means living in fear forever. Better to choose our battlefield while we still can. I weigh our options one final time. The compound is equipped with loyal personnel and sophisticated defenses. It holds weapons and ammunition stored specifically for situations like this. Leonid has already dug up enough secrets to point us where to further investigate to get enough information to dismantle all our enemies who have misjudged both our capabilities and our determination. Then we fight. And we make sure when this is over, the people responsible for threatening our lives pay the full price for their ambition. The decision feels right, even though it probably means we'll all be dead within the month. Some things are worth dying for, and the chance to build something real with Celia, while destroying the corruption that threatens everything I care about, ranks high on that list.
The constant hum of electronics fills the compound's main room, where I spend most of my waking hours now. 3 laptops sit open on the long table, their screens glowing with spreadsheets, encrypted files, and browser windows filled with government databases, which Leonid somehow gained access. I lean back in my chair and rub my temples, trying to ease the headache that's been building behind my eyes for the past hour. It reminds me of Gemma's solution of 2 ibuprofen and a shot of tequila to fix a headache, filling me with nostalgia and longing for simpler times for a moment. "Find anything useful in the Miami field office records?" Leonid asks without looking up from his own screen. His fingers move across the keyboard with surprising speed for someone with hands that look like they could crush concrete. I scroll through another list of agent assignments and cross-references. Agent Torres has been involved in at least 12 major drug trafficking cases over the past 2 years, but half of them ended with plea bargains or evidence mysteriously disappearing. I highlight the relevant entries and save them to our growing file. Either he's the unluckiest agent in Florida, or he's actively sabotaging prosecutions. Unlucky agents don't drive $60,000 cars on government salaries, Yefrem says from across the room where he's been studying financial records spread across a second table. Add him to the list of confirmed targets. The list has grown longer each day. What started as Marcus Lang and a few suspected partners has expanded into a network of 15 confirmed corrupt agents across multiple field offices, with connections reaching into the highest levels of federal law enforcement. Every name we add makes our situation more dangerous, but it also makes our evidence more valuable. I save the Torres file and stretch my arms above my head, noting the stiffness in my shoulders from hunching over the laptop for hours. The compound offers safety and security, but the isolation is starting to wear on me. The only people I see are Yefrem, Leonid, and occasionally one of the security personnel who brings supplies or status reports. A wave of nausea hits me without warning. I press my hand to my mouth and try to breathe through it, hoping it will pass like it has the past few mornings. Instead, it intensifies, and I have to rush to the bathroom down the hall. I make it just in time, retching into the toilet while my stomach cramps painfully. When the spasms finally stop, I sit back on my heels and wipe my mouth with shaking hands. This is the 4th time this week, and it's getting harder to pretend everything is normal. Celia, Yefrem's voice comes from outside the bathroom door. "Are you all right?" I flush the toilet and splash cold water on my face before opening the door. He's standing in the hallway with a concerned expression that makes guilt twist in my chest alongside the lingering nausea. "I'm fine, just feeling a little sick." I try to walk past him back to the main room, but he catches my arm gently. "You've been sick every morning this week. Maybe we should have someone look at you." The suggestion makes panic flutter in my chest. A doctor would know immediately what's wrong with me, and I'm not ready for that conversation yet. I'm not ready for any of the conversations that would follow. "It's just stress," I say, pulling away from his grip. With everything that's happened, my body is probably just trying to process the trauma. Yefrem doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push the issue. "If it continues, we're getting you medical attention whether you want it or not." I nod and return to my seat at the laptop, hoping he can't see how my hands are trembling slightly. Leonid glances up from his screen with a questioning look, but I shake my head and focus on the financial records in front of me. Sometime in the past weeks, he started to soften to me and is no longer overtly disapproving of me being here. Dare I think he might actually have started to like me. He seems to in the way he shows concern and takes care of me just as he does Yefrem. The morning sickness, because that's what I'm increasingly certain it is, has been accompanied by other symptoms I've been trying to ignore. My breasts are tender, my sense of smell has become hypersensitive, and I'm exhausted even after sleeping 10 hours. All signs point to one terrifying possibility that I haven't been able to bring myself to fully acknowledge. I try to focus on the work, but my mind keeps drifting to calculations. Our night together was a little more than 3 weeks ago. I haven't had a period since before then, but with all the stress and upheaval, I convinced myself it was just my body responding to trauma. Now, with the morning nausea getting worse instead of better, denial is becoming impossible. "Leonid," I say quietly when Yefrem steps outside to check the perimeter security. "Can I ask you something?" He looks up from his laptop, eyebrows raised in question. I glance toward the door to make sure Yefrem is really gone, then lean forward conspiratorially. "If someone needed to go to town for something personal, something private, would that be possible?" His expression becomes guarded. "What kind of something?" Heat rises in my cheeks, but I force myself to meet his eyes. The kind of something that comes in a small box from a pharmacy and gives you answers you're not sure you want. Understanding dawns on his face, followed by something that might be sympathy. He closes his laptop and leans back in his chair, studying me carefully. "How sure are you?" he asks. Sure enough that I need to know for certain. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. But I can't ask Yefrem. Not yet. Not until I know what I'm dealing with. Leonid nods slowly. There's a town about 40 minutes from here. Small enough that strangers don't attract attention, but big enough that they have what you need. He stands and reaches for his jacket. I'll go now, before Yefrem gets back from his security check. Relief floods through me so intensely that I have to blink back tears. Thank you. I know this isn't exactly part of your job description. My job is keeping both of you safe, he says simply. That includes keeping you healthy and sane. After he leaves, I try to return to the financial records, but concentration is impossible. My mind keeps spinning through scenarios, imagining conversations I might have to have, and futures for which I never planned. Motherhood was a fuzzy future concept, and I had never imagined the man who might father that possible child. Had I, it wouldn't have been a bratva pecan. The possibility of being pregnant terrifies me, but underneath the fear is something else that feels dangerously close to hope. I've always wanted children someday, just not under these circumstances. Not while living in hiding from corrupt federal agents and organized crime families. Not with a man whose world is filled with violence and danger, when our own future is so uncertain. Still, as I sit alone in the quiet compound, surrounded by evidence of corruption that could destroy lives and topple governments, I realize that bringing new life into this chaos might be exactly what I need. It would give me a reason to fight harder, to demand a better outcome, and to refuse to accept that running and hiding is our only option. The sound of Yefrem's boots on the porch makes me quickly minimize the browser window I'd been staring at without reading. He enters with a slight frown, scanning the room. "Where's Leonid?" "Supply run," I say, which isn't exactly a lie. He said we were running low on a few things. Yefrem nods and settles back at his table of documents. "How are you feeling? Better?" "A little." I force myself to focus on the laptop screen, pretending to study agent assignment records, while my mind races through possibilities and fears. An hour later, Leonid returns with a discreet pharmacy bag that he sets on the table beside my laptop without comment. Yefrem doesn't even look up from his papers, too absorbed in tracing financial connections between corrupt agents and their criminal partners. I excuse myself to the bathroom, clutching the small box that will determine the course of the rest of my life. I can't wait any longer to know now that it's here. My hands shake as I read the instructions, which I read 3 times, though I suspect it's simple enough I could wing it and still get it to work. The test is straightforward. I just pee on a stick and wait 3 minutes for results. 3 minutes to find out if everything changes. I follow the instructions and set the test on the bathroom counter, then pace the small space while I wait. The 3 minutes feel like 3 hours. I check my phone obsessively, watching the seconds tick by with agonizing slowness. When the timer finally goes off, I take a deep breath and look at the test. 2 pink lines. Positive. I sink onto the closed toilet seat and stare at the plastic stick in my hands. 2 clear, unmistakable pink lines that confirm what my body has been trying to tell me for at least a week. I'm pregnant. I'm carrying Yefrem's child. The reality is like a smack to the face. Everything has changed in the span of 3 minutes. The stakes of our situation have just escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. It's not just about Yefrem and me anymore, or even about bringing down a corrupt network of federal agents. Now, there's a life growing inside me, an innocent child who will inherit whatever world we create or destroy. Tears start flowing before I realize I'm crying. They're not tears of joy or sadness exactly, but something more complex. Fear mixed with wonder, and terror combined with fierce protectiveness for this tiny life that's barely begun. I wrap the test in tissue and hide it in my pocket, then splash cold water on my face until the redness around my eyes fades. When I return to the main room, both Yefrem and Leonid look up questioningly. "Everything all right?" asks Yefrem. I nod, not trusting my voice yet. Leonid's gaze meet mine across the room, and I give him the smallest nod. He understands immediately and returns to his laptop without comment. I should probably tell Yefrem before Leonid, but somehow it's easier with Leonid, because he isn't as personally involved. For the rest of the afternoon, I go through the motions of research and analysis, while my mind spins through the consequences of what I've learned. Every decision we make now affects not just our safety, but the safety of my unborn child. Every risk we take becomes magnified by the responsibility I now carry. As evening approaches and we prepare dinner, I watch Yefrem moving around the kitchen with efficient competence. He's gentle when he hands me a glass of water, mindful of my recent nausea without understanding its true cause. Part of me wants to tell him immediately to share this earth-shaking news and face whatever comes next together. I hold back because another part of me knows that once I tell him, everything will change between us. He'll become even more protective, more cautious, and possibly less willing to take the risks necessary to bring down Lang's network. The pregnancy will become another factor in every decision. I need time to process this myself before I can help him process it. I need to understand how I feel about being tied to Yefrem in this most fundamental way before I can gauge his reaction to the same news. That night, as I lie in bed staring at the ceiling, I place my hand on my still flat stomach and try to imagine the life growing there. It's too early for movement or visible changes, but knowing makes everything feel different. My body is no longer just mine. My future is no longer just about my own survival and happiness. The child I'm carrying will grow up in whatever world we create. If we succeed in exposing the corruption and disappearing into new identities, our baby will have a chance at a normal life. If we fail, if we're caught or killed, our child will inherit danger and uncertainty. The responsibility is overwhelming, but it also brings clarity. I know with absolute certainty that I want to keep this baby and want to build a life with Yefrem. That includes the family we've accidentally created. But that means fighting harder than ever to ensure we have a future worth living. Tomorrow I'll tell Yefrem, and we'll figure out how to adjust our plans to account for this new reality. Tonight, I hold the secret close and let myself imagine what it might feel like to be truly free. Not just from the corruption network that threatens us, but free to love completely, to build something permanent, and to create a life together that's worth protecting without looking over our shoulders or mired in violence. The stakes have never been higher, but for the first time since this nightmare began, I have a reason to fight for that's entirely my own. Not one thrust upon me, or a situation from which I can't escape, but a true personal stake in this situation. And as protective instincts stir to life, I suddenly almost feel sorry for the people who are trying to destroy us. We won't allow that to happen when we have something so valuable to protect.
The sound of retching from the bathroom pulls me away from the financial records I've been analyzing for the past 3 hours. It's the 4th time this week that Celia has gotten sick, and each episode seems worse than the last. I set down my pen and listen to the muffled sounds of her distress while my jaw tightens with concern. When she emerges from the bathroom a few minutes later, her face carries the pallor of someone who's been fighting their own body. She moves with the careful precision of glass that might shatter, as if sudden movements could trigger another wave of whatever's attacking her system. I watch her return to her seat at the laptop, noting how she avoids meeting my gaze. "You need to see a doctor." The words come out sharper than I intend, frustration bleeding through my careful control. She shakes her head and opens a new browser window. "It's just stress. My body is still processing everything that's happened." The explanation sits wrong in my chest. Celia has adapted to our situation with the kind of resilience that impresses even Leonid. She's thrown herself into the investigation work with determination that borders on fierce, showing none of the psychological breakdown that might manifest in physical symptoms. If anything, She seems to have found purpose in our mission to expose Lang's corruption network. Yet the nausea persists, getting worse instead of better. Each morning brings the same routine. She wakes feeling fine, then within an hour she's rushing to the bathroom. The pattern is too consistent to be random stress responses. Maybe it's something you're eating. I study her as she takes small sips from a glass of water, or some kind of bug you picked up during our travels. Maybe. Her tone suggests she doesn't want to discuss it further. I return to the financial documents spread across my table, but concentration fractures when worry gnaws at my focus. The records show clear patterns of money laundering through shell companies, with payments that correspond exactly to case dismissals and evidence tampering. Lang's network is more extensive than we initially realized, reaching into at least 6 different field offices. Leonid re-enters from his supply run, bringing cold air and the scent of pine trees with him. He removes his jacket and settles at his laptop without comment, but I catch him glancing toward Celia with something that looks like concern. "Did you get everything we needed?" He nods. Everything remains secure, too. I saw no movement on any of the access roads, no unusual aircraft activity, and no one in the town paid much attention to me either way. He opens a new database query. "How's the financial analysis coming?" I push one of the spreadsheets toward him. "We have enough to implicate at least 15 agents directly, with circumstantial evidence on another dozen. The money trail is clear. Payments from known criminal organizations followed immediately by favorable outcomes in federal cases." He studies the numbers with the same sharp attention he applies to everything. "This is enough to bring down entire field offices, which will start the domino effect of bringing down their criminal associates. If we can get it to the right people who will act on it and not ignore it without getting killed first." My gaze drifts toward Celia, who's staring at her laptop screen without typing. "We need to be certain about our next moves. We won't get a second chance." The afternoon crawls by as we continue building our case against Lang's network. The evidence overwhelms with its scope, but presenting it safely requires careful planning. Every corrupt agent we expose creates more enemies who want us dead. If we don't present this loudly enough not to be ignored, it will be swept under the rug and will be disappeared. When evening approaches, I suggest we take a break and prepare dinner. Celia offers to help, though she moves with the deliberate slowness of someone conserving energy, keeping one hand pressed to her stomach. I assign her the simple task of chopping vegetables for salad, while Leonid and I handle the cooking. As she works, she pauses occasionally to breathe deeply, fighting off what looks like waves of nausea. When she reaches for the tomatoes, the knife slips slightly, which is unusual for someone generally so precise. "You should rest." I move closer. "Leonid and I can handle dinner." "I'm fine." Even as the words leave her mouth, she sets down the knife and presses both hands to the counter for support. I catch Leonid's gaze across the kitchen and nod toward Celia. He follows my gaze and something shifts in his expression. Not quite surprise, but a kind of recognition that makes unease prickle along my spine. After Celia excuses herself to lie down, claiming exhaustion, I corner Leonid by the stove, where we're browning meat for pasta sauce. "Have you noticed anything unusual about her behavior?" I keep my voice low, though she's unlikely to hear us with the cinderblock walls. Leonid continues browning the meat without looking at me. "She's been through a lot. It's natural that she'd need time to adjust." This isn't adjustment stress. She's sick every morning, tired constantly, and can barely keep down food. I study his profile, noting the careful neutrality of his expression. You've noticed it too. I've noticed you're worried about her. He finally looks at me. Maybe you should talk to her directly instead of speculating. The suggestion seems reasonable, but something in his tone bothers me. Leonid is usually forthright to the point of bluntness, offering his opinions whether they're requested or not. This diplomatic deflection is unlike him. Is there something you're not telling me? He doesn't blink. There are lots of things I don't tell you. Most of them aren't my business to share. He turns back to the stove with finality that ends the conversation. That night, Celia falls asleep quickly beside me, exhausted despite having done relatively little during the day. I lie awake listening to her breathing, trying to make sense of the symptoms I've observed and Leonid's evasive responses. Something is happening that I don't understand, and the not knowing gnaws at me like hunger. When she stirs restlessly around midnight, I reach for her instinctively, pulling her closer against my chest. She settles into my embrace with a soft sigh, and I allow myself a moment to simply hold her, to feel grateful for her presence despite all the chaos it's brought. The thought of losing her terrifies me more than any enemy I've faced. She's become essential to my existence in ways I never anticipated, anchoring me to something beyond survival and revenge. Whatever is making her sick, we'll find a solution. I won't let anything happen to her. Dawn comes early, bringing pale light through the compound's tinted, reinforced windows. Celia shifts beside me, then suddenly bolts upright with a sharp intake of breath. Before I can fully wake, she's stumbling toward the bathroom with one hand clamped over her mouth. I follow immediately as my brain snaps fully awake, reaching the bathroom just as she drops to her knees beside the toilet. The retching sounds are violent and prolonged, worse than I've heard before. I kneel beside her and hold her hair back from her face, rubbing gentle circles on her back as her body convulses. When the spasms finally stop, she remains hunched over the toilet, breathing heavily. Sweat beads on her forehead despite the coolness of the morning air. This has to stop. I help her sit back against the bathroom wall. Whatever is causing this, we're getting you medical attention today. She shakes her head weakly. We can't risk bringing a doctor here, and I can't leave the compound safely. Then we'll figure out another way, but you can't keep going like this. I study her pale face, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the way her hands tremble slightly. Talk to me, Celia. What's really going on? For a long moment, she doesn't respond. She stares at the bathroom floor with an expression I can't read that's part fear, part resignation, and part something else entirely. I need to tell you something. Her voice barely rises above a whisper. The tone sends alarm through my chest. What is it? I'm pregnant. The words hit me like a physical blow. I rock back on my heels, staring at her in stunned silence as the words crash over me. Pregnant. She's carrying my child. How long have you known? My voice comes out rougher than I intended. Since yesterday. Leonid got me a test when I asked him to. The mention of Leonid's involvement sends a spike of anger through me. You told him before me? She frowns at me. I didn't tell him anything. I asked him to buy me a pregnancy test, and he's not an idiot. There's only one reason I'd need one. Her voice gains strength as she defends her choice. I wanted to be sure before I said anything to you, and I needed a little time to absorb it too. I was planning to tell you this morning, but... She gestures weakly toward the toilet. I process this information slowly, my mind struggling to adjust to this new reality. A baby, Celia is carrying my child, and she's been dealing with this knowledge alone while I remained oblivious to what was happening right in front of me. Are you... I search for the right words. How do you feel about it? Terrified, but also... She pauses, seeming to consider her words carefully. I want to keep it. The baby, I mean. Despite everything that's happening, despite how complicated this makes things, I want our child. Relief floods through me at her words, followed immediately by a new kind of fear. The stakes of our situation have just increased exponentially. It's not just Celia's safety I need to ensure now. There's an innocent life growing inside her that depends entirely on our ability to navigate the dangers surrounding us. We need to change our plans. My mind rushes ahead, sifting through possibilities. I'll send you somewhere safe, somewhere remote where you can have the baby without anyone finding you. After this is all over and Lang's network is destroyed, I'll come for you. No. Her response comes immediately and firmly. I'm not going into hiding while you fight this battle alone. We're partners, remember? I scowl at her. You're pregnant, Celia. You can't take these kinds of risks anymore. She rolls her eyes. The baby is fine. Women have been working and functioning normally during pregnancy for thousands of years. She struggles to her feet, using the bathroom counter for support. Besides, running and hiding for the 36 weeks isn't living. It's just postponing our problems. I stand and face her, noting the determination in her stance despite her obvious physical discomfort. Then we run together. We disappear right now, get new identities, and start over somewhere completely different. The investigation can wait. And spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders, wondering when Lang's associates will finally track us down? She shakes her head. Our child deserves better than that. They deserve parents who fought for a future instead of just running from the past. Her words echo my own inclinations, though I'm torn by the need to protect her, them. Running might keep us safe temporarily, but it's not really living. A child should grow up free from the shadows of their parents' mistakes and enemies. Then we finish this. The decision crystallizes in my mind. We expose every corrupt agent in Lang's network, we bring down the entire operation, and we make sure none of them can ever threaten our family again. The word family feels strange on my tongue, but right in a way that surprises me. Family was something I thought I'd lost forever when my parents died, and later, when my brother was killed by our enemies. Looking at Celia with her hand unconsciously moving to her still flat stomach, I understand family isn't just what you're born into, but also what you choose to build and protect. I exhale slowly. It's going to be more dangerous now. Every decision we make affects not just us, but our child. Are you sure you're ready for that? She nods. I've been ready since the moment I decided to keep this baby. Her voice carries steady resolve. I need to know that you're in this completely, not just as my protection, but as a partner, as a father. The word father hits me with unexpected force. I'm going to be someone's father. This child will look to me for guidance, for safety, and for the kind of love and stability I had in my own childhood before St. Petersburg, Bratva thugs ripped it all away. I'm in, completely. Whatever it takes to give our child a life free from all of this violence and chaos, I'll do it. I reach for her hands. She searches my face, looking for something, sincerity maybe, or commitment. Whatever she finds seems to satisfy her because she nods, and allows me to pull her into my arms. Holding her now feels differently than it did just minutes ago. She's no longer just the woman I've fallen in love with, but also the mother of my child, the person who will help me build something lasting and meaningful from the wreckage of my old life. We need to be smarter about everything, better security, safer communication methods, and backup plans for every scenario. We're already doing that, but what's a few more redundancies? She gives me a small smile. I also should focus on better nutrition for me. Her smile grows slightly. Apparently I'm eating for two now. The simple domestic concern makes me smile despite the severity of our situation. We'll take care of everything. I promise you, Celia, nothing will happen to you or our baby. I'll burn down anyone who tries to threaten what's ours. The possessiveness in my voice surprises me with its intensity. Celia belongs to me now in the most fundamental way possible, not just as my lover, but as the mother of my child. The thought of Lang's associates or any other enemies laying a hand on her fills me with a rage that's both terrifying and clarifying. This child changes everything. Where before I fought for survival and revenge, now I fight for the future I want to build with Celia, and the life I want to give our son or daughter. When this is over, when we've destroyed everyone who threatens us, we're going to have a real life together, a home that's ours, a family that's safe, a future that belongs to us instead of being dictated by our enemies. I speak firmly, visualizing that goal and determined to make it happen. When this is over, she leans into my embrace. First, we have work to do. I nod, already planning our next moves with this new information. The corruption network that seemed manageable yesterday now feels like an existential threat to everything I care about. But that just means I'll be more ruthless in dismantling it, and more thorough in ensuring that none of Lang's associates survive to threaten my family. I'll destroy anyone who tries.
The nausea has finally subsided by afternoon, leaving me with the hollow exhaustion that follows being sick. I curl up on the small couch in our shared room, watching Yefrim work at the desk by the window. Sunlight pours through the reinforced glass, casting patterns across the papers and laptops that have become the focal point of our existence. He's been different since this morning's revelation, more protective, more intense in the way he studies our surroundings and checks security protocols. Every few minutes, his attention drifts from the financial records to me, as if he needs constant confirmation that I'm still here and still safe. I press my hand to my stomach, feeling nothing yet but knowing everything has changed. In 9 months, give or take, there will be a baby, our baby. The thought fills me with equal measures of wonder and terror. What kind of world are we bringing this child into? The question circles through my mind like a vulture, refusing to be dismissed. Right now, we're hiding in a fortified compound, surrounded by armed guards, planning to expose a network of corrupt federal agents who will kill us without hesitation if they find us. In a few months, I'll be holding a newborn while wondering if today is the day our enemies finally track us down. I think about my mother's gentle lectures about settling down and starting a family. She's been pushing the topic for years, especially after my breakup with Tripp, convinced that marriage and babies are the cure for all of life's uncertainties. I can almost hear her voice now, that particular tone she uses when she thinks she knows what's best for me. Celia, honey, you're 27. You can't wait forever to find the right man and have children. Your biological clock is ticking. She definitely didn't mean this scenario. Finding the right man, sure, but she probably envisioned someone with a normal job and a normal life, who could provide stability and safety, not a Russian mafia boss with a price on his head and enough enemies to populate a small city. The irony isn't lost on me. I finally find someone I can imagine building a life with. someone who makes me feel things I didn't know were possible, and he comes with the kind of baggage that could get us all killed. You're thinking too hard, Yefrem's voice pulls me from my spiraling thoughts. He's turned in his chair to face me, concern etched in the lines around his eyes. Just processing everything. I shift on the couch, trying to find a comfortable position. It's a lot to take in. He sets down his pen and moves to sit beside me. Talk to me. What's worrying you most? Where do I even start? The pregnancy, the dangers, the uncertainty about our future, or the fear that we're making a terrible mistake by trying to fight instead of run. I keep thinking about what kind of life we're giving this baby. I lean against his shoulder, drawing comfort from his solid presence. Growing up in hiding, surrounded by violence, and never knowing which day is when everything falls apart. His arm tightens around me. That's not going to happen. Once we expose Lang's network, once we eliminate the threats against us, our child will be free to live normally, though we can't continue to be the people we are now. Our old lives are over, but we can build a better one together. I sniffle slightly. What if we don't succeed? What if something goes wrong and we have to keep running? The silence that follows tells me he's considered the same possibility. Then we adapt. We find a way to give our child the best life possible, whatever circumstances we're dealing with. I want to believe him, to trust that love and determination will be enough to overcome the obstacles we're facing. But doubt gnaws at me like hunger, impossible to ignore. My mother would have a heart attack if she knew what I was dealing with right now. The words come out before I can stop them, carrying more vulnerability than I intended. Yefrem's body tenses slightly. Are you thinking about her? All the time, especially now. I sit up and face him. Thank you for arranging that music box delivery. The nutcracker one to let her know I'm alive. His expression softens with understanding. You said it was important that you go to the ballet together every year and buy those music boxes from the vendor in the foyer. I'm touched he remembered, though I shouldn't be. He has a razor-sharp mind and doesn't miss much. We've done it since I was 7. It's our tradition. My throat tightens with emotion. She'll know it's from me, that it means I'm okay, even if I can't tell her where I am or what's happening. It was the perfect way to let her know I'm thinking about her. The tracking confirmed delivery to Mrs. Loretta Bourne. I checked it myself. He reaches for my hand. She received it safely. I remember him confirming it 3 days after our return to the compound. A moment later, I'm engulfed by longing so intense it's almost painful. I miss her. I want to call her and tell her about the baby, or see her face when she realizes she's going to be a grandmother. His expression softens. I understand. Family is important. I keep imagining what it would be like to call her, to tell her about the baby. Tears threaten at the corners of my eyes. She's wanted grandchildren for so long. She'd be over the moon, asking a million questions about nurseries and baby names and when she can meet you. Loretta will meet me. His voice carries quiet certainty. When this is over and it's safe, we'll introduce her to her grandchild and son-in-law. If she's willing, we'll bring her with us to wherever we settle. The casual mention of marriage makes my heart skip. Son-in-law, you don't think I'm going to let the mother of my child remain unmarried, do you? A small smile plays at the corners of his mouth. I may be a criminal, but I have some standards. Despite everything, I laugh. Most romantic proposal ever. The real proposal will be better. He brushes a strand of hair from my face. When we're not surrounded by armed guards and evidence of federal corruption. The promise settles like a warm ball in my chest. Maybe we really can have this. Love, marriage, a family, and a life that's ours instead of being dictated by our enemies. I want to show her our home someday. I lean back against his shoulder. Wherever we end up, I want my mother to live nearby and see we built something good together. She will, I promise you that. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, and I let myself imagine introducing Yefrem to my mother, watching her hold our child, and explaining how we met without mentioning murdered FBI agents and buried bodies. The fantasy feels both impossible and inevitable, though I realize she's going to have to know at least part of the story about the corruption we're taking down to explain why we have to change our identities and move far away. Later that evening, after dinner and another round of analyzing financial records, I find Yefrem in the small office space with his laptop open to what looks like real estate websites. Property listings in foreign languages fill the screen, with photos of houses that look nothing like the functional compounds we've been living in. "What are you looking at?" I settle into the chair beside him. "Possible relocation areas for when this is over." He clicks through several listings, each more beautiful than the last. Places where we can start over, reinvent ourselves, and disappear into normal lives. The properties are stunning and offer a plethora of choices, including seaside villas, mountain retreats, and urban apartments with views of ancient cities. All of them are far from here, and far from the corruption and violence that's defined our relationship so far. "You've been researching this for a while." I study the detailed notes he's made about each location. I want to be ready with options when the time comes. He opens a new tab with what looks like a comparison chart. I've narrowed it down to two main possibilities: Montenegro or Morocco. The names feel exotic and distant, like something from a travel magazine rather than potential new homes. "Tell me about them." He leans back in his chair, his tone taking on the practical efficiency he uses when explaining tactical plans. Montenegro is small, mountainous, and on the Adriatic Sea. It has no formal extradition treaty with the United States, and enforcement is inconsistent at best. The Eastern European culture would feel familiar to me, and there's already a community of wealthy expats and people looking to disappear. They aren't part of the EU but wish to join, so it's possible their position on enforcing extradition might change. I frown slightly. That sounds lovely but also concerning. What about Morocco? I think of the famous F1 racing scene I recall seeing a few times on TV, since Dad was a huge sports fan, following everything from F1 racing to curling. It's in North Africa and has no extradition treaty, but it does have a completely different culture and geography. It's easier to blend in among the chaos of cities like Marrakesh or Casablanca. Or we could disappear into a mountain village in the Atlas Range. He clicks to a listing that shows a traditional riad, with intricate tilework and a central courtyard. The country offers more diverse options for disappearing, and the bureaucracy is chaotic enough that tracking people is difficult. I study the photos of both locations, trying to imagine our life in either place. Montenegro looks like something from a fairy tale: dramatic coastlines, medieval towns, and mountain villages that seem untouched by time. Morocco offers a different kind of magic: bustling souks, desert landscapes, and architecture that's been standing for centuries. What about the practical stuff? Language barriers, getting residency, that kind of thing. Montenegro would be easier in some ways. English is more common, especially in the expat communities along the coast. But, he half shrugs, Morocco offers something Montenegro doesn't: complete anonymity. We could disappear into the Medina of Fez or Marrakesh and never be found. I study the photos of winding alleyways and crowded markets. That sounds claustrophobic. Not the cities necessarily. Look at this. He clicks on the listing showing the riad nestled in mountain foothills to make it the dominant tab on the screen. We could have privacy and space but still blend into the local population when needed. What about for the baby? Medical care and schools eventually. Both countries have decent healthcare in the major cities. Morocco actually has some excellent private facilities, especially in Casablanca and Rabat. He scrolls through more listings, and international schools in both places, though Morocco has more options, or we can hire private tutors. I can't hide how impressed I am. You've really researched this thoroughly. He looks almost bashful for a moment. I want us to have real choices, not just pick the first place that seems safe. I imagine raising our child in either location, a little girl or boy playing in a courtyard filled with orange trees, learning multiple languages, and growing up far from the violence that brought their parents together, The thought fills me with longing so intense it takes my breath away. What about the culture shock? Morocco would be completely different from anything either of us has experienced. He nods. True. Montenegro would feel more familiar to me with its similar climate to parts of Russia, Orthodox churches, and Slavic influences. He pauses, considering. But maybe different is good. Maybe we need to become completely new people. I like that idea. I lean closer to study the Moroccan listings, starting fresh and learning everything together. Yefrem nods again. The Atlas Mountains could be perfect for raising a child. Clean air, beautiful scenery, and close-knit communities. And far enough from major cities that we'd have privacy but not isolation. That sounds appealing. Reminding me of the quiet suburb where I lived in Lake Tahoe. The scenery is different, but the sense of belonging could be the same. Exactly. Plus, if we ever needed to disappear quickly, there are dozens of villages and valleys where we could blend in. He lifts a hand. Not that I anticipate that happening once we set our plan in motion, but I have contingency plans. I nod my approval and trace the outline of a courtyard garden in the Riyadh photo. This one looks like something from a fairy tale. Traditional architecture, modern amenities, and enough space for a family. His voice carries a note of longing. Our child could grow up playing in that courtyard, learning Arabic and French from the neighbors. What about you? Would you miss the cold? He's quiet for a moment. I'd miss snow at Christmas, but I'd rather give our child warm winters and the sound of fountains than the memories I associate with Russian winters. The men who came for our parents came during a bitterly cold February. He trails off with a haunted expression. I put my hand on his for comfort. Morocco it is, then. He slowly nods. No Russian mafia boss, no murdered federal agents, and no corruption scandals. I grin. Just a businessman and his wife who want to raise their family somewhere beautiful and peaceful. I lean closer to the screen, studying the listing for the Riad in the Atlas Mountains. The photos show rooms with soaring ceilings, carved wood details, and terraces that overlook valleys dotted with olive groves. It's the kind of place where you could hear nothing but wind through the trees and distant calls to prayer, where the loudest sound might be our child's laughter echoing off ancient walls. It's beautiful. I tap the screen lightly. I can picture us there. Really, something in his voice suggests my approval matters more than he wants to admit. Really, it feels like a place where we could build something lasting that belongs to us, instead of being shaped by what we're running from. He closes the laptop and turns to face me fully. It won't be easy. New language, new culture, and a completely different way of life. We've already adapted to living in armed compounds and exposing federal corruption. I reach for his hand. I think we can handle learning Arabic and haggling in souks. The smile that crosses his face is different from any I've seen before, becoming lighter and more hopeful. Our child will grow up trilingual. Trilingual? English, Arabic, and Russian. French too, so quadlingual? I want them to know where they come from, even if we never tell them the whole truth about how we got there. The image of our son or daughter switching easily between languages, comfortable in multiple worlds, fills me with a pride that surprises me with its intensity. This child will be stronger than either of us, shaped by love instead of violence, and protected fiercely. When do you think we'll be ready to go, I ask. Whenever we've completely destroyed Lang's network, established our new identities, and make sure there's no one left who might come looking for us. Ideally, I want us on a plane the night we leak the information to the press and the FBI, already over international waters. His hand moves to rest on my stomach. We have to be finished with this before we can start our new life as a family. I cover his hand with mine, imagining the three of us walking through narrow streets filled with the scent of spices and sound of fountains, our child secure in the knowledge that their parents love each other and chose this life together. I want to learn everything about Morocco before we go, including the language, the culture, and the history. I want to be ready to make it our home. We'll learn together, all of us. His thumb traces gentle circles on my hand. Our child will grow up believing this was always the plan, that we chose Morocco because we fell in love with it, not because we were running from anything. The story we'll tell our child takes shape in my mind. Two people who met and fell in love, who decided to start fresh in a beautiful country far from home. No mention of corruption or violence, with no hint of the danger that brought us together. Just love and adventure and the desire to build something beautiful together. For the first time since learning about the pregnancy, I feel something close to peace. We have a plan, a destination, and a future that exists beyond the immediate dangers we're facing. Morocco feels like hope made tangible, a place where we can become the people our child deserves as parents. I want to start learning Arabic now, and French too, since Morocco was a French protectorate. I want to be ready, and let's just say my high school French class didn't go well. He laughs. We'll learn together, Leonid too. He'll need new languages for wherever he decides to settle. You think he'll come with us? For a while, probably, until he's sure we're safe and established. Yefrem closes the laptop and pulls me closer. I think he'll stay, but if he chooses to leave us at some point, he's earned the right to disappear into whatever life he wants. The loyalty between them amazes me sometimes. Brothers by choice rather than blood, bound by shared survival and absolute trust. Our child will understand that kind of devotion, will grow up knowing that family extends beyond genetics to include the people who choose to stand with you. I wish I had some way to alert my mom ahead of time to start learning Arabic and French and be ready for a drastic move. I can't imagine she'll choose not to come with us, especially with a grandchild involved. She has a good life she's created since being widowed, but I know her first alliance will be to me and the baby. I just hate to spring it on her. He looks alarmed. You can't. I'm already nodding. I know. The music box will have to be all the communication for now, but I feel hopeful about seeing her soon and starting our lives together. I fold his hand with mine. I love you. The words come out soft but certain. I love you, and I love the life we're building together. And I love that our child will grow up in a place as beautiful as this. He pulls me closer, and I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Somewhere in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, there's a riad waiting for us, with rooms that will echo with our child's first words, and terraces where we'll watch sunsets and plan our future together. We just have to survive long enough to get there.
The spreadsheet on my laptop screen displays the financial web we've been untangling for the past 3 weeks, with offshore accounts, shell companies, and wire transfers that paint a clear picture of corruption, reaching deeper into federal law enforcement than I initially realized. Each cell contains evidence that could destroy careers, topple field offices, and send dozens of federal agents to prison for life. Every connection we've traced leads to more names, more agents, and more proof that Lang's network was just the tip of something massive. I rub my temples, fighting the headache that comes from staring at screens for too many hours. The numbers blur together after a while, with account transfers from the Cayman Islands blending into shell companies registered in Delaware, or payments routed through cryptocurrencies and precious metals dealers. The digital paper trail spans continents and currencies, but the pattern is clear once you know what to look for. Leonid enters the room with fresh coffee and the kind of expression that tells me he's found something significant. Steam rises from the mug he sets beside my laptop, carrying the bitter scent of the industrial-strength brew he prefers. He doesn't offer any to Celia, who at 7 weeks pregnant can barely stand to smell it, let alone drink it. He opens his own laptop and positions it so I can see the screen without changing position. The surveillance teams in Phoenix and Miami came through. He pulls up a series of encrypted files, each one labeled with dates and location coordinates. Look at this. The photographs load slowly, revealing high-resolution images taken with telephoto lenses from considerable distances. FBI agent Torres stands in a parking garage beside a man I recognize from our criminal intelligence files as a mid-level enforcer for the Vasquez cartel. The timestamp shows the meeting occurred at 2 in the morning, far from any legitimate law enforcement activity. Torres has been taking monthly payments from the Vasquez cartel for the past 18 months. Leonid clicks to the next image, showing an envelope changing hands. Always the same amount, always the same location, and always the night before major cartel operations get mysteriously delayed or canceled. If they do proceed, the cartel is already gone, with no evidence remaining. I lean forward, studying the body language in the photographs. Torres looks comfortable and familiar with the routine. He appears to be joking with the Vasquez contact, since they're both laughing in the last photo. This isn't a desperate man making a one-time mistake, but someone who's been systematically betraying his oath for over a year. Agent Sullivan in Phoenix? Even worse. More photographs appear, these taken outside an abandoned warehouse. He's been feeding case information to Russian contacts, names of informants, planned raids, and evidence collection schedules. 3 people have died because of information he provided. That statement fills me with anger and dread. We're not just dealing with financial corruption anymore. We're looking at federal agents whose betrayals have directly caused deaths. The scope keeps expanding beyond what I originally imagined possible. I study each image, noting details that could be important later, including license plates, facial recognition markers, and clothing that might help establish timelines. It's that kind of thorough documentation that turns suspicion into prosecutable evidence. How many confirmed now? 18 agents across 6 field offices, plus the judges and prosecutors we've already identified. Leonid opens another file showing financial records that stretch across multiple screens. The money trail is clear. Payments corresponding exactly with favorable case outcomes, evidence tampering, and witness intimidation. I scroll through the financial data, watching patterns emerge from what initially looked like random transactions. The payment amounts correspond to specific case values, with timing that aligns with court schedules and routing through accounts linked to known criminal organizations. The mathematical precision of it is almost artistic. Lang built this over how long? I'm not sure, but it had to start within months of his wife's diagnosis. Some of these accounts go back 7 years. Leonid points to a series of transactions highlighted in red. However, the volume increased dramatically in the past 2 years, following her death. Whatever his endgame was, he was accelerating toward it. He had nothing left to lose, says Celia softly. Yefrem said his wife died 2 years ago, so if he's caught, there's no one else to be ashamed of him or suffer fallout for his actions. I nod in agreement, slightly surprised she remembers those details I told her after we arrived here at the compound weeks ago, since she was still recovering from the reality of burying Lang's body and the hasty trip to Idaho. The scope of it still amazes me. Lang wasn't just one corrupt agent, but the architect of a system that turned federal law enforcement into a commodity to be bought and sold. The network he built will take years to fully dismantle through official channels, assuming anyone in power wants it dismantled at all. Celia moves from her seat to stand by me, carrying her morning tea with both hands while moving with the careful precision she's developed since the nausea started. The symptoms are already disrupting her daily routine, though she refuses to acknowledge any weakness or step back from the investigation. She settles into the chair beside me, close enough that I can smell the mint tea she's been drinking to combat morning sickness. The familiar scent has become associated with these early morning briefings, and part of our new routine in this strange life we've built together. I rotate the laptop screen toward her so she can see the surveillance photographs we've been discussing. We now have photographic proof of active corruption in both cities, plus financial records showing the money flow. She studies the images with the same analytical intensity she applies to everything, processing the information. This agent, Torres, he looks comfortable with the routine. Her finger traces the outline of his relaxed posture in one of the photographs. This isn't his first time doing this. I was thinking the same thing, I say. It's his 18th time, actually, that we know of, says Leonid. I click through the series of surveillance photos taken over the past 4 weeks, since we started this investigation. Our people have been watching him for weeks. She nods. Finally, getting visual confirmation feels like progress. It is progress, but it also means we're running out of time. I close the laptop and face both of them. Every day we spend gathering evidence is another day for them to realize they're being watched. Our investigation has reached the point where we know enough to bring down the entire network, but continuing to gather evidence increases our own risk exponentially. Each surveillance operation, each financial trace, and each contact with potential sources creates opportunities for discovery. Leonid's encrypted phone buzzes for an incoming message with the distinctive tone he's assigned to high-priority contacts. He checks it quickly, his expression shifting from routine alertness to focused attention. One of our contacts wants a face-to-face meeting, says he has something we need to see. The message appears on my own phone moments later. It's from a former FBI analyst who's been feeding us information about internal affairs investigations. He or she is someone who's been providing intelligence about Lang's network from the inside, always through digital channels and never in person. The fact that Agent X, as we call him her, wants to meet face-to-face suggests either desperation or information too sensitive for electronic transmission. I read the message twice, noting the urgency in the phrasing and the specific security protocols he's requesting. X is asking for a meeting somewhere remote, says what he has is too sensitive for electronic transmission. It could be a trap. Celia's voice carries the caution I've been teaching her to embrace since we started this investigation. Yes. I study the message again, weighing risks against potential intelligence value. The contact has been reliable so far, providing information that's checked out under scrutiny, but reliability in digital communications doesn't guarantee trustworthiness in person. If it's legitimate, this could be the final piece we need to expose the entire network. Leonid pulls up maps on his laptop, satellite imagery showing terrain features and road networks around potential meeting locations. His finger traces routes that offer tactical advantages, multiple escape routes, clear sight lines, and minimal civilian presence. The kind of remote spots where conversations can happen without electronic surveillance or unwanted witnesses. I also don't want that meeting place to be anywhere near the compound or even in Idaho. I don't want you involved in this. I look directly at Celia, noting the way her jaw tightens before I even finish speaking. It's too risky, especially now. I've been part of this investigation from the beginning. I'm not sitting on the sidelines now. Her voice carries the stubborn determination that first attracted me to her, but now also terrifies me. You're pregnant. The stakes have changed. The stakes changed when we decided to expose federal corruption instead of running away. She leans forward, meeting my gaze with steady resolve. I stood beside you in Washington, D.C. I helped analyze evidence that could get us all killed. Don't try to protect me by cutting me out now. The argument we've been having in various forms since she told me about the pregnancy resurfaces with familiar intensity. My every instinct screams to keep her safe, to lock her away from danger until this is over. But I also understand the woman I fell in love with isn't someone who can be locked away without damaging the trust between us. If you come, you follow my rules completely. I study her face, looking for any sign of compromise or uncertainty. You stay in the vehicle. You stay out of sight unless something goes catastrophically wrong. Do you know how to shoot? The question occurs to me suddenly. I've been assuming she can handle a firearm, but we've never discussed it. My father taught me. Something shifts in her expression, revealing a hint of fondness from an old memory. He took me to the range several times a year from the time I was 8, and even arranged trap shooting for one of my birthdays when I turned 16. She gives a nostalgic smile. Some sweet 16 party, huh? I smile, but quickly return to the topic of discussion. You're comfortable with firearms? It was always more his thing than mine, but I'm competent. Dad insisted I understand gun safety and basic marksmanship. She pauses, seeming to consider her next words. I never thought I'd be grateful for those lessons, but I am now. Good. You'll carry a pistol, and you'll use it if necessary to protect yourself. She doesn't hesitate to say, agreed. That partially mollifies me, but the speed of her acceptance makes me suspicious. I mean it, Celia. This isn't negotiable. I understand the risks. I also understand that we're stronger together than apart. She reaches for my hand. Besides, you need someone watching your back who isn't walking into potential gunfire with you. Leonid closes his laptop with finality. The meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon in a remote forest location in Washington State. According to topography, it has multiple exit strategies and minimal exposure time. In and out is only a brisk mile walk to the location I've picked, with a parking area nearby. He looks between Celia and me. If we're doing this, we do it right. You'll have binoculars and a parabolic mic to hear and see the meeting but maintain a safe distance. She nods her agreement, and I finally huff a sigh. Fine, you can come. She knows better than to give me a smile of victory, but I can hear her cheering in her head. I'm a fool, but I'm her fool, and can't change that now. The next afternoon finds us driving through winding forest roads toward coordinates that place us 30 miles from the nearest town in eastern Washington. The SUV handles the rough terrain easily, but tension fills the enclosed space like smoke. Celia sits in the back seat, hands clenched around the strap of her bag, watching the forest flash past through tinted windows. Final rundown, says Leonid, without taking his gaze off the road. Meeting is transactional. Get the intelligence, verify its authenticity, and get out. No unnecessary conversation, and no extended exposure. I check my sidearm for the third time. Muscle memory from years of operations where preparation meant survival. Celia stays with the vehicle, engine running, and ready to move if anything goes wrong. I turn to look at her. If shooting starts, you drive away. Don't wait for us, and don't try to help. Get to the secondary safe house and wait for contact. Her reflection in the rearview mirror shows the kind of expression that suggests she's agreeing to something she has no intention of following through on, making me snort and shake my head. Understood. The rendezvous point comes into view through the dense forest. It's a crumbling structure that appears to have been a ranger station several decades ago. The building's collapsed roof sections, shattered windows, and weather-stained walls tell a clear story of long abandonment. It is an ideal location for a covert meeting, provided that our contact is truly the only person aware of its existence besides Leonid, who picked the meeting spot. I scan the surrounding forest through binoculars, looking for signs of surveillance or ambush. The tree line offers dozens of potential hiding spots, but I don't see movement or unusual shadows. Either we're alone, or whoever might be watching is better at concealment than I am at detection. Vehicle stays running, doors locked, and windows up. I turn to face Celia. Any sign of trouble? You leave immediately. She nods, though her grip on the pistol I insisted she carry suggests she's prepared for possibilities beyond simple escape. Leonid sets up the parabolic mic for her, showing her how to use it. Right now, it reveals the sound of wind blowing through the trees, but it's working. She lifts the binoculars he gives her and focuses on the wrong area. I gently redirect her toward the dilapidated structure. We're meeting there. She flushes but gives a small chuckle. A sense of direction isn't my forte. Overcome with fear of losing her, I pull her in for a long kiss. Be safe and make smart choices. She nods. I will. Leonid and I cautiously approach the building, weapons ready but not obviously displayed. It's the kind of alertness that comes from years of walking into situations where the difference between suspicious and dead is measured in milliseconds. Inside, our contact waits with obvious nervousness radiating from every movement. It's a man, and younger than I expected, probably in his early 30s, with the kind of pale complexion that suggests too much time in front of computer screens. His gaze darts constantly to the broken windows and doorways, fingers twitching with barely controlled anxiety. You came alone? His voice carries the strain of someone operating far outside their comfort zone. As agreed. I keep my own voice neutral and professional. You said you had something we need to see. He produces a manila folder from his jacket, thick with documents and photographs. I've been compiling this for a while and had planned to turn it over to Internal Affairs, but I realize how that would end now. I'd be dead, and nothing would change. You see, Lang was never the top of this thing. He was only middle management. The Belovs financed his entire operation, but they're not the only family involved, as you're aware. I accept the folder and flip through its contents quickly. There are black and white surveillance photos, financial transfer records, and internal memos with official letterheads. One document stops me cold. I curse as I lift a forged federal warrant with my name typed clearly across the top. Authorization for lethal force if I resist arrest. They're planning to frame you for the murder of Assistant Director Patricia Hendricks. She's a clean agent, 20-year veteran, and has 2 kids. The contact's voice drops to barely above a whisper. They plan to make it look like you killed a hero to cover your tracks and get every clean agent in the bureau hunting you personally. His voice trembles. Notice the name on the warrant? I curse again as I read aloud, Director Stephen Frayne. I look at him. This goes all the way to the director. The young man nods, looking sick. You'll see now why I'm turning it over to you and pulling a Snowden. I have a flight booked for Moscow that leaves from Tacoma in 3 hours. The information is like a fist to the solar plexus. They're so desperate and so outside the bounds of law that they're not just corrupt. They're willing to commit murder and frame innocent people. And the director of the FBI is authorizing it. Whatever I've done in my life, it's nothing compared to this. A sound from outside freezes all conversation. It's the distinctive crack of a high-powered rifle. Our contact's expression shifts from nervous to terrified in the space of a heartbeat. Then his chest explodes. Blood sprays across the folder in my hands as he crumples forward without ceremony. Leonid curses and drops to one knee behind fallen debris that used to be part of the wall. I slam the folder shut and dive for cover as another round splinters the wooden beam above our heads. "Sniper on the East Hill!" Leonid's voice cuts through the chaos as he draws his sidearm. We return fire toward the tree line, using short controlled bursts designed to suppress rather than eliminate. The goal is survival and escape, not prolonged engagement with an unknown number of attackers in an unfavorable position. During a brief lull in incoming fire, we bolt from the building in a controlled sprint toward the SUV. The clearing feels endless, with every step measured against the possibility of another rifle shot finding its target. More rounds crack past our heads as we close the distance, finding cover among the trees once we leave the cleared area. As we get closer to the parking area, I see Celia in the driver's seat through the SUV's windows, but something about her posture looks wrong. She's too rigid and too still. As we reach the vehicle, I realize why.
The Glock 19 weighs heavier than I remember in my hands, as I watch Yefrem and Leonid disappear through the trees toward the abandoned building. The SUV idles quietly beneath me, its engine purring with the kind of mechanical reliability that feels reassuring in moments like this. Through the binoculars positioned on my lap, I can track their movement until the forest swallows them completely. The parabolic microphone Leonid installed picks up fragments of conversation from inside the building. The voices are too distant and distorted to make out individual words, but they're enough to confirm the meeting is proceeding as planned. I adjust the headphones and try to find a frequency that cuts through the static, while my fingers tremble slightly as I work the controls. Everything about this situation feels wrong. The isolation, the remoteness, and the fact that we're trusting someone desperate enough to request a face-to-face meeting in the middle of nowhere weighs on me like a millstone. My father always said that when something feels off, it usually is. Right now, every instinct I have is screaming danger. The forest around us stretches for miles in every direction. Tall pines create a canopy so thick that sunlight barely penetrates to the forest floor. It would be beautiful under normal circumstances, but now it feels oppressive and full of hiding places and potential threats. Every shadow could conceal a sniper, and every rustle in the underbrush could signal approaching enemies. I shift in the driver's seat, trying to find a position that gives me clear sight lines to both the building and the access road we use to reach this location. The leather seat creaks softly as I move, and I wince at the sound because it's too loud in the oppressive quiet of the forest. Through the binoculars, my eyes dart along the tree line, looking for anything that doesn't belong, like movement that's too regular, reflections from optical equipment, or disturbed vegetation that might indicate recent passage. It reminds me of sitting in the hunting blind with my dad one autumn, waiting for deer, and how he instructed me to find them visually before ever trying to shoot one. When I had a shot, I deliberately missed, but so had my father. The hunting trips were for bonding, not actually taking down animals. A sharp crack echoes through the forest, distracting me from the memory, and is followed immediately by shouting. The parabolic microphone picks up the chaos of multiple voices, more gunshots, and the unmistakable sound of Yefrem cursing in Russian. My heart hammers against my ribs as I comprehend the meeting has gone catastrophically wrong. The sound of shattering glass behind me comes too late for evasion. Cold metal presses against the base of my skull before I can turn around, and a voice I recognize from surveillance recordings speaks directly into my ear. "Don't move, don't scream, don't do anything stupid." Agent David Kim. I've heard his voice a couple of times on recordings our surveillance teams captured during late-night meetings with cartel representatives to discuss evidence tampering and witness intimidation. Seeing his face in the rearview mirror confirms what the voice already told me. This was a trap, and we walked directly into it. Either the informant is on it, or they were aware of his investigation and followed him here. Hands where I can see them. Drop the gun. I released the Glock 19, letting it fall to the passenger seat while keeping my movements slow and deliberate. The barrel of his pistol remains pressed against my skull, a constant pressure that makes every breath feel precarious. Smart girl, now turn around slowly. I rotate in the seat until I'm facing him almost directly. He's younger than I expected from the surveillance photos, maybe mid-30s, with the kind of clean-cut appearance that screams federal law enforcement. Under different circumstances, he'd be unremarkable and the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Slide over to the passenger seat. Keep your hands visible. I comply, moving carefully across the center console while he maintains the gun's position. Once I'm in the passenger seat, he climbs through the broken rear window and positions himself directly behind me with the pistol now pressed against the back of my head once more. Where's the notebook? The question confuses me for a moment. What notebook? Don't play stupid. Yefrem's notebook that will implicate him. I don't know anything about a notebook. Wrong answer. The pressure of the gun barrel increases. Your boyfriend is going to die today, and you can choose whether you die with him or help us clean up this mess. The casual way he discusses murder makes me tremble. This isn't desperation or fear, but calculated violence from someone who views killing as routine. We know Lang is dead. We haven't found the body yet, but we know your Russian boyfriend killed him. His voice carries the tone of someone explaining simple facts. What we need is that notebook to expose Kulikov as supporting evidence, and we need to make sure the right story gets told about what happened. Keep him talking. The thought surfaces from some survival instinct I didn't know I possessed. As long as he's explaining his plan, he's not pulling the trigger. What story is that? He flashes a cold smile lacking any amusement. Yefrem Kulikov is a dangerous criminal who killed a federal agent to cover up his own crimes. He murdered Assistant Director Patricia Hendricks when she got too close to exposing his network. He looks briefly at his watch. He'll be murdering her in a matter of days. The name doesn't mean anything to me, but it's clear they're planning to kill an innocent person and blame Yefrem for it. Frame him for crimes he didn't commit while committing actual murders themselves. Patricia Hendricks is a clean agent, a 20-year veteran, and a mother of 2. Kim's voice takes on an almost conversational tone, as if we're discussing weather instead of murder. When her body is found, and when the evidence points to Kulikov, every clean agent in the Bureau will be hunting him personally. No questions asked, and no benefit of the doubt. No more cloak and dagger shit as we try to skirt below the radar to find him. We'll have every resource at our disposal. I try to process the scope of what he's describing. It's not just individual corruption, but systematic conspiracy involving multiple murders and elaborate frame jobs. And if I don't cooperate, then you die here and we tell the story anyway. Your death becomes more evidence of Kulikov's brutality because he murdered his girlfriend when she tried to run from him. He wouldn't do that, he chuckles. It doesn't matter, you'll be dead. We'll paint it that he realized you're the weak point in his operation and eliminated you. The gun shifts position slightly, and I feel the safety clicking off. You know it's true, right? You're his weak spot. He cares about you, which makes him predictable, vulnerable. I force myself to remain still and to keep my voice steady, despite the terror clawing at my chest. What exactly do you want from me? The location of Yefrem's notebook and where you've been hiding while investigating. I want all the evidence he's found so I can destroy it. We also require your cooperation in framing Kulikov for crimes we're going to commit anyway. Oh, and silence about Bureau operations you've been exposed to. And in exchange, you live. You'll get a new identity and money to start over. His voice takes on an almost reasonable tone. Think about it because your boyfriend is going to die tonight regardless. The question is whether you die with him or build a new life. The offer is designed to sound appealing, but I can hear the lie underneath it. People who casually discuss murdering federal agents don't leave loose ends alive. Whatever they're promising, The reality would be very different. They would kill me whether it's right after they take my statement or wait months until I'm settled in a new life, thinking I'm safe. I couldn't do that to Yefrem anyway, but I don't believe his promises for a second. I need time to think. You have about 30 seconds before your boyfriend bleeds out in that building. Then the offer expires. Gunfire erupts from the direction of the abandoned structure from multiple weapons firing in sustained bursts. Through the broken rear window, I see muzzle flashes lighting up the interior of the building like deadly fireworks. Sounds like time's up. Kim's voice carries grim satisfaction. What's it going to be? Before I can answer, shadows move through the trees toward our position. I think I make out two figures running in a tactical crouch, weapons drawn, and moving with the kind of coordinated precision that speaks to years of partnership. Yefrem and Leonid. Kim sees them at the same moment I do. He curses and swings his pistol toward the approaching figures, momentarily removing it from my head. The opportunity lasts less than a second, but it's enough. I throw myself forward against the dashboard as gunfire explodes around the SUV. The rearview window disintegrates completely under the assault. Safety glass rains down on my back as I press myself as low as possible in the seat. The firefight is brief, but intense. Kim manages to fire 3 rounds through the passenger window before Leonid's shot takes him center mass. He collapses backward across the rear seat, and his weapon clatters to the floor. Yefrem reaches the driver's door first, yanking it open and scanning me for injuries with eyes that hold barely controlled rage. Are you hurt? I'm fine, shaken, but fine. My ears are ringing, and I think I must shout the words because he winces. He pulls me from the vehicle and into his arms, holding me against his chest with the kind of desperate intensity that suggests he thought he'd lost me. I can feel his heart hammering against my cheek, though I can't hear anything but a whirring sound currently, and smell the cordite and sweat that cling to his clothes. We need to move. Leonid's voice cuts through the moment loudly enough for me to hear, so he must be shouting. More could be coming. The drive back to Sandpoint passes in tense silence. I sit in the back seat beside Yefrem, with his arm around my shoulders, while both of us process what just happened. Gradually, my hearing returns to normal, and my thoughts start to become solid again. The folder of evidence rests on his lap, bloodstained but intact. And whatever the contact died trying to give us, we have it now. That was Agent Kim. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. I recognized him from the surveillance recordings. Yefrem's jaw tightens. What did he want? He wanted the location of where you're hiding the evidence you're compiling. My voice cracks. They're planning to frame you for murdering someone named Patricia Hendricks. I lean against his shoulder, drawing comfort from his solid presence. They want to make it look like you killed a clean agent to cover your tracks so they can use all their resources to find you. Of course, you won't survive the arrest. Assistant Director Patricia Hendricks. Leonid's voice carries grim recognition. 20-year veteran, spotless record, and currently investigating corruption in multiple field offices. She's come up on our radar as a potential ally. Yefrem sounds disgusted. They're going to kill her and blame me. That was the plan. Frame you for her murder and get every clean agent in the bureau hunting you personally. I close my eyes, trying to shut out the memory of Kim's casual discussion of murder. He offered me a deal of a new identity and relocation in exchange for cooperation. And I told him I needed time to think. Then you showed up. Yefrem pulls me closer, his voice rough with emotion. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I should never have brought you along. Don't. I sit up and face him directly. Don't apologize for treating me like a partner instead of something fragile that needs protection. I insisted on being here. Even as I say it, I know something fundamental has changed. Being held at gunpoint, threatened with death, and having someone casually discuss murdering me and our unborn child has altered my existence. I want you to teach me to defend myself properly. The words come out with more force than I intend. Not just carrying a gun I might not be able to use effectively. Real self-defense skills. Celia, I refuse to be a liability, especially with a baby on the way. What happened today can't happen again. He studies my face, looking for signs of trauma or shock. Whatever he sees, there seems to convince him I'm serious. All right, we start tonight. A couple of hours later, back at the Sandpoint compound, Yefrem leads me to the indoor shooting range that occupies one corner of the facility. The space smells of gun oil and cordite, while fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows on concrete walls lined with acoustic foam. Show me what your father taught you. I take the Glock 19 he hands me, checking the chamber and safety with movements that feel rusty but familiar. The weight distribution brings back memories of Saturday afternoons at the range with my dad and the patient way he corrected my stance and breathing. Isosceles or Weaver? Isosceles. Dad said it was more natural for most people. I position myself at the 15-yard line with feet shoulder-width apart and arms extended in a triangle formation that feels comfortable despite years without practice. The target downrange is a standard silhouette of a black outline on white paper. The first shot surprises me with its accuracy because it hits center mass, slightly left of the bullseye. Muscle memory, apparently, doesn't fade as quickly as I thought. Again, I fire 5 more rounds in steady succession, and each one finds the center mass area with reasonable precision. Not perfect, but competent. Good enough to stop a threat at close range. Your father taught you well. Secondhand pride suffuses me. He insisted I understand guns aren't toys or symbols. They're tools with one purpose, which is stopping threats. I lower the pistol and engage the safety. We'll work on speed and accuracy, but your fundamentals are solid. He replaces the target with a fresh one. Let's see how you handle stress. For the next hour, he puts me through increasingly complex drills, including drawing from concealment, shooting from cover, and reloading under pressure. Each exercise builds on the last, creating scenarios that simulate real-world defensive situations. By the time we move to the compound's small gymnasium, sweat sticks my shirt to my back, and my hands ache from grip strength exercises. But I feel more confident than I have since this entire situation began. Hand-to-hand combat is different from firearms. Yefrem removes his shirt, revealing the network of scars that map the violent history of his life. Guns give you distance and stopping power. Close combat is about leverage and opportunity. He demonstrates basic defensive positions, showing me how to break free from common holds and create distance for escape. His movements are fluid and precise, from years of training and real-world application. Your advantages are speed and unpredictability. Most attackers expect compliance from women, especially pregnant women. Use that assumption against them. We practice for another hour, working through scenarios that might occur in confined spaces or when weapons aren't available. He's careful not to make contact that could hurt me or the baby, but pushes me hard enough that I understand the seriousness of what we're doing. Why did you learn to fight? I asked during a water break. The question seems to catch him off guard. He's quiet for a long moment, toweling sweat from his face while considering his answer. My father was an associate of the Saint, Petersburg Bratva. Not high level, but connected enough that violence was always a possibility. He sets down the towel and meets my eyes. He tried to shield me and my brother from that world, but children see everything eventually. How old were you? 8 when I saw my first beating. 10 when I understood it could happen to me if I wasn't strong enough to prevent it. His voice carries old pain. My father taught me to fight because he knew he couldn't protect me forever. I think even then, he was planning to double-cross the local Bratva and get us to America. The image of a young Yefrem learning violence out of necessity breaks something in my chest. And your brother? Dmitri was a year older and naturally better at it. He protected me until I was old enough to protect myself. He reaches for my hands, studying the calluses forming on my palms from tonight's training. I don't want our child to grow up in a world where fighting is necessary for survival. But if it is necessary, our child will be ready, but I'll do everything in my power to make sure it doesn't come to that. The determination in his voice makes me believe him. This man who's killed federal agents and buried bodies, who's built his life around violence and risk, wants something different for our family. I love you. The words come out soft but certain. He pulls me closer, careful of my tired muscles and the new life growing inside me. I love you too, both of you. When he lifts me and carries me toward our room, I don't protest. The day has drained something essential from both of us, and right now, I need the comfort of his hands on my skin and the promise of sleep in his arms. We make love slowly and tenderly. Later, after showering together, we lie in darkness with his hand resting on my stomach. The baby is still too small to feel, but knowing life grows there changes everything about how I understand my own body and what I'm willing to risk. They're going to come for us harder now. His voice cuts through the quiet. I know. No more half measures. We can't rely on hoping we can expose them without getting blood on our hands. I turn to face him in the darkness. What are you saying? I'm saying tomorrow we stop playing defense and start hunting them instead. The words should terrify me, but they don't. After today, after being held at gunpoint and threatened with death while carrying his child, something fundamental has shifted in how I view this conflict. Good, I say, and mean it. I think we should start with the assistant director. Kim said she was due to die within days. They might have pushed that back since they didn't capture or kill you today. But if they haven't, she's in danger and we might be her only hope. He laughs softly, but it's hard rather than amused. I'm sure she'll never see that coming.
The private jet cuts through clouds at 37,000 feet. Its engines humming with the kind of expensive efficiency that money can buy when you need to move quickly and quietly. Through the small window beside me, I watch the landscape change from western mountains to midwestern plains, each mile bringing us closer to a confrontation I never wanted. Celia sits across from me, studying the folder of evidence we retrieved yesterday. Blood stains the corners of several documents, a reminder of what this information cost. She's been quiet since we left Sandpoint, processing everything that happened with Agent Kim and what it means for our mission. Leonid occupies the seat behind me, coordinating with our advanced team through encrypted communications. 3 of my most trusted men flew out earlier to establish surveillance and logistics in the Washington area. Moving this many people and resources represents a significant risk, but Assistant Director Patricia Hendricks doesn't have time for half measures. Landing in 20 minutes, the pilot's voice crackles through the intercom. Weather is clear with no delays expected. I check my watch and calculate timing. Once we reach the private airfield outside Richmond, it's a 10-hour drive to McLean, Virginia, where the assistant director lives. If our intelligence is accurate, Hendricks follows a predictable schedule that includes taking her daughter to dance class every Tuesday evening. Routine makes people vulnerable, but it also makes them accessible. You're certain about this approach? Celia looks up from the documents, concern written across her features. Calling her directly failed. I gesture toward Leonid's phone, which still shows the blocked number she refused to answer after the first attempt. She thinks we're the threat, not the solution. The conversation with Hendricks lasted less than 30 seconds. Leonid identified himself as someone with information about threats to her life, but she dismissed it as intimidation and hung up. Standard bureau training teaches agents to assume unknown contacts are hostile until proven otherwise, which makes sense for normal circumstances but complicates our situation. She has no reason to trust us. Celia sets down the folder and meets my eyes. From her perspective, we're exactly what they've painted us to be. Which is why you're the key to making contact. The decision sits uncomfortably with me, but logic overrides emotional preferences. You're the least threatening member of our team, and the most expendable if this goes wrong. That's not what I meant, and you know it. The suggestion that I view her as expendable sends heat through my chest. You're pregnant, a civilian, and have no criminal record. If she's going to listen to anyone, it'll be you. Leonid ends his current call and leans forward between our seats. Surveillance confirms her schedule. Dance class for the daughter runs from 6:30 to 7:30 every Tuesday. She parks in the same section of the garage, exits through the main lobby, and usually stops for a smoothie afterward. I study the building schematics he displays on his tablet. It's a standard suburban dance studio in ground floor retail space with parking underneath. There are multiple exit routes, good sight lines, and a minimal security presence. As locations go, it offers tactical advantages for both approach and escape. Camera coverage, standard security system, but nothing sophisticated. Our people have identified blind spots for positioning. He swipes to thermal imagery showing heat signatures inside the building. The class size is consistent, with usually 8 to 10 children plus parents. The presence of civilians complicates everything, children especially. If something goes wrong during the approach, innocent people could be hurt, which violates my personal code regardless of tactical necessity. What about her security detail? None visible. Either she's not taking the threat seriously, or bureau leadership hasn't informed her about the danger. Why would they when the director is in on the plan to kill her? Leonid closes the tablet and checks his sidearm. It makes our job easier, but also more concerning. If Hendricks doesn't know she's a target, it means the corruption reaches higher than we initially suspected. Someone with authority over her security arrangements is either compromised or deliberately keeping her vulnerable. Either possibility suggests our timeline is shorter than anticipated. The jet touches down smoothly on a private runway surrounded by Virginia countryside and owned by an associate of mine with less than legal uses for the area. There are no tower communications, and we've filed no flight plans filed with civilian aviation authorities. A black van waits on the tarmac, nondescript and properly registered to one of my shell companies. Leonid handles the logistics while I help Celia down the aircraft stairs, noting how the stress of the past few days has affected her energy levels. Pregnancy complications are the last thing we need during an operation this sensitive. How are you feeling? Tired, but functional. She accepts my hand but doesn't lean on it more than necessary. The nausea has been manageable today. Let me know if that changes. I guide her toward the van while scanning the surrounding area for potential surveillance. This isn't the time for heroics if you're not feeling well. She nods and lets me help her inside. No heroics from me, she says with a wan smile. Remember that, I say sternly, hating to put her in this position. The drive to McLean takes exactly 1 hour through traffic that grows heavier as we approach the D.C. metropolitan area. I use the time to review approach scenarios with Leonid, discussing contingencies for various outcomes. Best case, Hendricks listens and agrees to cooperate. Worst case, she views our approach as attempted kidnapping and calls for backup. Remember, minimal contact time. I catch Celia's attention in the van's rearview mirror. Show her enough evidence to establish credibility, but don't linger. If she seems receptive, suggest a follow-up meeting somewhere more secure. And if she panics? You walk away. Don't try to convince her, and don't stay to argue. Get back to the van, and we leave immediately. I mean, we leave the country and head for Morocco. New identities await in the jet, should we need them. If this goes sideways, I don't want to linger and make it easy for them to catch me for a murder I didn't commit. The dance studio occupies the ground floor of a modern office complex, with a huge wall of windows revealing parents watching their children practice. It's a normal suburban scene, featuring the kind of domestic routine I never experienced, but somehow find comforting. Hendrik's daughter is building memories that won't involve violence or fear, at least not yet. Leonid parks the van 3 spots away from Hendrix's sedan, positioning us with clear sight lines to both her vehicle and the studio entrance. The parabolic microphone he sets up will capture conversation from a reasonable distance, allowing us to monitor the interaction without direct involvement. She just arrived. I track Hendrix through binoculars as she exits her car and walks toward the building. She's mid-40s, with a professional bearing, and moves with the confidence of someone accustomed to authority. Her daughter skips beside her, maybe 8 years old, carrying a ballet bag and chattering about something that makes her mother smile. The domesticity of the scene startles me, making me briefly imagine taking my own daughter to classes someday. It's a bit surreal to see a federal law enforcement officer dedicated to protecting society taking her daughter to dance class like millions of other parents. She has no idea her own colleagues are planning to murder her, or that a Russian criminal she's never met is currently her best hope for survival. Class is starting. Celia checks her watch and adjusts the small recording device concealed in her jacket. I should position myself near the exit. Remember the approach we discussed as a non-threatening, concerned citizen with information about threats to her safety. I test the parabolic microphone, confirming clear audio reception. Don't mention my name unless she specifically asks. Celia nods and exits the van, walking casually toward the building entrance. She's dressed appropriately for the suburban environment, looking like any other parent or family member picking up a child from activities. She's the kind of person who wouldn't attract security attention or trigger defensive responses, though I can't take my gaze off her, both because I'm worried about her and because she's stunning to me. The next hour passes slowly. I watch parents come and go. Children visible through the studio windows, practicing routines that seem impossibly complicated for their age. It's all normal life, and the kind Celia and I are fighting to build for our own child. The irony isn't lost on me that we're using violence and deception to secure a peaceful future. Movement. Leonid alerts me to activity near the studio entrance. Class is ending. Through the binoculars, I watch children filing out with their parents. Hendrix appears with her daughter, both of them once again smiling about something. The girl demonstrates a ballet position while they walk, and her mother applauds encouragingly. It's another moment of domestic routine that feels both foreign and appealing, and I long for the same experience with mine and Celia's children in the future. Realizing I'm thinking of more than one brings a small smile to my mouth, but it disappears a moment later. Celia approaches from the side, timing her movement to intersect with Hendrix near the parking garage entrance. It has all the appearance of a casual encounter, the kind that happens naturally in public spaces, with nothing to suggest planned contact or surveillance. "Excuse me, Assistant Director Hendrix?" Celia's voice comes through clearly on the parabolic microphone. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I have information about threats to your safety." Hendrix stops walking and positions herself slightly in front of her daughter, protective instincts clearly overriding professional curiosity. "Who are you?" "My name is Celia Bourne. I know this sounds crazy, but there's a plot within the Bureau to murder you and frame someone else for the crime." She sounds skeptical. "Are you recording this conversation?" Celia avoids answering. I have evidence that I think you need to see. Hendricks studies Celia's face, clearly looking for signs of deception or mental instability. Whatever she sees must pass initial scrutiny because she doesn't immediately walk away or call for security. What kind of evidence? Celia produces copies of the forged warrant and several financial documents from the folder. These show planned operations against you, including fabricated evidence that would be used to justify lethal force against the man they plan to frame for your murder. I watch Hendricks examine the papers, her expression shifting from skepticism to concern as she recognizes official letterheads and formatting. The warrant with my name typed across the top seems to particularly capture her attention. Where did you get these? From someone inside the bureau who died trying to expose the corruption. Celia keeps her voice low, conscious of the child standing nearby. Agent David Kim tried to kill me yesterday when we met with the source. The mention of Kim's name triggers visible recognition. Hendricks knows the name, which confirms his identity and adds credibility to Celia's story. Sometimes the truth is more convincing than any lie we could construct. This warrant. Hendricks studies the document more closely. This is signed by Director Frayne himself. Yes, ma'am. The corruption reaches the highest levels of bureau leadership. Hendricks is quiet for several minutes, processing implications that must be staggering for someone dedicated to federal law enforcement. Learning that her own director has authorized her murder has to go beyond simple corruption into systematic betrayal of everything she's sworn to protect. I need to verify this information through my own channels. Ma'am, with respect, you can't trust official channels. The people trying to kill you are using those same channels to plan your murder. The daughter tugs on her mother's sleeve, clearly bored with adult conversation and ready to leave. Hendricks glances around the parking garage, seemingly suddenly aware of how exposed their position is. If what you're saying is true, then meeting here isn't safe for any of us. No, ma'am, it isn't. Hendricks reaches into her purse and produces a business card, writing something on the back before handing it to Celia. This address, 1 hour. Come alone and bring everything you have. Ma'am, I'm not alone. The people I'm working with are trying to protect you, but they're the ones being framed for crimes they didn't commit. She hesitates for a moment before nodding. 1 hour. If this is legitimate, we'll discuss next steps then. With that, she takes her daughter's hand and walks toward their car. Celia returns to the van with the address written on the business card. I examine it while Leonid starts the engine and begins driving toward the location. I study the street address and cross-reference it with mapping software. It's an apartment complex in Arlington. It could be a safe house, or it could be a trap. She seemed genuine. Celia fastens her seatbelt and checks the recording device. Shocked but genuine. I don't think she's part of the conspiracy. And what other choice do we have? That doesn't mean she won't call for backup or try to arrest us when we arrive. I fold the business card and slip it into my jacket pocket. But you're right that we don't have many other options. The apartment complex turns out to be typical government housing, the kind of location that various agencies use for witness protection and safe house operations, with bland architecture and an ostensibly minimal security presence, designed to avoid attracting attention while providing reasonable protection. Leonid drives through the neighborhood twice, noting camera positions and escape routes while we wait for Hendricks to arrive. He's following standard surveillance procedure, and I'm partially reassured, but still nervous as hell. There, I spot Hendricks's sedan turning into the complex parking lot. She came alone. We watch her park and walk toward one of the apartment buildings, using a key to let herself inside. She's inside. Leonid checks his watch. Do we wait longer or follow now? I weigh the tactical situation against time pressures. Waiting reduces the immediate risk, but gives potential enemies more time to organize a response. Following immediately increases our danger, but maintains initiative and prevents extended exposure. We go now. I check my sidearm and scan the area one final time. Celia, I want you to consider staying in the van. Not happening. Her response comes without hesitation. We've been through this. This could be a trap. Federal agents, arrest warrants, the works. I might not be able to protect you from the feds. Then you'll need someone there who can verify what happened during our first contact. She opens the van door and steps onto the pavement. Besides, she seemed more comfortable talking to me than she would be with you. The logic is sound, even if my protective instincts argue against it. Hendricks did respond positively to Celia's approach, and having a female civilian present might help maintain the non-threatening atmosphere we need for productive conversation. Stay behind me. If shooting starts, get to cover and stay there until it's over. We approach the apartment building cautiously, weapons concealed but accessible, balancing readiness with the appearance of peaceful intent. If Hendricks is monitoring our approach, we want to project confidence without appearing aggressive. The apartment door opens before we can knock. Hendricks stands in the doorway, no longer the relaxed parent from the dance studio. Now she looks like a senior federal law enforcement officer preparing for a serious, potentially explosive conversation. Her gun is visible in her hand but relaxed at her side. Come in. We have a lot to discuss.
The apartment feels smaller than it looked from the outside, with generic furniture and beige walls suggesting government-issued temporary housing rather than someone's home. Patricia Hendricks closes the door behind us and engages multiple locks quickly and with little trouble. Sit. She gestures toward a small dining table while remaining standing herself. Before we go any farther, I need to know exactly with whom I'm dealing. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Patricia stands with her back to the kitchen counter, holding her gun still semi-relaxed, but obviously ready. Her posture radiates controlled alertness, the kind federal agents develop when they expect situations to turn dangerous without warning. Yefrem settles into one of the chairs, but keeps his hands visible on the table surface. My name is Yefrem Kulikov. I'm what you'd call a Russian organized crime figure, though the reality is more complicated than that classification suggests. More complicated how? I didn't choose this life initially. My father was connected to the saint, Petersburg Bratva, and after my parents were killed when I was 15, my brother and I had limited options for survival. Yefrem's voice carries the flat tone he uses when discussing painful history. We came to America to work for people who had criminal connections. Patricia absorbs this information without visible reaction. And Marcus Lang, he continues to sound dispassionate. He tried to force my organization into partnerships we didn't want. When I refused to pay his extortion fees and use his trafficking routes, he arranged for the Bailoff family to hit my Vegas home. Yefrem glances toward Leonid, who nods confirmation. Several of my people died in that attack. Her eyes narrow. So you killed Lang in retaliation? I killed Lang in self-defense when he broke into Celia's home and tried to murder her. The correction comes out sharp with controlled anger. He was looking for evidence he could use to incriminate me. Patricia processes this information, glancing between Yefrem and me as if trying to reconcile the criminal she's been told about, with the man sitting calmly at her table. Whatever she expected, it probably wasn't this level of candor about illegal activities. What evidence? I'm not giving you evidence against me, says Yefrem, with a hint of dryness. However, we have evidence to support everything we're claiming. Leonid opens his laptop and turns it toward Patricia before she can ask. We have financial records, photographs, and communication intercepts. We've spent months investigating bureau corruption with the plan to expose them to ensure our safety. And it's all documented and cross-referenced. Patricia leans forward to study the screen, her expression shifting as she recognizes names and faces. Some of these agents are in my office. Torres, Sullivan, and Kim. Yefrem lists the names we've confirmed through surveillance. They're all taking regular payments from criminal organizations in exchange for case information and evidence tampering. David Kim is dead. Patricia looks up from the laptop. Shot yesterday during what was reported as a gang-related incident. I snort before I can stop myself. A gang-related incident in a national forest in Washington state? Yeah, right. She frowns at me, but Yefrem speaks before she does. Kim tried to kill Celia during a meeting with one of our sources. We defended ourselves. The admission hovers between us. Patricia stares at Yefrem for several long moments, clearly processing what he's just confessed. By any legal standard, he's admitted to murder, regardless of the circumstances. You realize I'm supposed to arrest you? Yes, but you also realize that arresting me won't solve the problem of corrupt agents planning to murder you. Yefrem leans back in his chair. The question is whether you want to be morally pure or whether you want to be alive. Patricia's phone buzzes with an incoming message. She checks it quickly, then looks toward the door. I asked someone to join us, a federal prosecutor I trust completely. Who? Rufus Lipsey. He's been investigating bureau corruption from the prosecutor's side, trying to understand why so many federal cases have been falling apart. She moves toward the door. If anyone can help us navigate the legal aspects of the situation, it's him. Something about her movement toward the door triggers alarm bells in my mind. The timing feels wrong. My instincts are screaming, though I can't tell what they're saying. Wait, I stand up from my chair. How did he know where to find us? I called him after I got home from the studio. Patricia's hand is already on the door handle. He's been waiting for a break in his investigation. Patricia, don't. The words come out sharper than I intend, but the feeling that something is wrong intensifies with each second. Yefrem rises from his chair, his hand moving toward his concealed weapon. Step away from the door. What are you talking about? This is Rufus Lipsey, someone I've worked with for years. She's eyeing him warily now. The doorbell rings, followed by a voice calling through the door. Patricia, it's Rufus. Open up. She frowns, looking uncertain. He sounds off. Patricia, step back from the door. Yefrem's voice carries the kind of authority that comes from years of life or death decision-making. She hesitates, hand still on the door handle, clearly torn between trusting her longtime colleague and listening to warnings from people she barely knows. You're being paranoid. Maybe, but paranoid people live longer. Yefrem moves toward her. Please just step away from the door. I watch her face as she weighs the decision. Years of federal training telling her to trust established relationships and procedures against instinct that something feels wrong about this entire situation. The decision gets made for her when bullets tear through the door. Wood splinters explode inward as automatic weapon fire shreds the door and frame. Patricia stumbles backward, pieces of debris cutting her face and arms. If she had opened that door, she would be dead now. Yefrem tackles her to the floor, covering her body with his own as more rounds punch through the walls above us. Plaster dust fills the air, and I hear shouting from outside the apartment. Stay down! Leonid has his weapon drawn, positioning himself to cover the destroyed doorway. There are multiple shooters with automatic weapons. I crawl toward the kitchen area, looking for cover behind the refrigerator while struggling to extract the Glock on my hip. This was a trap, but not the kind we expected. Someone knew about this meeting and sent killers instead of prosecutors. Torres is among them, Yefrem shouts over the gunfire. I can hear his voice outside. Agent Torres, the corrupt FBI agent we've been tracking for weeks. Somehow he knew about this meeting, knew Patricia would be here, and decided to eliminate all of us at once. He's probably been surveilling her just to cover his bases. More gunfire erupts from outside the building, but they're different weapons now. Single shots, precisely placed, suggesting disciplined marksmen rather than spray-and-pray tactics. They must be Yefrem's backup team of 3 engaging the corrupt agents. The shots fall silent too quickly, making me fear for the men's safety. After a cessation in firing, I stiffen as someone shouts, "Federal agents, drop your weapons!" The voice comes from the hallway outside the apartment and is different from Torres, but carries the same authoritative tone. But which federal agents? Clean ones responding to reports of gunfire, or more corrupt ones sent to finish what Torres started? Patricia raises her head from the floor, trickling blood from cuts on her face. "That's Lipsy, the real Lipsy." "How can you be sure?" asks Yefrem. She sounds confident. "Because I've known him for 8 years, and that's his voice." The gunfire outside intensifies, then gradually diminishes. The hallway fills with shouts of orders being given, accompanied by the sounds of people moving with tactical precision. Either clean agents have arrived, or we're about to be overrun by more corrupt ones. "Patricia, are you alive?" The voice in the hallway is clearer now, and her face shows recognition. "In here," she calls back. "I have 3 civilians with me. They're armed but not hostile." "Coming in. Don't shoot." The remains of the door swing open, and a tall man in a dark suit steps through with his hands visible. Behind him, tactical agents in FBI gear sweep the apartment for additional threats. "Jesus, Patricia, what happened here?" "Someone tried to kill me. These people saved my life." She struggles to her feet with Yefrem's assistance, still shaking from the adrenaline of nearly being murdered. More agents enter the apartment, and I count at least 6 in tactical gear, plus the prosecutor. Some move toward Yefrem and Leonid with weapons drawn, while others secure the perimeter and document the scene. "Ma'am, we need you to step away from the suspects." One of the tactical agents addresses Patricia while keeping his weapon trained on Yefrem. "They're not suspects, they're witnesses, and they saved my life." The chaos of the scene makes everything happen too fast. Agents swarm through the apartment, some checking for additional threats, while others begin securing anyone who was present during the shooting. In the confusion of multiple people shouting orders and the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air, I watch in horror as they move to handcuff both Yefrem and the surviving corrupt agents who came with Torres. "Wait!" I lunge forward, but Leonid's hand catches my arm, pulling me back with surprising gentleness. "Don't!" His voice is quiet but firm. "You'll only make it worse for him. They're treating him like he's one of them." I struggle against his grip, watching as they zip-tie Yefrem's hands behind his back alongside Agent Torres, who's bleeding from a shoulder wound but still alive. He saved her life. "Ma'am, we need you to step back." One of the tactical agents addresses me while keeping his weapon ready. This is an active crime scene. Crime scene? These men risked their lives to warn Assistant Director Hendricks about threats to her safety. My voice cracks with frustration as Leonid maintains his hold on my arm. "You're arresting the wrong people." Yefrem doesn't resist as they secure him, but meets my gaze across the chaotic room. There's something in his expression that tells me to stay calm and trust that this will work out, but I can't feel anything except the crushing weight of injustice. "Let me go." I try again to break free from Leonid's grip. "Patricia, tell them what really happened." But Patricia is being treated for her injuries, and the tactical team is more focused on securing potential threats than listening to witness testimony. She looks between me and the agents securing Yefrem, her face showing the kind of confusion that comes from processing traumatic events. Blood still trickles from cuts on her cheek, and she keeps touching her ribs where Yefrem's body weight pressed against her when he shielded her from the gunfire. "Rufus, we need to talk. There's more to this situation than it appears." After we secure all subjects and process the scene, Lipsy's response is automatic and clearly procedural. We have multiple fatalities and weapons discharges involving federal personnel. "These people saved my life." Patricia's voice lacks the conviction I need to hear. She sounds uncertain, like someone trying to make sense of events that happened too quickly to fully process. Ma'am, with respect, you've just survived a traumatic incident. Your perceptions might not be entirely reliable right now. I watch her face as the agent's dismissal of her account seems to plant seeds of doubt. Did she really see what she thinks she saw? Was Yefrem protecting her? Or was he part of the threat? I know what happened. Her voice carries less certainty than before, but maybe we should examine all the evidence before drawing conclusions. The shift in her tone sends panic through my chest. She's wavering, backing away from supporting Yefrem, as the tactical team treats him like just another criminal who happened to be present during a violent federal incident. Patricia, I strain against Leonid's grip, desperation making my voice crack. He threw himself on top of you when the shooting started. He saved your life. She touches the cuts on her face again, and for a moment, something flickers in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or the beginning of clarity about what happened in those crucial seconds. Yes, someone did shield me from the gunfire. Her voice carries the hesitancy of someone trying to separate traumatic memories from shock-induced confusion. But everything happened so fast. It was him. I point toward Yefrem, who's being led toward the door with his hands secured behind his back. He covered you with his own body. If he wanted you dead, he would have let Torres kill you. Patricia watches Yefrem's calm demeanor as the agents escort him away. Why would he do that? Risk his own life for someone he doesn't know? Because he's not the criminal you've been told he is. But I can see the doubt in her eyes, the way trauma and official procedure are combining to make her question her own memories of what happened. The tactical team's treatment of Yefrem as just another suspect is influencing how she interprets the events she witnessed. We'll sort this out properly. Her words sound more like something she's telling herself than a promise to me. When we have all the facts, Leonid finally releases my arm as they finish removing Yefrem from the apartment. She's in shock. Give her time to process what happened. We don't have time. I watch through the destroyed doorway as they load Yefrem into a federal transport vehicle. Every minute he spends in custody is another minute they can use to build a case against him. Lipsy holds up a hand to quiet the debate. We'll sort this out at the office. For now, we secure everyone involved and document the scene. This is wrong. I follow the group toward the hallway. You're arresting the wrong man, I say again. Leonid catches my arm gently. Let them go through their procedures. The truth will come out. What if it doesn't? What if they decide he's guilty regardless of the evidence? I blink back tears. Then we deal with that problem when it happens. Right now, cooperation is our best strategy. I want to argue, to demand they release Yefrem immediately, to force them to see the truth that seems so obvious to me. But Leonid's calm pragmatism reminds me that emotional outbursts won't help our situation. Where are they taking him? A federal detention facility, probably. That's standard procedure for suspects in federal crimes. The word suspects sits wrong in my ears. Yefrem isn't a suspect in the crimes we're trying to expose. He's a victim of them, but the federal agents see only his criminal background and assume guilt regardless of current circumstances. Patricia approaches me while the tactical team continues processing the scene. Her movements careful and deliberate. I need you to understand something. What happened here tonight changes everything, but it doesn't erase the past. What do you mean? Your partner may have saved my life, but he's still admitted to killing federal agents. That's not something I can ignore, regardless of the circumstances. The words hit like cold water. Those agents were corrupt. They were trying to kill you. That's what you're telling me, but I have to verify that independently. Her tone is professional and aloof. I can't just take your word for it because someone acted heroically in one moment. I glare at her. So you're going to let them prosecute him? Her expression doesn't falter, remaining cool and distant, though she still appears slightly shocked. I'm going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. If he's innocent of the charges against him, that will come out in the investigation. And if the investigation is corrupted by the same people who tried to kill you tonight? Frustration bleeds through my tone. She's quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with that possibility. Then I'll have to decide whether to trust the system I've served for 20 years or trust the word of people I met a few hours ago. The uncertainty in her voice tells me everything I need to know. Patricia wants to do the right thing, but she's not sure what that is. The trauma of nearly being murdered, combined with years of training to trust official procedures, is creating a conflict she can't easily resolve. I understand your position. I keep my voice calm despite the fear clawing at my chest, because I don't really understand how she can react this way, contrary to what she witnessed, but antagonizing her won't help Yefrem. I hope you'll consider that sometimes the system fails, and sometimes the right thing exists outside official procedures. I'll consider everything, but I can't make promises about outcomes I don't control. There's more evidence. I lower my voice so the other agents can't hear. Much more. Everything you need to prove the conspiracy. Where? I tilt my chin, aware of Leonid stiffening beside me. It's all safe in a secure location, but I'm not revealing it until I know Yefrem won't be prosecuted for crimes he didn't commit. Patricia nods in understanding. Fair enough, but you should know that even if he's innocent of conspiracy charges, he's still admitted to killing federal agents. In self-defense, to protect innocent people. She shakes her head. That's a legal determination that prosecutors and juries make, not us. The reminder of legal realities cuts through my emotional response to the situation. Regardless of circumstances or justifications, Yefrem has killed federal agents. Even if those agents were corrupt, even if he was protecting innocent lives, the legal system doesn't automatically excuse vigilante justice. It's ridiculously unfair. What happens now? We investigate all the evidence, all the claims, and counterclaims. Patricia gestures toward the destroyed apartment. This scene tells a story, and we need to make sure we understand that story correctly. I'm not ready to give up yet. The story is that corrupt federal agents tried to murder you, and Yefrem prevented it. She doesn't appear affected by my passionate words. That's your version of the story. Other people might interpret the evidence differently. The possibility that they might twist tonight's events to support charges against Yefrem makes me furious and scared. I can already imagine how skilled prosecutors might present the facts. A known criminal lures a federal law enforcement officer to an isolated location. Violence ensues, and agents die in the crossfire. I need to see him. She looks vaguely regretful. That might not be possible immediately. Federal detention facilities have strict procedures for visitor access. I'm pregnant with his child. The words come out before I can stop them. Desperation overriding discretion. I have rights as the mother of his unborn baby. Patricia's expression softens slightly. It doesn't work that way, but how far along? 7 weeks. Still early, but... I place my hand protectively over my stomach. This stress isn't good for either of us. She nods. I'll see what I can do, but you should understand. Pregnancy doesn't override security protocols in federal facilities. I'm almost sorry we saved her for a moment, hating how unaffected she is by my trauma. Please, I just need to know he's safe. He'll be safe. Whatever else happens, he'll be treated according to federal standards for detention and processing. That does nothing to eliminate my fears about what those standards might include. Because your people have been so upstanding and law-abiding so far, I say, with heavy irony, federal detention isn't known for comfort or consideration, especially for suspects in violent crimes against law enforcement officers. Her mouth tightens, but she doesn't offer a counterargument as Lipsy approaches us, while the tactical team finishes securing the scene. Assistant Director, I need a full debrief on how this meeting was arranged and who knew about the location. Of course, she surprises me by saying, I wanted on record that the Russian man in custody saved my life tonight. Noted, but I also needed on record that multiple federal agents are dead, and we need to understand how that happened. I listened to their conversation with growing dread. The focus seems to be shifting toward Yefrem's culpability rather than the corruption that created this situation. Every official response treats him as the criminal. rather than recognizing him as someone who risked everything to expose the real crimes. Where's the evidence you mentioned to the assistant director? Lipsy addresses me directly for the first time. I square my shoulders. Safe. And it stays safe until I know Yefrem won't be prosecuted for protecting innocent people. He scowls at me. That's not how federal investigations work. You don't get to negotiate the terms of evidence disclosure. I cross my arms over my chest, returning his glower. Then I guess you don't get the evidence that proves federal agents were planning to murder Assistant Director Hendricks. The standoff feels dangerous, but I'm not backing down. Yefrem risked his life to save Patricia and expose corruption. I won't let that sacrifice be twisted into justification for prosecuting him as a criminal. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Lipsy hands me his business card and looks at Leonid. Explain to your friend that obstruction of a federal investigation is itself a federal crime. Before he can speak, I say, I'm not obstructing anything. I'm protecting evidence until I can be sure it won't be misused. As they eventually let me and Leonid leave the destroyed apartment, I look back at the bullet holes in the walls and the blood on the floor. The evidence of what really happened here is clear to anyone willing to see it objectively. The question is whether objectivity will survive the collision with federal bureaucracy and prosecutorial ambition.
The interrogation room smells of industrial disinfectant and stale coffee, with fluorescent lights blinding overhead and gray walls designed to make suspects feel isolated and vulnerable. I sit across from Federal Prosecutor Rufus Lipsy and Assistant Director Patricia Hendricks, my hands free for the first time in 4 hours, but still bearing the red marks where zip ties cut into my wrists during transport and processing before I found myself in this room. Lipsy arranges files on the metal table between. He's mid-50s, with steel gray hair, and wearing the kind of expensive suit that doesn't wrinkle even at this hour and suggests success in federal prosecution. His gaze holds the sharp intelligence of someone who's made his reputation destroying criminals more sophisticated than most people realize exist. Patricia sits beside him, the cuts on her face cleaned and bandaged, but still visible reminders of how close she came to death. She's changed from her civilian clothes into a fresh pantsuit, projecting the professional authority of someone who's survived 20 years in federal law enforcement. But I see her touching her ribs occasionally, specifically the spot where my body weight pressed against her when I shielded her from gunfire. Before we begin, I want to understand exactly what you're offering and what you expect in return. Lipsy opens a legal pad and positions his pen with the kind of deliberate movement that suggests every word will be recorded and analyzed. This conversation is being recorded, and anything you say can be used in federal prosecution. I understand. I lean back in the uncomfortable chair, projecting the calm confidence that comes from years of high-stakes negotiations. What I'm offering is the complete destruction of the corruption network that Marcus Lang built within the Bureau. What I expect in return is immunity for myself and protection for innocent people who got dragged into this situation. Let's start with what you can prove. Patricia's voice carries professional skepticism mixed with something that might be curiosity. You've made serious allegations about Bureau corruption, but allegations aren't evidence. I need access to a laptop with internet capability. I meet her gaze directly. The evidence is stored on secure servers that require specific access protocols. I can walk you through everything we've documented, but I need the proper equipment to do it. Lipsy and Patricia exchange glances, some silent communication passing between them, and he shakes his head. That's not standard procedure for interrogations. This isn't a standard interrogation. You're not trying to get me to confess to crimes I've committed. You're trying to understand crimes that were committed against me and others. I keep my voice level and reasonable. The question is whether you want to see evidence that could save federal agents' lives, or if you want to follow procedures that let corrupt agents continue operating. After another exchange of glances, Lipsy nods toward the door. I'll arrange for supervised computer access. 20 minutes later, a laptop sits open on the table between us, its screen displaying the secure login portal I've used to access our evidence database. My fingers move across the keyboard with muscle memory, entering passwords and navigating through encrypted directories that contain months of investigation work. I only access one cache of data, having no intention of giving them everything until we have a deal. This is the financial analysis Leonid conducted. I open the first set of files containing spreadsheets showing bank transfers, shell company formations, and payment schedules that correspond exactly with federal case outcomes. Every transaction is documented and cross-referenced with court records and case dispositions. Lipsy leans forward to study the data, clearly processing what he's seeing. These amounts correspond to specific cases? Down to the dollar. Agent Torres received $50,000 3 days before the Vasquez cartel case fell apart due to contaminated evidence. Agent Sullivan got $75,000 the week before a major trafficking bust was delayed long enough for the targets to disappear. I click through screen after screen of documentation, each one building the case against Lang's network with mathematical precision. Patricia takes notes, occasionally asking for clarification about dates or amounts, but mostly absorbing the scope of corruption we've uncovered. This goes beyond individual agents taking bribes. Lipsy's voice carries the kind of grim recognition that comes from understanding systematic criminal enterprise. This is organized conspiracy involving multiple field offices. Lang wasn't just a corrupt agent building his own criminal empire from within the Bureau. He was bankrolled by crime families, had agents on payroll, judges in his pocket, and was systematically eliminating anyone who threatened his operation, including other federal agents who were getting too close to the truth. I open another directory, this one containing surveillance footage and communication intercepts. Here's Lang meeting with Tikhon Belov 10 months ago, negotiating the hit on my Las Vegas compound. Lang wanted me to pay tribute for operating in his territory, and when I refused, he arranged for the Belovs to eliminate me and my people. The video shows Lang and Belov in what appears to be a restaurant back room, their conversation inaudible, but their body language suggesting business negotiation rather than law enforcement activity. Timestamps prove the meeting occurred 2 weeks before my compound was attacked. Several of my people died in that attack. I keep my voice steady despite the memories the footage brings back. Lang's greed and ambition led to multiple murders, including several Bureau agents whose deaths were made to look like organized crime hits. Patricia stops taking notes. Which agents? Agent Rebecca Santos, killed in what appeared to be a carjacking, but was actually eliminated because she was investigating financial irregularities in the Miami field office. Agent Michael Gosling, supposedly killed during a drug bust gone wrong, but actually murdered because he was tracking payments to corrupt prosecutors. I open files containing their case records, including documentation showing how their legitimate investigations intersected with Lang's criminal activities. In both cases, the agents were getting close to exposing corruption when they were conveniently killed in ways that looked like crimes or occupational hazards. Lipsy studies the evidence with the kind of focus that suggests he's beginning to understand the full scope of what Lang created. You're alleging that a federal agent was running what amounts to his own organized crime family. That's exactly what I'm alleging, and I can prove it. I navigate to another encrypted directory. Lang had a blueprint for consolidating control over organized crime through blackmail and murder. His plan was to eliminate competing criminal organizations and corrupt enough federal personnel to create his own version of law enforcement. The files I display show organizational charts, operational plans, and target lists that read like something from a military campaign rather than law enforcement activity. Lang's handwritten notes, pilfered by one of my people who broke into his house late one night while I was on the run, detail strategies for eliminating rivals and expanding territorial control. If I hadn't stopped him, Lang would have controlled organized crime from both sides of the law within 5 years. I close the laptop and meet both their eyes. He was that close to creating his own version of justice, where criminals paid him instead of facing prosecution. And you stopped him by killing him. Lipsy's statement is drenched with accusation. I shake my head, remaining calm. I killed him in self-defense when he broke into Celia's home and tried to murder her. I don't flinch from the directness of the question. Lang had discovered I'd stayed at her house during my investigation, and he viewed her as a loose end that needed elimination. You could have called local law enforcement, says Lipsy. Local law enforcement couldn't protect her from a corrupt federal agent with bureau resources and criminal connections. I lean forward, letting some of my anger show through. Lang had already proven he was willing to kill innocent people to protect his operation. Celia was pregnant with my child, and he was going to murder her to send me a message. It doesn't matter that I didn't know she was pregnant then. Even she didn't know yet, but I'm still angry whenever I think about it. Patricia writes something in her notes, but I can't read her expression. The fact that I saved her life might buy some consideration, but federal prosecutors don't ignore homicide regardless of circumstances. What exactly are you proposing? Lipsy sets down his pen and looks directly at me. What kind of deal are you looking for? Complete cooperation in exchange for immunity and new identities for myself, Celia, and Leonid. I've thought through this negotiation during my hours in federal detention. I'll provide testimony to bring down the entire corrupt network, turn over all evidence we've collected, and help clean house within federal law enforcement. And Celia's mother, Loretta. I add quickly, remembering how much Celia misses her family. If she wants to relocate with us, she should be included in the protection arrangements. That's asking for a lot. Patricia speaks for the first time since we began reviewing evidence. Immunity for multiple homicides, witness protection for 4 people, and new identities that would cost taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't bother to share that we'll slip out of WITSEC and assume our own new identities once the heat dies down after I've fulfilled my obligations. I don't and can't fully trust the government with my family's safety. Yes, but that's in exchange for evidence that could save dozens of federal agents' lives and expose corruption that reaches into the highest levels of bureau leadership, like Director Frayne. I gesture toward the laptop. What I've shown you so far is maybe 30% of what we've collected. The rest is firewalled behind passwords that would take you months to break, if you can break them at all. Or we could charge you with the murders you've admitted to and let you explain your justifications to a jury. Lipsy's tone suggests he's testing my resolve rather than making an actual threat. You could try, but while you're building that case, corrupt agents will be destroying evidence, eliminating witnesses, and probably killing more innocent people. I meet his stare without blinking. Do you want justice or convictions? The silence that follows stretches long enough for me to hear the building's ventilation system cycling. Lipsy and Patricia are weighing options and considering political implications alongside legal ones. What I'm offering could make careers, but it could also destroy them if the corruption reaches higher than they're prepared to confront. We'll need to verify the evidence independently. Patricia finally breaks the silence, and we'll need guarantees about your continued cooperation. I'll provide whatever verification you need, and my cooperation continues as long as the people I care about remain safe. I pause, then add the crucial element. I need protection for Celia now, not after you've spent months investigating. She's pregnant and vulnerable, and Lang's associates know she exists. Where is she now? Asks Lipsy. Patricia answers, I have her in a safe house under federal protection. I'm glad to hear that, but have to point out, federal protection means nothing if the protective detail includes corrupt agents. There's another exchange of glances between Lipsy and Patricia. They're beginning to understand the corruption I'm describing makes normal procedures potentially dangerous for everyone involved. What kind of timeline are we talking about? Lipsy opens his legal pad again. How long to turn over all evidence and provide the testimony you're promising? Depends on how fast you can arrange new identities and secure relocation. I remain relaxed and leaning back, signaling I'm negotiating from a position of strength rather than desperation. I'm not providing anything else until I know Celia and our child will be safe. New identities take time. Background documentation, employment history, financial records. You're talking about creating entire life histories for 4 people. Then we better get started. Every day we delay is another day for Lang's associates to regroup and eliminate loose ends. Patricia taps her pen against her notes. You mentioned Lang's associates. How many people are we talking about? At least 18 corrupt agents across 6 field offices, plus judges, prosecutors, and political figures who were taking Lang's money. That will lead to multiple crime families and potentially hundreds of arrests. I gesture toward the laptop again. All documented, all provable, and all ready to be prosecuted if you're willing to follow the evidence where it leads. What if some of that evidence implicates people in this building? Asks Lipsy. Once again, Patricia answers before I can. Evidence suggests it does, from what I've seen. We'll deal with that problem when we come to it, but I'm not protecting corrupt officials just because they happen to work for the federal government. The conversation continues for another 2 hours, covering details about evidence locations, witness testimony, and the logistics of dismantling a corruption network that spans multiple states. Lipsy asks sharp questions designed to test the credibility of my information, while Patricia focuses on operational details about how the network functioned. By the time we finish, the coffee smell has given way to the staleness that comes from spending too long in closed spaces. I can see in their faces they understand the value of what I'm offering. We'll need time to review everything and coordinate with appropriate authorities. Lipsy closes his legal pad and gathers his files. A preliminary agreement is possible if the evidence checks out. How much time? He shrugs. 72 hours for initial verification. If everything you've shown us is legitimate, we can begin formal arrangements for immunity and protection. I look at Patricia. And until then? Conditional release with monitoring. Patricia produces an ankle bracelet from her briefcase. You'll be under house arrest at a secure federal facility where your associates are being held. You'll be reunited with them while we process the agreement. I nod my agreement. The ankle monitor feels heavier than expected as they fasten it around my leg. But it's infinitely better than remaining in federal detention while they verify information I know is accurate. The important thing is getting back to Celia and making sure she's safe while we wait for bureaucracy to catch up with necessity. One more thing. I stand as they prepare to leave. The corruption network knows about tonight's events. They'll be moving to protect themselves and eliminate evidence. If you wait too long to act on what I've given you, the opportunity will disappear. We understand the urgency. Lipsy pauses at the door. But we also understand the consequences of moving too fast on allegations this serious. I incline my head. Just remember that while you're being careful, people might be dying.
The quarters we're assigned in a federal building feel more like a prison cell than a place of protection. Generic furniture sits arranged in sterile rooms, reinforced windows refuse to open, and the constant awareness that armed guards monitor our every movement from positions I can't see wears on me. The building directory I glimpsed during our arrival listed it as the Federal Witness Security Operations Center, which sounds impressive but does nothing to calm the anxiety clawing at my chest. I pace from the living room to the kitchen and back again, counting steps to keep my mind occupied. 43 steps each way, and I've made this circuit at least 50 times since they took Yefrem away 8 hours ago. My feet ache, my back protests, and the morning sickness that I thought was improving has returned with a vengeance, probably triggered by stress hormones that can't be good for the baby. Leonid sits at the dining table with a book he took from the shelf. He's ostensibly reading, but is actually watching me with the kind of careful attention that suggests he's more worried than he's letting on. Every few minutes, he glances toward the reinforced door, and I catch him checking his phone, even though he knows the agents confiscated our regular devices and gave us monitored ones instead. You should sit down. He closes the book and turns to face me fully. Pacing won't bring him back faster, and you need to conserve your energy. He won't be happy if I let you wear yourself out while waiting. I can't sit still. My voice comes out sharper than I intend because frustration bleeds through despite my attempt to stay calm. Every minute that passes is another minute they can use to build a case against him. Yefrem is smart. He's smarter than any prosecutor they can put in a room with him. His voice carries the kind of confidence that comes from years of partnership, but I catch the uncertainty underneath. If anyone can talk their way out of an impossible situation, it's him. What if they don't want to listen? What if they've already decided he's guilty, and this whole immunity discussion is just a way to extract information before they throw him in prison for life? The question hangs in the air between us, giving voice to the fear that's been growing since they led him away in handcuffs. I've seen enough crime dramas to know how federal prosecutors operate when they want convictions. They make deals, extract everything useful, and then find reasons to break those deals when it's politically convenient. That won't happen, but Leonid doesn't sound as certain as his words suggest. How do you know? Because the evidence we have is too valuable for them to ignore, and because prosecuting Yefrem would mean protecting the same corrupt agents who tried to kill Assistant Director Hendricks. I want to believe him, but doubt gnaws at me like hunger. Federal bureaucracy doesn't always follow logical patterns, and justice doesn't always align with what makes sense. Sometimes, good people get destroyed by systems that are supposed to protect them. How many times did Gemma and I watch TV cop shows together and note that same issue? TV isn't real life, but it's hard to separate out facts and fears right now. A sound outside makes me freeze mid-step. Vehicle engines, multiple ones, grow louder as they approach the building. I rush to the window despite knowing the reinforced glass will only show me shadows and general shapes. Leonid? My voice comes out as a whisper. He joins me at the window while both of us try to make out details through glass designed to prevent exactly what we're attempting. Could be shift change, could be supply delivery, or it could be more agents coming to arrest us for additional charges we haven't thought of yet. My stomach dips at the thought. Until they secured us in this apartment, I wasn't entirely sure we weren't going to be charged too. The vehicles stop, and I count at least 3 sets of headlights. The number seems too many for routine facility operations, but not enough for a full tactical response. It's the kind of convoy that suggests official business, but not immediate danger. Car doors slam shut, and I strain to hear voices through the reinforced walls. They're mostly male voices, carrying authoritative tones and sound like they're coordinating official actions, rather than casual interactions. I think I see someone walking toward the entrance. Leonid presses closer to the window. I can't make out details, but the body language looks familiar. My heart pounds so hard, I wonder if the stress might hurt the baby. Everything about this pregnancy feels precarious already, between the morning sickness and the constant anxiety about our situation. The last thing I need is to add cardiac stress to the list of complications. The sound of keys in the door lock sends adrenaline through my system like an electric shock. I step back from the window and position myself where I can see whoever enters first. Though I'm not sure what I'll do with that information, the door opens and 2 federal agents enter, scanning the room with professional alertness before stepping aside to allow someone else through. Yefrem walks into the safe house. He doesn't get dragged, carried, or restrained in handcuffs. He walks freely between the agents like someone being escorted, rather than someone being arrested. The relief that floods through me is so intense, I have to grab the back of a chair to keep from collapsing. He sees me immediately, and the expression on his face mirrors what I'm feeling. Hours of uncertainty and fear dissolve into the simple reality that we're both still here, still safe, and still capable of holding each other. I cross the room faster than my tired legs should allow, and when his arms close around me, tension leaves both our bodies. He holds me against his chest with desperate intensity that suggests he wasn't entirely certain he'd see me again either. It's over, his voice is rough with emotion as he speaks against my hair. We're free, or we will be. The words don't immediately make sense. Freedom sounds like something that happens to other people, not to us. Freedom feels like a concept from another lifetime. What do you mean? He pulls back enough to look into my eyes while his hands move to cup my face with the gentleness I've learned to associate with his most serious moments. I made a deal. Complete immunity in exchange for everything we have on Lang's network. Complete immunity? The phrase sounds too good to be true. He nods, giving me a small smile. We'll get new identities for all of us, including your mother if she wants to relocate. The deal includes federal protection during the investigation. Then we disappear into whatever life we choose to build. I process this information slowly because I'm afraid to believe it's real. They agreed to that? Lipsy and Hendricks both signed off on the preliminary agreement. The evidence we collected is too valuable for them to ignore. And they understand that prosecuting me would mean protecting the same corrupt agents who tried to kill Patricia. I told you, Celia, with a smile. Leonid joins us while relief becomes evident in his posture as he clasps Yefrem on the shoulder. How long until it's finalized? 72 hours for them to verify our evidence and coordinate with appropriate authorities, and then formal arrangements for new identities and relocation begin. And until then, he asks. Yefrem gestures toward his ankle, where I notice the monitoring device for the first time. I'm under house arrest here while they process everything, but we're together, and that's what matters. I sink onto the couch because I'm suddenly exhausted as adrenaline fades, and the reality of our situation settles in. You really think this will work? That they'll honor the agreement? I think they understand we have information they need more than they need to prosecute me for defending myself and protecting innocent people. He sits beside me while his hand moves automatically to rest on my stomach. But more importantly, I have backup plans they don't know about. What kind of backup plans? He drops his voice lower, probably worried they're monitoring us. They probably are. New identities I arranged independently before we left Sandpoint, along with resources they can't freeze or monitor, and escape routes that don't depend on federal cooperation. I don't fully trust the government to keep its word, so I've prepared alternatives. The admission doesn't surprise me. Yefrem has survived this long by always having contingency plans and never depending entirely on other people's promises. Even in cooperation with federal authorities, He's maintaining the kind of strategic thinking that's kept us alive. Do you really think our child will be safe? He nods sharply. I think our child will grow up. Whether that happens through federal protection or through our own efforts doesn't matter as long as the result is the same. I lean against his shoulder while drawing comfort from his solid presence and the steady rhythm of his breathing. Tell me about the deal again. All the details. For the next hour, Yefrem walks us through his negotiation with Lipsy and Hendricks, explaining how he presented our evidence and what specific protections they've agreed to provide. The scope of Lang's corruption network, the depth of documentation we've compiled, and the potential for saving other federal agents' lives all contributed to their willingness to make a deal. Hendricks was the key. He describes how the assistant director's near-death experience influenced her perspective on who the real criminals are in this situation. She understands I saved her life, and she's not forgetting that when it comes to honoring our agreement. And Lipsy. He's a professional prosecutor who recognizes the value of what we're offering. He's not interested in small-scale justice when he can bring down an entire corruption network. As he talks, I watch his face and note the changes that stress and exhaustion have carved into his features. He looks older than when we first met, worn down by all the uncertainty, but there's also something new in his expression that looks like hope. What about after the testimony, after we've given them everything they need? Will they renege? Fear hits me, making me shudder. We disappear into our new identities and build the life we want. His hand moves in gentle circles on my stomach. Morocco, the Atlas Mountains, and a riad with a courtyard where our child can play safely. The image he describes feels simultaneously real and fantastical. Part of me can see it clearly because I can picture whitewashed walls, olive trees, and the sound of fountains. But another part struggles to believe we'll ever reach that peaceful future. I want to call my mother. Did they give you a phone? When I nod, he says, "You'll be able to call her when you're ready. She needs to know what's happening and what her options are. Just remember, they'll be monitoring everything." Translation: don't mention our alternate plans of our own identities, resources, and Morocco to her yet. The thought of explaining this situation to my mother makes me laugh, despite everything. How do I tell her I'm pregnant by a Russian organized crime figure who's about to enter federal witness protection after exposing corruption that reaches the highest levels of law enforcement? She's going to have questions. Total understatement. He laughs softly. She's going to have a lot of questions, but she's also going to want to be part of her grandchild's life, and this might be the only way to make that happen safely. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, processing the magnitude of the changes coming to our lives. "Are you scared?" I ask. Terrified. His honesty surprises me. Not of testifying or dealing with federal prosecutors, but of being responsible for someone else's happiness and safety. Of starting over and being someone new without repeating past mistakes. Leonid scoffs. "You'll figure it out. We both will. Uncle Leo will be there to help." I give him a smile. "Thank you, Leonid. I'm sure you didn't expect all this when Yefrem brought me to the compound." He shakes his head. "I certainly didn't. I disapproved of the whole idea, to be frank." I feign shock. "You didn't like me? I had no idea." He has the grace to flush. "I didn't dislike you. I just didn't want a civilian to be in this mess. But it has worked out for the best. You make my friend happy, which is enough." His expression softens. I no longer disapprove. I smile, blinking back a rush of moisture that sears my eyes. "Thanks, I really do appreciate that." Yefrem has listened to our exchange and now claps Leonid on the back with one hand. The other remains firmly on my waist. We're family. He seems satisfied and smiles, before his expression changes to be more serious again. "I want our children to have stability and safety." He pulls me closer. "Whatever it takes to give them that kind of life, I'll do it." "Children? How many are you planning to have?" I ask, arching a brow. He shrugs. "As many as feels right when the time comes, Kotick." This tender side of him reminds me why I fell in love with him despite the circumstances that brought us together. He wants nothing more than to create peace for the family we're building, and he loves me. It's more than enough to offset the negatives. The pregnancy exhaustion hits me suddenly with the kind of bone-deep tiredness that comes from carrying new life while processing traumatic stress. I rest my head against his shoulder and close my eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing. His hand continues its gentle movement on my stomach, and I feel some of the stress hormones beginning to fade as my body accepts that he's actually here, safe, and planning a future that includes both of us. Do you think we'll be good parents? We'll figure it out as we go. Most people do. The ankle monitor catches against the couch cushion as he shifts position. A reminder that our freedom is still conditional and our future still depends on forces beyond our control. But for the first time in months, those forces seem aligned with our interests, rather than working against them. Sleep threatens to claim me despite the uncomfortable couch and the fluorescent lights that never seem to dim in this facility. The exhaustion of pregnancy combined with emotional relief creates a powerful need for rest that my body can't ignore much longer. I want to tell him again that I love him, but consciousness slips away before I can form the words, and I fall asleep against his shoulder while his hand rests protectively over the place where our child grows.
The drive to Chincoteague Island takes us through countryside that gradually shifts from suburban Maryland, where we're currently staying courtesy of the government, to the wild beauty of Virginia's eastern shore. Celia sits beside me in the passenger seat, one hand resting on the slight swell of her belly, while the other traces patterns on the window glass. At 12 weeks pregnant, she's developed the kind of luminous glow that makes me catch my breath when I look at her sideways. The ankle monitor around my left leg serves as a constant reminder that our freedom remains conditional. But Patricia Hendricks personally approved this 3-day getaway after weeks of depositions and evidence review once I confided in her my purpose for the trip. There are no surveillance or handlers, just the two of us finally able to breathe without federal agents monitoring our every conversation. Celia adjusts her position in the seat, accommodating the subtle changes pregnancy has brought to her body. I can't remember the last time I saw wild ponies. My father used to tell me stories about them when I was little. I reach over to take her free hand. We'll see them tomorrow morning. The best viewing is at sunrise when they come down to the water. How are you feeling? Any nausea? She squeezes my hand and smiles. Better today. The doctor said the worst of the morning sickness should start easing up soon. I think the baby likes car rides. I've been feeling different lately and more aware of the changes. The mention of our child sends warmth through me. I've been watching the subtle changes in her body over the past few weeks. The slight thickening of her waist that only she and I would notice. And each small transformation reminds me that we're creating life together, building something innocent and pure from the chaos that brought us together. Seeing the baby on the ultrasound a few days ago really solidified it for me. There were no guesses for gender yet, but we're having a singleton, and he or she is strong and healthy. The bed and breakfast emerges through the trees, resembling something from a postcard. Its Victorian architecture, painted in soft blues and whites, features wraparound porches and gardens that reflect decades of meticulous care. It's the kind of place where wealthy couples come to celebrate anniversaries, and where ex-fugitives seeking refuge bring their pregnant partners to momentarily pretend life is normal. Celia steps out of the car and stretches, one hand supporting her lower back, which is already hurting her sometimes. It's beautiful. How did you find this place? I retrieve our bags from the trunk while scanning the property for potential security concerns. Leonid recommended it. He stayed here once during a surveillance operation that required extended cover. The owners ask no questions and offer warm hospitality. The proprietress, a woman in her 60s with silver hair and kind eyes, greets us at the front door with the warmth of someone who's built her business on discretion and comfort. She shows us to a corner room on the second floor, with windows overlooking both the garden and the distant water, where wild ponies roam free. She hands me an old-fashioned skeleton key. Breakfast is served until 10, and there's a private beach path behind the garden. Most guests find the evening walks particularly peaceful. After she leaves, I close the door and engage both the standard lock and the additional security measures. I had one of my associates, former now, since I've had to officially shut down all my Bratva operations to comply with the terms of my deal, and my legitimate businesses will probably be forfeited to cover tax debt. Sneak in and reinforce security measures in the room. Celia watches me with amused tolerance, understanding some precautions are too important to abandon. She settles into the room's reading chair, moving her hand in unconscious circles on her belly. Still worried about federal agents bursting through the door? I check the windows and note the sight lines to potential approach routes. Not legitimate federal agents, but Lang's network had connections beyond what we've exposed so far. Until every corrupt agent and the syndicates they served is identified and prosecuted, we can't assume complete safety. She tilts her head with curiosity. Do you think we'll ever stop looking over our shoulders? I sit on the bed's edge and pull out my encrypted laptop. After we disappear into our real new identities, yes, the government thinks they know our future plans, but they only know what I've chosen to tell them, and the businesses I've chosen to surrender. They have no knowledge of the assets I spent weeks moving around and hiding to prepare for our new lives. We'll always be comfortable. I give her a small smile. 10 figures in hidden assets around the world will ensure we're very comfortable. Speaking of which, I have news about Morocco. Her face lights up with anticipation. The Riyadh. I turn the screen toward her, showing her the PDF documents I signed electronically with my new identity I'll start using once my government obligations end. It's purchased as of this morning. Renovations will be complete by the time we arrive, and the staff will be carefully vetted through channels the Bureau can't monitor. Our son or daughter will have gardens to play in and mountains to explore. She leans forward to study the documents more closely. You really think we can make it work? Building a life so far from everything we've known? I close the laptop and move to kneel beside her chair. I think we can make anything work as long as we're together. But I have something else to show you first. The small velvet box feels heavier in my hands than its size should warrant. Weighted with hopes for a future I never thought possible. Inside, the simple solitaire speaks to elegance rather than ostentation. I look up at her with my heart pounding. Celia Bourne, will you marry me? Her sharp intake of breath tells me the question surprises her despite all our planning about shared futures and new identities. Tears fill her eyes, and for a moment, I worry I've miscalculated, that formal marriage feels too much like permanence for someone who's already sacrificed so much. Her voice comes out as a whisper, then stronger. Yes. Yes. Absolutely yes. I slide the ring onto her finger, and she examines the ring with the kind of wonder that makes my chest contract, with emotions I never learned proper names for until recently. She holds up her hand to admire the ring. It's perfect. How did you know my size? I help her stand and pull her into my arms, careful of the slight curve where our child grows. Leonid has many useful skills, including the ability to estimate ring sizes from photographs. I wanted to ask you properly. With a ring and romance instead of new identities with a shared last name, and just assuming you'd follow me to Morocco. She reaches up to cup my face. I would follow you anywhere, but I'm glad you asked. The kiss that follows tastes like promises and possibilities, being soft at first, but deepening as we remember how long it's been since we've had true privacy. Her body has changed since the pregnancy progressed, with subtle curves becoming more noticeable. But the desire between us has only intensified. She says it against my lips, and I feel the words rather than just hearing them. I love you. I pull her closer. I love you too, both of you. We spend the rest of the afternoon exploring the island, walking hand in hand along beaches where wild ponies leave hoof prints in sand that stretches toward endless horizon. The ankle monitor chafes against my skin, but it feels like an inconvenience rather than a symbol of captivity. A couple more months, and I'll be able to remove it once the first trial is complete. I'll still owe testimony to the government if they need me, but I'm already arranging careful message relays that will ensure I get those correspondences to my government-issued new identity while still protecting our true new selves, so the feds never learn about it. Dinner at the bed and breakfast restaurant passes in comfortable intimacy, sharing local seafood and wine, while Celia drinks sparkling cider and glows with happiness that makes other diners smile when they look our way. We look like a couple celebrating their engagement and planning a future filled with ordinary joys, which we are, with just a few additional complications. She traces the rim of her glass with one finger. I keep thinking about the baby's first Christmas, whether they'll be walking yet, and what kind of toys they'll like. I picture Christmas morning in the courtyard and a small tree with decorations that reflect both our backgrounds. The image she paints feels both unfamiliar and deeply comforting. I've spent most of my adult life without any real connection to holidays, but I can still remember what Christmas used to mean before everything fell apart. In St. Petersburg, the season arrived slowly, with frost-covered windows and the smell of fresh pine carried in from the forests. Our apartment would glow with soft candlelight, and our mother always insisted on baking vatrushki and pirozhki from scratch. Dmitri and I used to stay up late on Christmas Eve, watching snow collect along the balcony railings, arguing over who would get the bigger slice of pryanik. Our father would come in smelling of cold and engine oil, carrying small, carefully wrapped gifts that somehow always felt extravagant, even when they weren't. One year, I got a hand-carved chess set that I loved it more than anything else I owned. A wave of sadness hits me when I think about it, realizing I left it in our apartment that night when Dmitri and I ran after our parents' murders. That was the last Christmas before everything changed. A few months later, our parents were gone. After that, holidays turned into obligations that were cold, quiet, and empty. There was no point in tradition when the people who made it matter were gone. So most of the time, Dmitri and I had dinner out and barely marked the occasion. I haven't celebrated at all in 6 years, since he was gunned down by a rival group who didn't live very long to regret their actions. Now, as Celia describes a quiet morning in Morocco, with a tree just big enough to make a child's eyes widen, something stirs in my chest. I don't say anything right away. Instead, I watch her fingers move along the rim of her glass, steady and sure. She talks about making new traditions, creating a blend of what we both grew up with. And I want that more than I've ever wanted safety or revenge or even justice. I want a Christmas that means something again. One filled with warmth and stories and soft lights that chase away the dark. I want our child to wake up excited to see what's under the tree and know what it's like to be surrounded by people who love them without condition or fear. I want mornings that smell like cinnamon and evenings spent by a fire, even if we're half a world away from where I started. I'd like that, I say, my voice quiet but steady. Making our own version, giving them something worth remembering. Later, back in our room, the evening takes on the kind of charged atmosphere that comes from extended anticipation and new promises. Celia moves around the space with unconscious grace, pregnancy having added a subtle sensuality to her movements that makes me want to worship every curve. I sit on the bed's edge and hold out my hand. Come here. She approaches with a smile that tells me she knows exactly what I'm thinking. The following scene is too spicy to be included on YouTube. To listen to the full unedited version, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
The contractions begin as sunset paints the whitewashed walls of our riad in shades of amber and rose. I'm standing in the courtyard, one hand resting on my swollen belly, while the other trails through the fountain's cool water, when the first wave grips me with surprising intensity. The sensation stops me mid-breath, and I have to grip the fountain's edge until it passes. 4 months in Morocco have transformed this place into home in ways I never expected. The renovated riad sprawls around its central courtyard like something from a dream. All carved cedar and painted tiles, with rooms that catch the morning light and hold the evening breeze. Our bedroom overlooks the Atlas Mountains, and on clear days, we can see all the way to the sea. The scent of mint tea drifts from the kitchen where Fatima, our housekeeper, prepares dinner. She's been with the property for decades, loyal to the previous owners and now to us, asking no questions about why a young American couple would choose this remote corner of Essaouira for their new life. Her discretion has been worth more than gold. Another contraction builds, stronger than the first, and I breathe through it the way Amina taught me during our weekly visits. Our midwife has become more than medical care over these months, bringing calm professionalism and gentle encouragement that transformed my anxiety about giving birth so far from Western hospitals into confidence in my body's ability to do what women have done for thousands of years. She's also become a friend, blunting some of the loss of having to completely break contact with Gemma. It's too unsafe, so she'll have to be a friend from my past, though I wish I could reach out. Someday, when things are settled and it's safer, I'll ask Yefrem to check on her through his discreet channels. But I've accepted I'll never see her or Mrs. Patterson or silly little Soraya again. The pain of that knowledge has eased between starting over in Morocco and having my mother nearby. I hate having to give up people in my past, but I'd do anything to protect my present and future. Yefrem appears in the courtyard doorway as if summoned by instinct, his face immediately shifting to alert concern when he sees me gripping the fountain. Is it time? I nod, surprised by how calm my voice sounds. I think so. The contractions are regular now, about 10 minutes apart. He crosses to me in 3 quick strides, his hands settling on my shoulders with the gentle strength I've learned to depend on. How long have you been having them? I lean into his touch while another wave builds in crests. About an hour. I thought they were just the practice ones Amina mentioned, but they're getting stronger. He checks his watch and calculates timing with the precision he applies to everything involving my safety. I'll call Amina and your mother. They'll both want to know labor has started. The relief in his voice tells me he's been as anxious about this moment as I have, though he's hidden it better. For weeks he's been checking and rechecking the emergency preparations, making sure we have backup plans for every possible complication. The nearest hospital is 40 minutes away, but Amina has assured us that first babies rarely arrive with dangerous speed. My mother has been living in the guest house at the property's edge for the past 3 months, close enough to visit daily, but far enough to give us privacy as a couple. The transition from her quiet life in Newton, Kansas, to this exotic refuge in North Africa required major adjustments, but she's embraced the adventure with surprising enthusiasm. Amina arrives exactly 28 minutes later, her assistant Yasemin following with medical supplies and the calm efficiency of women who've attended hundreds of births. The midwife examines me in our bedroom while Yefrem paces the courtyard below, and I hear his footsteps on the tile, even through the gentle questions she asks about pain levels and contraction timing. Early labor, but progressing well. Amina's French-accented English carries the kind of authority that immediately calms nervous parents. The baby is positioned correctly, and your body is doing exactly what it should. This will take time, so we settle in and let nature work. Yasmin transforms our bedroom into a birthing space with clean linens, soft lighting from battery-powered lamps, and everything Amina might need arranged within easy reach. The preparations feel both medieval and thoroughly modern, like ancient wisdom enhanced by contemporary medical knowledge. The hours that follow blur into a rhythm of contractions and rest, Yefrem's steady presence beside the bed, and Amina's calm guidance through each stage of labor. He holds my hand through every contraction and maintains the kind of focused attention usually reserved for life-or-death operations. My mother arrives within the first few hours, bringing tea and quiet encouragement, and settling into a chair beside the window, where she can offer support without interfering with Amina's work. Her presence adds another layer of comfort to the room, as 3 generations of women work together to bring new life into the world. I remember when you were born. She smooths my hair back during a brief respite between contractions. 22 hours of labor, and you came out screaming your objections to the whole process. The story makes me smile, despite the pain. Let's hope this baby is more cooperative. As dawn approaches, the contractions intensify beyond anything I could have imagined. Amina monitors the baby's heartbeat with a handheld device, nodding satisfaction at the strong, steady rhythm, even as my body works harder than it ever has before. The baby is almost ready. Her voice carries the excitement of someone who never tires of witnessing birth. A few more pushes, and you'll meet your son or daughter. Son or daughter. We chose not to learn the gender during our limited prenatal visits, wanting to preserve at least one surprise in a life that's been meticulously planned for months. Now, as the final stage of labor begins, I wonder whether our child will have Yefrem's dark eyes or my lighter coloring, whether they'll inherit his strategic mind or my stubborn determination. The urge to push becomes overwhelming, and Amina guides me through the final contractions with the kind of coaching that makes impossible effort feel manageable. Yefrem holds my hand and whispers encouragement in Russian. They're mostly words I don't understand but clearly carry love and support in every syllable. Just as the sun peeks over the Atlas Mountains, visible through our bedroom window, our baby emerges into the world with a strong cry that fills the room with life and possibility. A son. Amina lifts the tiny, perfect form for us to see. A beautiful, healthy son. A son. Our son. The words echo in my mind as she places him on my chest. This small miracle who's been growing inside me for 9 months and is now here, real and breathing and ours. He's smaller than I expected, but perfectly formed, with dark hair that might darken further and eyes that haven't yet decided their final color. Yefrem stares at our baby with an expression I've never seen before. Wonder and terror and love all mixed together in features that have softened with amazement. When he reaches out to touch our son's tiny hand, his fingers tremble slightly. He's perfect. His voice breaks on the words. Absolutely perfect. The baby settles against my chest with the kind of immediate contentment that suggests he knows he's safe and wanted. His breathing is steady, his color healthy, and when he briefly opens his eyes, I catch a glimpse of intelligence that might be imagination but feels completely real. "What will you call him?" asks Amina, during delivery of the afterbirth, while Yasmin cleans up with quiet efficiency. Yefrem and I have discussed names for months without reaching a final decision, but looking at our son now, only one choice feels right. Leo. I look at Yefrem for confirmation, and he nods with a smile that transforms his entire face. His name is Leo. Leo. After Leonid, the man who's been Yefrem's brother in everything but blood, who helped us escape the corruption that nearly destroyed our lives, who chose exile in Morocco to remain close to the family we're building. It feels right in a way that planned names never could. Later that morning, after I've rested and Leo has nursed successfully for the first time, Leonid arrives at the riad with the stunned expression of someone who's just been told he has a namesake. Yefrem leads him to the courtyard, where I'm sitting with the baby swaddled in soft cotton, enjoying the gentle warmth of early sunlight. My mother sits beside me, dozing quietly, and I don't wake her. Meet Leo. Yefrem's voice carries pride and exhaustion in equal measure. Leonid stops walking completely, staring at the tiny face visible above the swaddling cloth. For a moment, he seems incapable of speech, and his usual composure dissolves into something raw and emotional. You named him after me. It's not a question, but his voice carries disbelief. I adjust Leo's position so Leonid can see him better. He needed a strong name, a name that represents loyalty and courage and the kind of love that transcends blood family. Leonid attempts to maintain his usual stoic demeanor, but tears gather in his eyes despite his efforts at control. He wipes them away roughly, then looks between Yefrem and me with an expression that suggests he's processing something too large for words. I promise I'll always be there for him the same way I've always been there for both of you. His voice is steady despite the emotion underneath. That promise settles over our small gathering like a blessing. Leo will grow up knowing blood doesn't define family, and love and loyalty create bonds stronger than genetics. Later, as evening approaches and our first day as parents draws to a close, I sit in the riad's inner courtyard with Leo nursing contentedly at my breast. Yefrem sits beside us, one hand resting gently on our son's head, while the other traces patterns on my arm. The fountains create a soft background melody, and somewhere in the distance, the call to prayer echoes across the rooftops of Essaouira. The baby makes small, satisfied sounds as he feeds, his tiny fist curled around my finger with surprising strength. He's been in the world for less than 12 hours, but already he seems to understand he's safe and surrounded by people who will protect him and love him. Yefrem hasn't spoken for nearly an hour, but I can feel the contentment radiating from him like warmth. The sight of him watching our son with absolute devotion makes me understand we've succeeded in building something worth all the sacrifices it required. Leo shifts against my chest with the kind of sleepy contentment that comes from being exactly where he belongs. We don't speak because words would diminish the perfection of this moment. Our son is here, healthy and safe, and the future stretches ahead of us like an unwritten story, full of possibilities we're only beginning to imagine. The stars appear one by one above the courtyard as Leo falls asleep in my arms, and I think about all the evenings like this we'll have together, all the small rituals and quiet joys that will define his childhood. He'll grow up speaking multiple languages, comfortable with different cultures, and surrounded by adults who chose each other and chose him. Leo stirs slightly in his sleep, and both Yefrem and I freeze, unwilling to disturb his rest. He settles again with a soft sigh, trusting in the safety we've created around him. I relax, knowing we made it, against impossible odds, through corruption and violence and federal investigations. We made it to this courtyard, this child, and this life we're building one peaceful day at a time. It's perfect.
Epilogue. Leo's dark eyes study my face with the kind of intense concentration that makes me wonder what he's thinking at 3 months old. I shift him to my shoulder and walk slowly around the courtyard, trying to convince him that breakfast can wait another hour while his mother sleeps off the exhaustion of a restless night with a teething baby. Your mama needs rest. I keep my voice low as we move past the fountain, where morning light catches the spray and throws rainbow fragments across the white walls. She was up with you until 4 this morning, remember? The least we can do is let her sleep until the sun clears the mountains. Leo makes a small sound that might be agreement or hunger. At 3 months, he's developed distinct opinions about timing, food, and who he wants holding him at any given moment. Celia remains his clear favorite, but he tolerates my attempts at entertainment with the patience of someone who understands I'm doing my best. 3 months of fatherhood have taught me that love changes shape when it has an object this small and helpless. The protective instincts I developed over years of criminal activity have transformed into something fiercer and more focused. Every sound Leo makes, and every change in his breathing or expression, registers with the same intensity I once reserved for potential threats. Uncle Leonid is coming today. I settle into the cushioned seating area beside the central fountain, arranging Leo so he can see the water without getting splashed. He's bringing supplies from Essaouira, and probably more toys you don't need yet. Leonid has embraced his role as doting uncle with enthusiasm that surprised all of us. The man who spent decades focused on survival and strategy now spends hours researching developmental milestones and age-appropriate stimulation. His latest obsession involves wooden toys crafted by local artisans, each one carefully selected for its educational value and safety. Leo's attention shifts to the fountain, and I watch his face as he processes the movement and sound of flowing water. At 3 months, everything is discovery, with every sensory experience building neural pathways that will shape how he understands the world. The responsibility of guiding that development feels both overwhelming and perfectly natural. Your grandmother will want to steal you away after lunch. I adjust his position as he starts to fuss, recognizing the early signs of hunger despite my attempts at distraction. She's been planning a walking tour of the herb garden, though I'm not sure you're ready for botanical education quite yet. Loretta has transformed the property's neglected garden into something that would make professional landscapers envious. Her interest in gardening, combined with research into traditional Moroccan plants, has created spaces that provide both beauty and practical herbs for cooking and medicine. Leo's daily garden walks with his grandmother have become routine entertainment for all of us. The sound of soft footsteps on tile announces Celia's approach before I see her in the courtyard doorway. Her hair falls loose around her shoulders, and she wears one of the flowing caftans that have become her preferred clothing in this climate. 3 months of Moroccan living have given her skin a golden glow that makes her more beautiful than when we first met. Someone's hungry. She crosses to us with arms already reaching for Leo, who immediately becomes more animated at the sight of his primary food source. I stand and transfer our son to her arms, noting how naturally they move together, mother and child settling into the rhythm they've developed over weeks of nursing and napping and midnight feedings. I tried to buy you another hour, but he's very persuasive when he wants something. She settles into the cushions and arranges her caftan for privacy, while Leo latches on with the efficient hunger of someone who knows exactly what he wants. He gets that from his father, very determined when he sets his mind on something. The observation makes me smile, because it's accurate in ways she might not fully understand. Leo's personality is already emerging in small but distinct ways, in the stubborn focus when he wants something, the way he studies faces and voices before deciding whether to trust someone, and the calm alertness that suggests he's processing more information than most people expect from an infant. Leonid called earlier. He'll be here around noon with supplies and what he described as essential equipment for Leo's development. I settle beside them, close enough to touch, but not crowding the feeding process. I'm afraid to ask what that means. Celia laughs softly while adjusting Leo's position. Last week, it was wooden blocks designed to stimulate hand-eye coordination. The week before that, it was music specifically composed for infant brain development. He's taking his uncle responsibilities seriously. He's spoiling him absolutely rotten, and Leo knows it. The accusation is accurate. Leonid approaches his role with the same intensity he once applied to operational planning. His devotion to Leo's well-being has become one of the unexpected joys of our new life. A gentle breeze carries the scent of mint and jasmine from Loretta's garden, mixing with the sound of water and distant calls from the market town below. This is the life I never imagined wanting, built from elements I couldn't have planned if I'd tried. Domestic routine, responsibility for helpless creatures, and the kind of daily rhythm that has nothing to do with survival and everything to do with nurturing growth, is freeing in a way I never understood before living it. I've been thinking about languages. Celia shifts Leo to her shoulder for burping, his small face showing the satisfaction of someone who's gotten exactly what he wanted. How many should we teach him? The question reflects concerns we've discussed in abstract terms, but are now facing practically. Leo will grow up in Morocco with English-speaking parents, a Russian father and honorary uncle, and exposure to Arabic, French, and Berber through daily life. The linguistic complexity of his environment requires decisions about which languages to emphasize and how to maintain connections to cultures he might never directly experience. English and Arabic, definitely. Russian if he shows interest. I consider the practical implications of each choice. French will come naturally through school and social contact. Beyond that, we let him decide what interests him. 4 languages by adolescence. She smiles at the thought. He'll be able to travel anywhere in the world and feel at home. The observation captures something important about the life we're building for Leo. Unlike his parents, who've had to reinvent themselves and abandon entire histories, he'll grow up with options, multiple languages, and diverse cultural exposure. Leo finishes eating and settles into the drowsy contentment that usually precedes his morning nap. Celia hands him back to me while she adjusts her clothing, and I hold him against my chest, where he can hear my heartbeat and feel the steady rhythm of breathing that seems to calm him. Mom wants to know if we've thought about expanding the family. Celia's tone suggests this isn't the first time the topic has come up. She's eager for more grandchildren to spoil. The idea of another child simultaneously appeals and terrifies me. Leo has taught me that love multiplies rather than divides, but he's also shown me how completely another person's well-being can dominate every decision and priority. Adding a second child would double the complexity and vulnerability. What do you think? She considers the question while watching Leo drift towards sleep in my arms. I think we should see how we manage with one before we commit to 2, but eventually, yes. I'd like Leo to have siblings. I smile, in complete agreement. Leo will benefit from siblings as companions who share his unique background and understand the choices that brought them to this place. In a year or 2, I adjust Leo's position as he fully surrenders to sleep. When we've figured out how to keep this one alive and happy, then we reevaluate. She smiles with contentment. Agreed, but we're doing fine so far. The simple statement sums it all up. We are doing fine. Better than fine. Leo soon sleeps peacefully against my chest, his small body completely relaxed in the trust that someone will keep him safe while he's vulnerable. That trust represents everything we've fought to build. This is what I wanted without knowing how to want it. This quiet morning with my wife and son, surrounded by beauty we've created and safety we've earned. The violence and chaos that defined my previous life feel like stories about someone else, relevant only in how they led to this moment. The sun clears the mountain peaks and fills the courtyard with golden light that turns the fountain spray into diamonds and warms the tiles beneath our feet. Somewhere in the distance, Loretta tends her garden, while Leonid drives mountain roads with another collection of carefully chosen gifts for his nephew. This is enough. This family, this place, and this life we've chosen over all the alternatives that once seemed inevitable is all we need and want. Leo sleeps in my arms while Celia plans our day, and that simple domestic reality feels like the greatest victory I've ever achieved.